I found out my wife's book club was actually her meeting her affair partner book club. Those two innocent words concealed the most devastating betrayal of my life. For 18 months, my wife Sarah, 34-year-old female, told me she was attending a weekly book club every Thursday evening, but I, 36-year-old male, recently discovered she was actually meeting her coworker, Daniel, for their affair. The way I found out, what I did next, and the nuclear fallout that followed has left me questioning everything about my marriage, my judgment, and whether the revenge I enacted was justified, or if I went too far in destroying not just the affair, but both their professional lives. Sarah and I have been married for 9 years, together for 12. We have 2 children, Lily, 7-year-old female, and Jake, 5 male. I thought our marriage was solid. We had the normal stresses of parenting young kids and managing careers, but we communicated well, had regular date nights, and maintained physical intimacy. I trusted Sarah completely and never had reason to suspect infidelity. About 1.5 years ago, Sarah started attending a weekly book club on Thursday evenings. She'd leave around 6:30 p.m. after the kids were in bed and would return around 10 p.m. She'd tell me about the books they were reading, mention the other women in the group, and seemed genuinely excited about having this social outlet separate from work and family. I was supportive and even encouraged it. Sarah worked demanding hours as a marketing manager, and I thought the book club was a healthy way for her to decompress and maintain friendships. I never questioned it, never felt suspicious, and was actually glad she had something for herself. The book club story was so consistently maintained that I never had cause for doubt. Sarah would come home with actual books, would reference discussions about plots and characters, and even occasionally hosted the book club at our house. Or so I thought. I'd take the kids to my parents those evenings to give her space. Then, 3 weeks ago, everything shattered. I was at a work conference in a city about 2 hours from where we live. The conference ended earlier than expected, so I decided to surprise Sarah by coming home Thursday evening instead of Friday morning. I texted her that I'd gotten out early and would be home by 8 p.m. Sarah's response was immediate and strange. "Oh, great. I'm at book club, but I'll leave early. Don't wait up if you're tired." Something about her response felt off. She seemed more anxious than pleased about me coming home early. I arrived home around 8:15 p.m. to an empty house. Sarah had said she'd leave book club early, so I expected her shortly. But 9 p.m. came and went. Then 9:30 p.m. I texted asking if everything was okay. Sarah responded, "Book club running late. Intense discussion. Home by 10:30. That's when I decided to do something I'd never done before. I checked Sarah's location using the Find My app we'd set up years ago for safety purposes, but never actually used. I pulled up her location and felt my stomach drop. Sarah wasn't at her friend Michelle's house where the book club supposedly met. She was at a hotel about 15 miles away, a nice boutique hotel in the downtown area. She'd been at this location since 7 p.m. according to the location history. My mind raced through possible explanations. Maybe the book club had moved locations. Maybe they were having a special event at the hotel. But the knot in my stomach told me I knew exactly what was happening. I drove to the hotel, parked, and tried to think rationally. I could call Sarah and give her a chance to explain. I could wait in the parking lot and see if my suspicions were correct. Or I could go to the front desk with the slim possibility of finding out more. I chose option 3. I approached the front desk and, feeling like I was in a terrible movie, asked if there was a reservation under Sarah's name. The desk clerk checked and said no. On impulse, I asked about Daniel Martinez, Sarah's coworker whose name she mentioned occasionally when talking about work. The clerk confirmed there was a Daniel Martinez checked in, room 412. My heart was pounding. I asked if I could send something up to the room, flowers, a gift, anything that would give me confirmation. The clerk kindly but firmly said they couldn't facilitate that without the guest's permission. I sat in the hotel lobby trying to decide what to do. About 20 minutes later, I saw them. Sarah and Daniel walked through the lobby together, laughing, his hand on the small of her back in a way that was unmistakably intimate. They were heading toward the elevators, presumably going up to the room together. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. My wife of 9 years, the mother of my children, was having an affair. And not a spontaneous mistake. This was premeditated, ongoing, and had been happening every Thursday evening for God knows how long under the cover of a fictitious book club. I didn't confront them immediately. I was too shocked and needed to think. I went home, and when Sarah arrived at 10:45 p.m., she acted completely normal. She kissed me hello, asked about my conference, and told me about the book they'd discussed at book club. She lied directly to my face with disturbing ease, maintaining the fiction she'd been perfecting for months. I spent the next week in a fog of pain and rage while pretending everything was normal. I needed to understand the full scope of the betrayal before deciding what to do. Using information I already had access to, I started investigating. I checked our cell phone bill and found hundreds of texts between Sarah and Daniel over the past 18 months. I couldn't read the content, but the volume and timing told a story. Late-night texts, messages sent during work hours, and notably, texts on Thursday evenings when she was supposedly at book club. I checked our credit card statements and found charges to that hotel every Thursday evening for the past year and a half. Daniel was apparently booking the room, but occasionally, Sarah's card showed charges for room service or the hotel bar. I looked through Sarah's laptop, which she'd left open, and found an email account I didn't know she had. In that account were emails to Daniel, romantic, explicit, and discussing their Thursday nights in detail that left no doubt about what had been happening. The emails revealed that Sarah and Daniel worked together closely, had developed feelings over time, and had been having a full-fledged affair for at least 18 months. They discussed their feelings for each other, complained about their respective spouses, reading Sarah's complaints about me, that I was boring, that our sex life was routine, that she felt trapped in suburban life, was devastating, and made plans for their weekly hotel meetings. Most chilling, they discussed a future together. Daniel was married with 3 children, but he and Sarah had talked about eventually leaving their spouses and building a life together. This wasn't a casual fling. It was an affair with emotional depth and future planning. I also discovered that the book club wasn't entirely fictional. Sarah had attended a real book club for about 2 months before starting the affair. When she began meeting Daniel instead, she simply kept using book club as her cover story. She'd even bought books and occasionally skimmed them to maintain the fiction. Once I understood the full scope of the betrayal, I had to decide what to do. I could confront Sarah privately and try to work through this in marriage counseling. I could file for divorce quietly and try to minimize trauma for the kids. Or I could do something that would expose the affair publicly and ensure both Sarah and Daniel faced consequences beyond just the dissolution of their marriages. I chose the nuclear option, and I'm still not sure if it was justice or if I went too far. First, I hired a divorce attorney and filed immediately for divorce on grounds of adultery. I provided my attorney with all the evidence I'd gathered: hotel charges, location history, emails, and text records. My attorney said the evidence was overwhelming and that I'd likely get a favorable custody and asset split. But I didn't stop there. Daniel was married to Jennifer, and she deserved to know what her husband had been doing. I compiled a package of evidence: screenshots of the emails discussing the affair, credit card charges showing Daniel paying for hotels, and even a few photos I'd taken of Daniel and Sarah together in the hotel lobby the night I'd discovered them. I sent this package to Jennifer anonymously, but included enough detail that she'd know it was legitimate. I also included information about which hotel they met at, and that their standing reservation was Thursdays at 7 p.m. Jennifer apparently used this information immediately. The following Thursday, she showed up at the hotel and confronted Daniel and Sarah together. According to what I later learned, Jennifer created a scene in the hotel lobby that hotel security had to manage. Both Sarah and Daniel were mortified, and word of the incident spread quickly in their professional circles. But I still wasn't finished. Sarah and Daniel worked at the same marketing firm, a company with strict policies about workplace relationships and affairs between co-workers, especially when both parties were married. I sent an anonymous report to their company's HR department, including evidence that Sarah and Daniel had been having an affair, and documenting instances where they'd used company time and resources for their relationship. They'd exchanged explicit emails using company email accounts, and had occasionally extended business lunches for romantic purposes. The HR investigation was swift and thorough. The company's policy was clear. Romantic relationships between co-workers must be disclosed to HR, and affairs between married co-workers violated the company's ethics policies. Both Sarah and Daniel were fired within 2 weeks of the investigation beginning. Sarah came home that evening devastated. She'd been fired, her affair was exposed, and she'd just been served with divorce papers. She tried to explain, to apologize, to tell me that the affair had been a mistake and that she'd wanted to end it but didn't know how. She said she'd been confused, that Daniel had pursued her aggressively, that she'd felt trapped in the affair once it started. I didn't care about her explanations. I told her I knew about the affair, that I'd known for 2 weeks, and that I'd deliberately waited to expose it until I'd gathered complete evidence and put all the pieces in place for maximum consequences. I told her she had until the end of the month to move out of our house. The fallout has been catastrophic on multiple levels. Sarah lost her job, is facing a contentious divorce, and has limited custody of our children. We're currently doing a 70-30 split with me having primary custody. Daniel's wife, Jennifer, filed for divorce immediately, and he's also lost his job and is facing his own custody battle. Daniel and Sarah's affair, ironically, didn't survive being exposed. Once it was no longer a secret, the romance apparently fizzled. They blame each other for not being careful enough, and for the exposure that cost them both their jobs and marriages. They're not together now, each dealing separately with the wreckage of their lives. But the destruction has extended beyond just the 4 adults directly involved. Our children are dealing with their parents divorcing, their mother moving out, and the significant changes to their daily lives. They don't know about the affair. They're too young. But they know something bad happened, and that Mommy and Daddy aren't going to be married anymore. Daniel and Jennifer's 3 children are going through the same trauma. 6 kids total have had their lives disrupted by this affair and by the dramatic way it was exposed. Sarah's parents have been hostile toward me, claiming I destroyed Sarah's career unnecessarily by reporting the affair to her employer. They acknowledge the affair was wrong, but say I was vindictive in ensuring she lost her job on top of losing her marriage. They've suggested I was more interested in punishment than in what was best for our children. Some of our mutual friends have sided with Sarah, saying that while the affair was wrong, my calculated exposure of it, especially reporting to their employer, was excessive. They've argued that I could have simply divorced Sarah without trying to destroy her professionally and financially. Other friends have been completely supportive, saying Sarah and Daniel destroyed their own careers through their choices, and that I simply exposed the truth. They've argued that having an affair with a coworker violated company policy for legitimate reasons, and that facing those consequences was appropriate. My parents and siblings support me, but have encouraged me to be careful not to let the children see my anger towards Sarah. They've reminded me that, regardless of what Sarah did as a spouse, the kids need their mother to be stable and functional. I've been in therapy trying to process everything: the betrayal, the divorce, the question of whether I went too far in my response. My therapist has been careful not to judge my actions, but has encouraged me to examine my motivations. Did I report Sarah and Daniel to their employer because I genuinely believed it was the right thing to do, exposing a violation of company policy? Or was I primarily motivated by wanting to hurt them as they'd hurt me? The honest answer is both. I do think using company resources for an affair violates the spirit of workplace ethics policies and that HR deserved to know. But I also wanted Sarah and Daniel to lose something that mattered to them the way I'd lost my marriage and family stability. The question that haunts me most is about my children. Did exposing the affair in a way that cost Sarah her job and financial stability ultimately harm Lily and Jake? Sarah is now struggling financially, which means she has fewer resources to contribute to the kids' care and activities. She's also dealing with depression from losing her job and marriage simultaneously, which affects her ability to be the parent our children need. Would my children have been better served by me handling this more quietly? Could I have divorced Sarah, sought primary custody, and moved forward without deliberately destroying her career? Would that have created a less traumatic environment for Lily and Jake? I don't have answers to these questions. What I know is that Sarah chose to have an 18-month affair, lied to me hundreds of times, and violated the fundamental trust our marriage was built on. What I chose was how to respond once I discovered the truth, and I opted for public exposure and maximum consequences. Sarah is now working in a lower-paying job in a different industry, struggling to rebuild her professional reputation after being fired for an affair. Daniel is in a similar position. Both are dealing with divorces, custody battles, and the social fallout of having their affair exposed so publicly. I have primary custody of our children, our house, and the majority of our shared assets. I'm also dealing with my own trauma, trying to figure out how to trust again, and wondering if the satisfaction I felt watching their affair blow up was worth the collateral damage to people I care about. So the question I keep asking myself, did I do the right thing? Was exposing the affair to Daniel's wife and to their employer justified? Or did I let my hurt and anger drive me to disproportionate revenge? I protected myself legally and ensured consequences for the affair. But was the cost, to my children especially, worth the satisfaction of knowing Sarah and Daniel faced comprehensive consequences for their betrayal? I don't think I'll ever have a clear answer. Some days I believe I did exactly what the situation warranted. Other days I wonder if I prioritized punishment over my children's well-being, and whether that makes me just as culpable in the trauma they're now experiencing. My husband's deployment was actually him shacking up with his coworker locally. Deployment. That sacred word became my husband Derek's, 33M, most elaborate lie when he faked a 6-month military deployment to live with his coworker mistress just 30 miles away, and I, 30 years female, only discovered the truth when I decided to surprise him at his supposed overseas base. The unraveling of this deception, the scorched earth campaign I launched in response, and my lingering doubts about whether I became a monster in my quest for justice continue to haunt me 2 years later. Derek and I have been married for 8 years, together for 11. We have a daughter, Mila, 6 million female. Derek serves in the National Guard, a commitment that requires 1 weekend per month and 2 weeks annually, but otherwise allows him to maintain civilian employment. He works as an IT specialist at a large tech company, and his Guard service has never significantly disrupted our family life. Last year, Derek told me he'd been activated for a special 6-month deployment. He said his unit was being sent to support operations in Eastern Europe, that he'd be stationed at a NATO base, and that communication would be limited due to operational security requirements. The deployment would start in January and run through June. I was upset but supportive. Military families make sacrifices, and Derek's service was something I'd always known was part of our life together. We discussed how I'd manage with Mila during his absence, talked about finances and logistics, and made plans for him to video call when possible despite the time difference and security restrictions. Derek's deployment preparation seemed legitimate. He attended what he said were pre-deployment briefings, came home with paperwork and checklists, and showed me orders that appeared official. He packed his military gear, updated his will and power of attorney documents, and went through all the procedures I'd expect before a deployment. In early January, I drove Derek to what he said was the staging area where his unit would depart for the airport. It was an Army Reserve base about an hour away. I kissed him goodbye, told him to stay safe, and drove home crying to prepare for 6 months as essentially a single parent. The first 2 months of Derek's deployment followed a predictable pattern. He'd email every few days with general updates about life on base, the food, the schedule, his duties. He'd video call once or twice a week, always with grainy video and poor audio that he blamed on limited bandwidth and network security. He'd appear in uniform, usually in what looked like a barracks room, keeping calls brief because he said communication time was strictly limited. I'd send care packages to the APO address Derek provided, filled with snacks, toiletries, and letters from Mila. Derek would thank me for packages and share photos of himself receiving them, always alone or with people whose faces were carefully kept out of frame for operational security. Everything seemed consistent with deployment reality. I joined online support groups for military spouses, commiserated with other women whose partners were deployed, and tried to stay strong for Mila while counting down the months until Derek would return. Then in late March, month 3 of 6, I had an idea. Mother's Day was coming up in early May, and I thought about trying to visit Derek at his base. I'd heard of families being allowed to visit deployed service members in some locations, and I thought if Eastern Europe was relatively stable, maybe Mila and I could surprise Derek for a few days. I contacted Derek's supposed unit commander using the email address Derek had given me. I explained I was Derek's wife and asked about the possibility of visiting the base around Mother's Day as a surprise. I said I understood if it wasn't possible due to security or regulations, but wanted to explore the option. The response I received was confused. The commander said there must be some mistake. Derek wasn't deployed with their unit. In fact, the unit wasn't deployed at all. The commander said the last deployment for the unit had been 2 years ago, and there were no current overseas operations. I was baffled and thought maybe I'd contacted the wrong unit, or there was administrative confusion. I called the National Guard's Family Support Office with Derek's information and asked to confirm his deployment status and location. After some checking, the support coordinator told me gently that Derek wasn't currently on deployment status. His military records showed he'd completed his regular training obligations in January, but hadn't been activated for any deployment. She suggested there might be confusion or miscommunication and recommended I contact Derek directly to clarify. I tried calling Derek's phone but got no answer. I sent an email explaining I'd been trying to arrange a surprise visit, but learned from his unit that he wasn't deployed. I asked him to call me immediately because I was very confused. Derek's response to my email came 3 hours later. He called via video, and I could tell immediately something was wrong. He looked panicked, and the background of his video wasn't the barracks room I'd seen before. It looked like a regular apartment or house. Derek tried to maintain the deployment lie. He said there was administrative confusion and that his deployment was through a different command structure than his regular unit, which explained why they didn't have record of it. He said he couldn't provide details due to security classification, but promised everything was legitimate. I didn't believe him. His explanation made no sense, his demeanor was wrong, and the change in his video background was suspicious. I told Derek I was going to continue investigating, and if he was lying to me, I needed to know immediately. Derek ended the call saying he had to go back to work and would call later to clarify everything. But the call never came. Instead, I received a text message several hours later. "I'm sorry. I've been lying. I'm not deployed. We need to talk, but I can't right now. I'll explain everything soon. Please don't do anything until we talk." I was in shock. Derek had faked a deployment? Where was he actually? What had he been doing for the past 3 months while I believed he was overseas serving his country? I immediately started investigating. I checked our bank accounts and credit card statements for the past 3 months. I'd expected to see minimal activity since Derek was supposedly deployed, but instead found regular charges, groceries, restaurants, gas stations, all in our general area. Derek had been local this entire time. I used our phone carrier's family tracking feature to locate Derek's phone. The location showed an address about 30 miles from our house, an apartment complex I didn't recognize. Derek was at that location right now, according to the tracker. I got in my car and drove to the address, leaving Mila with my mother without detailed explanation. The apartment complex was nice. Upscale units with individual garages and private entrances. I found Derek's truck parked in front of Unit 2B. I sat in my car for 20 minutes trying to decide what to do. Ring the doorbell and confront whoever answered? Wait to see if Derek emerged? Call the police for what exactly? Before I could decide, I saw Derek come out of the apartment. He wasn't alone. A woman I didn't recognize came out with him. She was younger, maybe mid-20s, and they were laughing together as they walked to his truck. Derek kissed her, not a friendly peck but an intimate, familiar kiss, before they got in the truck and drove away together. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. Derek had faked a military deployment to live with his mistress. He'd lied about serving his country, had manipulated my respect for his military service, and had spent 3 months playing house with another woman, while I raised our daughter alone believing he was overseas. I followed them. They drove to a grocery store where they shopped together, pushing a cart and picking out food like any couple. They were comfortable, familiar, clearly in a relationship. They bought 2 bags of groceries and drove back to the apartment. I waited until they were inside. Then I did something impulsive. I walked up to the apartment door and rang the doorbell. Derek answered the door and his face went white. He stammered, How did you... before the woman appeared behind him asking who was at the door. I looked at her and said, "I'm Derek's wife." "Who are you?" Her shocked expression told me everything. She had no idea Derek was married. She looked between Derek and me, confused and horrified, before asking Derek, "What is she talking about? You're married?" The confrontation that followed was ugly and devastating. The woman's name was Jenna, and she worked with Derek at the tech company. They'd been having an affair for about 6 months before Derek's fake deployment. When Derek learned his company would allow him to work remotely for 6 months to support his military service, he'd invented the deployment story and moved into an apartment with Jenna. Derek had been maintaining our marriage via email and occasional video calls while living full-time with Jenna. The care packages I'd sent to the APO address had actually gone to a mail forwarding service that sent items back to the local apartment. The grainy video calls had been deliberately manipulated to hide his real location. Jenna was devastated to learn Derek was married with a child. Derek had told her he was single, that he lived alone, and that the deployment story was real. He'd apparently told her the same lie about being activated for service overseas, then conveniently arranged to work remotely from home while supposedly waiting for deployment orders that kept getting delayed. Jenna had believed Derek's military service story completely. She'd been proud of dating someone who served, had posted, now deleted, social media content about military girlfriend life, and had viewed their relationship as serious and monogamous. The realization that Derek had lied to both of us faking military deployment to me while maintaining a double life with Jenna, was sickening. Derek tried to explain, apologize, claim he'd been confused and had made terrible mistakes, but his words were meaningless. I left the apartment in shock. I drove home, told my mother I needed her to watch Mila indefinitely, and spent the next 48 hours planning the most comprehensive revenge campaign I could conceive. I wanted Derek to lose everything: his marriage, his relationship with Jenna, his job, his military standing, his reputation, and his financial security. First, I filed for divorce immediately, filing on grounds of adultery with extensive documentation of the fake deployment and the affair. I hired an aggressive attorney who specialized in military family law and explained the unique nature of Derek's deception. Second, I reported Derek to his National Guard chain of command. Faking a military deployment, claiming to be on active duty orders when you're not, is potentially fraudulent, especially if any benefits or accommodations were obtained based on that false claim. I provided his command with documentation showing Derek had claimed deployment status to his employer, to me, and potentially to others, while not actually being on military orders. The National Guard launched an investigation. They discovered Derek had violated several regulations, including fraudulent misrepresentation of military status and potentially stolen valor, claiming military service or status he didn't have. The investigation also revealed Derek had improperly used his military email and official documents to support his fake deployment story. Third, I reported Derek to his civilian employer. Derek had obtained 6 months of remote work accommodation by claiming he was being deployed for military service. His employer had granted this accommodation, which included continued salary, benefits, and flexible hours, based on what they believed was Derek's military obligation. When they learned Derek had lied about being deployed to instead live with a co-worker mistress, they were furious. Derek was fired immediately for fraudulent misrepresentation and for the workplace affair with Jenna, which violated company policy about disclosing relationships between co-workers. Jenna was also fired for her role in the relationship, even though she hadn't known about Derek's marriage initially. Fourth, I exposed Derek's deception on social media. I posted a detailed account explaining that Derek had faked a military deployment for 6 months to live with his mistress, that he'd manipulated my respect for military service, and that he'd lied to both his wife and his girlfriend. I included enough documentation to make the story credible without being gratuitously detailed. The social media post went viral in our military and local communities. Military spouses were particularly outraged. Derek had exploited the deployment experience that real military families endure, had faked the sacrifices that real service members make, and had turned the hardship of deployment separation into cover for infidelity. Veterans groups and military family organizations condemned Derek publicly. Several wrote articles about stolen valor and the particular cruelty of faking deployment to cover an affair. Derek became a pariah in the military community. Fifth, I ensured financial consequences. Through the divorce, I obtained primary custody of Mila. Derek's deception and prolonged absence worked against him in custody evaluation. Our house, the majority of our savings, and significant spousal support. Derek's job loss meant he couldn't afford his own legal representation, so the divorce settlement was heavily favorable to me. The comprehensive destruction of Derek's life happened within 4 months. He lost his marriage, his relationship with Jenna, who wanted nothing to do with him after learning he'd lied, his civilian job, his military standing. He was discharged with an other than honorable characterization, his reputation in multiple communities, his financial stability, and his relationship with his daughter, who was confused and hurt by his absence and lies. Derek attempted suicide 8 months after everything collapsed. He survived and is currently in intensive therapy dealing with depression and the consequences of his choices. His suicide attempt has become the central argument from people who think I went too far. Derek's parents, who initially supported me when they learned about the affair, have since become hostile. They say I destroyed their son systematically when I could have simply divorced him and moved on. They blame me for his mental health crisis and say the public social media campaign was cruel and vindictive beyond what Derek's actions warranted. Some friends agree. They acknowledge Derek's behavior was terrible, faking deployment, cheating, lying, but they think my response was disproportionate. They argue I could have divorced Derek, reported him to his command, and moved forward without the public social media campaign that turned him into a national example of stolen valor and infidelity. They've pointed out that Derek lost literally everything: job, military career, reputation, family, financial security, mental health, and that while he deserved consequences, perhaps not total life destruction. They've asked if my satisfaction with Derek's complete ruin was worth him becoming suicidal. But many others strongly support what I did. Military community members have said Derek deserved every consequence for exploiting deployment and military service to cover his affair. They've argued that faking deployment is a unique betrayal that warranted unique consequences. Jenna has reached out to thank me for exposing the truth. She said learning Derek was married was devastating, but learning the full scope of his lies helped her understand she'd been victim of his deception too. She's moved on, and is grateful the truth came out when it did. My daughter Mila is now 8 and in therapy, processing her father's lies and absence. She understands at an age-appropriate level that Daddy made bad choices and hurt people, but the full details of his faked deployment and affair are concepts she'll understand better as she gets older. I'm also in therapy, processing not just Derek's betrayal, but my own actions in response. My therapist has encouraged me to examine whether I was pursuing accountability or revenge, and whether the comprehensive destruction I enacted was proportionate to Derek's deception, or if I let rage drive me to cruelty. The honest answer is, I wanted both accountability and revenge. Derek deserved to face consequences for faking military service and for his affair. But I also wanted him to suffer. I wanted his life destroyed the way he'd destroyed my trust and Mila's security. I wanted him to face permanent consequences that would follow him for years. The question I struggle with is whether those things, accountability and revenge, justice and cruelty, can be separated in moments of profound betrayal. Did I do the right thing by ensuring comprehensive consequences? Or did I become vindictive in ways that crossed moral lines, especially given Derek's subsequent mental health crisis? I don't have clear answers. What I know is that Derek made choices that destroyed our family and exploited military service to do it. I made choices about how to respond that ensured he faced maximum consequences. Whether those consequences were proportionate or whether I went too far, whether I'm justified or if I became something darker in my pursuit of vengeance, is something I'll spend the rest of my life trying to understand. I found my boyfriend's secret apartment where he lives with his real girlfriend. Secret apartment. Those words don't capture the elaborate second life my boyfriend, Jake, 29-year-old, maintained in an apartment just 3 miles from my home, where I, 27-year-old female, discovered he's been living with another woman who believes she's his actual girlfriend, while I'm apparently the side piece he's been deceiving for 2 years. The revelation that shattered my reality, the investigation that uncovered the full scope of his deception, and the revenge plan I executed have left me questioning whether I'm a justified victim fighting back, or if I became something darker in my pursuit of vengeance. Jake and I have been together for 2 years. We met through mutual friends at a party, hit it off immediately, and started dating seriously within a few weeks. Our relationship progressed naturally. We spent several nights a week together, went on vacations, celebrated holidays with each other's families, and I believed we were building toward a future together. Jake worked as a software developer with irregular hours. He'd explained early in our relationship that he sometimes worked late nights or needed to be at the office early for meetings with international clients in different time zones. He also traveled occasionally for conferences or client meetings. This schedule meant we didn't live together despite being serious. Jake said he valued his independence and wasn't ready to cohabitate yet. I'd been fine with this arrangement. We saw each other 3 or 4 nights per week, texted throughout days, and had what seemed like a normal, committed relationship. Jake had a key to my apartment, kept clothes and toiletries at my place, and was integrated into my life completely. I'd met his parents, his brother, and several of his friends. Everything seemed legitimate and stable. The discovery happened 3 weeks ago in the most mundane way possible. I was driving through a neighborhood about 3 miles from my apartment, heading to a new coffee shop a friend had recommended. As I drove down a residential street, I saw Jake's car, a distinctive blue Honda Civic with a small dent on the driver's side door and a university parking sticker on the bumper. I recognized the car immediately, but was confused about why Jake's car was in this neighborhood on a Tuesday afternoon. He'd told me he was working from home today and might have evening meetings. I pulled over and texted him. "Hey, how's your day going? Still working from home?" His response came quickly. "Yeah, busy day. Probably working until 7 or 8 tonight. Miss you. Talk later." But his car was parked on this street, not at his apartment, where I assumed working from home meant, or at his office. I felt a knot in my stomach, but tried to rationalize. Maybe he'd driven to a friend's house to work with better Wi-Fi. Maybe he'd stopped to pick something up. I waited in my car for about 20 minutes, watching his vehicle. Then I saw Jake emerge from an apartment building, accompanied by a woman I'd never seen before. They were laughing, comfortable with each other, and Jake had his arm around her shoulders. They approached his car together. He opened the passenger door for her, and they drove off. My heart was pounding. Who was this woman? Why had Jake lied about working from home? The intimate body language suggested this wasn't a colleague or friend. There was a romantic familiarity to how they interacted. I drove home in shock, trying to convince myself there was an innocent explanation. Maybe she was his sister? But Jake only had a brother. A cousin? A friend? But why lie about his location? I decided to do something I'd never done before. I used a phone tracking app we'd set up months ago for safety purposes, but had never actually used. I pulled up Jake's location and saw he was at a restaurant about 2 miles away. I drove there and parked where I could see the entrance. Jake and the mystery woman were having lunch together. Through the restaurant window, I could see them talking animatedly, laughing, and at one point, Jake reached across the table to hold her hand. This was not a professional lunch or friendly meal. This was a date. I sat in my car, devastated and angry, trying to figure out what to do. Confront them immediately? Follow to see where they went next? Go home and pretend I hadn't seen anything while I figured out what was happening? I chose to follow them. After lunch, they drove back to the apartment building where I'd first seen Jake's car. They parked, went inside together, and didn't emerge for the next 3 hours. I went home, sick with realization that Jake was cheating on me. But I needed to understand the scope before confronting him. I spent the next week investigating, and what I discovered was so much worse than a simple affair. Over the following week, I became obsessed with understanding what Jake was hiding. I used the location tracking to monitor his movements, checked our shared credit card statements, and started piecing together a pattern that was devastating in its implications. The apartment building where I'd seen Jake was his primary residence. According to location history, Jake spent most nights there, at least 5 nights per week. The nights he spent at my apartment were actually the minority of his time, not the norm as I'd believed. I looked up the apartment building's address and found a resident directory. Apartment 3B was listed under Jake Morrison and Riley Chen. Jake Morrison was my boyfriend. Riley Chen was apparently the woman I'd seen him with. I did what any person in my position would do. I started social media stalking. Riley Chen's Instagram was public, and scrolling through it was like entering an alternate reality. Her photos showed a completely different life than the one I knew. Riley's Instagram documented a relationship with Jake going back 3 years, a year before Jake and I had even met. Her photos showed them on vacations together, at family events, celebrating anniversaries. Her bio said, software engineer, dog mom, in love with my best friend, heart, at Jake_Morrison. Jake's Instagram, which I'd seen before, was carefully curated to exclude me entirely. He posted about work, hobbies, and the dog he apparently shared with Riley, a golden retriever named Biscuit, who appeared frequently in Riley's posts. Jake had never mentioned having a dog to me. The apartment they shared was clearly their home together. Riley posted photos of their living room, their bedroom, meals she'd cooked for us, and cozy nights at home with my love and Biscuit. This wasn't a side relationship or affair apartment. This was Jake's primary life. I felt like I was living in a nightmare. The relationship I thought was my reality was apparently Jake's secret second life. He'd been maintaining 2 complete relationships. A primary relationship with Riley where they lived together and were building a life, and a secondary relationship with me that he'd somehow hidden from Riley. I dug deeper into the deception mechanics. Jake worked remotely most days, which gave him flexibility to manage his time between 2 relationships. The work trips and late nights at the office were actually time with Riley and maintaining their shared household. The nights Jake stayed at my apartment were apparently the nights he told Riley he had to work late or stay near the office. I checked credit card statements and found that Jake had been maintaining completely separate finances for each relationship. He'd pay for things with me using cards I had access to, but there was clearly another set of cards and accounts I'd never known about that he used for his life with Riley. The coordination required to maintain this deception for 2 years was staggering. Jake had to carefully manage his calendar, control his social media, keep friend groups separate, and ensure neither Riley nor I ever attended the same events or met the same people. I also discovered that Jake had told Riley he didn't want social media posts together because he was private about his personal life and preferred to keep work and home separate. This explained why Riley posted photos of Jake but often didn't tag him, and why Jake's own Instagram excluded relationship content entirely. The devastating realization was that I wasn't Jake's girlfriend who he was cheating on. I was the affair partner who didn't know I was the affair partner. Riley was his actual girlfriend. They lived together, had a shared life, and were apparently discussing marriage based on Riley's posts about "can't wait for the next chapter" and wedding-themed Pinterest boards. I had to decide what to do with this information. I could confront Jake privately and end our relationship quietly. Or I could expose his deception to Riley, destroy his double life, and ensure he faced maximum consequences. I chose total destruction, and I'm still processing whether my actions were justified self-protection, or if I became vindictive in ways that went beyond reasonable response to betrayal. My revenge plan was carefully calculated to maximize damage to Jake's double life. I wanted both relationships destroyed, his reputation ruined, and consequences that would follow him permanently. First, I contacted Riley. I found her phone number through social media and called her one evening when I knew Jake was supposed to be at my apartment, meaning Riley thought he was working late. The conversation was surreal. I introduced myself as Jake's girlfriend of 2 years and explained I'd recently discovered he'd been living a double life. Riley's initial reaction was disbelief. She insisted Jake lived with her, that they'd been together for 3 years, and that I must be confused or lying. I sent Riley screenshots of text conversations with Jake, photos of us together with timestamps, credit card statements showing Jake paying for our dates and trips, and most convincingly, photos of Jake at my apartment that very evening, proving he was with me while telling her he was at work. Riley's world collapsed, just as mine had. She realized her boyfriend of 3 years had been maintaining a full second relationship with another woman, that his work obligations and late nights had been lies, and that their entire relationship had been built on systematic deception. Riley and I spent the next 2 hours on the phone comparing notes. We built a timeline of Jake's lies, identified the mechanics of how he'd managed 2 relationships simultaneously, and discovered additional lies he'd told each of us. Fake work trips that were actually vacations with the other woman. Manufactured emergencies that were cover for forgotten commitments. We decided to coordinate a joint confrontation. We planned it for a Saturday afternoon. Riley told Jake she needed to run errands and would be gone for a few hours. Jake, thinking Riley would be out, had planned to spend the day with me at my apartment. Jake arrived at my apartment around noon, expecting a normal day together. Instead, he found both Riley and me waiting for him. The look of pure horror on his face when he walked in and saw us together was almost worth the pain of the preceding 2 years. Jake immediately tried to leave, but we blocked the door. We confronted him with everything we'd discovered: the 3-year relationship with Riley, the 2-year relationship with me, the systematic lies, the separate finances, the social media manipulation. All of it. Jake's response was pathetic. He tried to claim he'd been confused about his feelings, that he'd never meant to hurt anyone, and that he'd been trapped in a situation he didn't know how to escape. He actually tried to play victim, saying he'd been under so much pressure and had made mistakes, but really loved both of us. Riley and I had coordinated our next steps before the confrontation. We simultaneously broke up with Jake and told him he had 1 week to move his belongings out of Riley's apartment and return the key to my apartment. We'd both already consulted with attorneys about any financial entanglements that needed to be resolved, but we didn't stop there. We wanted social and professional consequences beyond just the end of his relationships. Riley and I created a joint social media post exposing Jake's double life. We each posted on our Instagram and Facebook accounts with identical text explaining what Jake had done, maintaining 2 complete relationships for years through systematic lying and manipulation. We included photos of the 3 of us together from the confrontation. We documented it, and screenshots of evidence showing the overlapping timeline of both relationships. The post went viral in our social circles. Hundreds of people Jake knew, colleagues, friends, family members, saw the post and learned about his deception. The comments were a mix of shock, support for Riley and me, and condemnation of Jake. We also reported Jake to his employer's HR department. Jake's deception had involved lying about work obligations, potentially misusing work time for managing his personal relationships, and creating fake work trips. His company took the report seriously and launched an investigation. The investigation revealed Jake had been lying on expense reports, claiming business travel for trips that were actually personal vacations with either Riley or me. He'd been submitting fraudulent expense claims for years. His company fired him for falsifying business expenses and lying to management. We contacted Jake's family and friends directly, sending them detailed explanations of what he'd done. We wanted everyone in Jake's life to know exactly who he was and what he'd been doing. Jake's parents, who I'd met several times and who Riley had known for 3 years, were horrified. Jake's brother called him disgusting and cut contact. The social, professional, and personal destruction of Jake's life was comprehensive and immediate. He lost both relationships, his job, his reputation in our community, and relationships with friends and family who were disgusted by his behavior. Jake has tried to contact both Riley and me multiple times since the confrontation. His messages alternate between apologizing and blaming us for overreacting and ruining his life over mistakes. He's claimed the public exposure was vindictive and unnecessary, that we could have simply broken up with him without destroying his career and reputation. Some mutual friends have echoed this sentiment. They acknowledge Jake's behavior was terrible, but think Riley and I went too far by making it so public and by reporting him to his employer. They argue we were hurt and angry and let those emotions drive us to disproportionate revenge. Jake's parents have begged Riley and me to show mercy and help Jake recover from what they characterize as a mental health crisis, rather than deliberate deception. They've asked us to retract our social media posts and to contact Jake's former employer to clarify that we exaggerated the situation. But others strongly support what Riley and I did. Friends have said Jake deserved every consequence, that his systematic deception over years showed calculated cruelty that warranted complete exposure. They've argued that warning Jake's community about his behavior protects other women from similar deception. Riley and I have processed this experience very differently. Riley has moved on relatively quickly. She's dating again and has framed Jake as a learning experience. I've struggled more with questions about whether our response was ethical, whether we let hurt drive us to cruelty, and whether the satisfaction of destroying Jake's life was worth becoming people who deliberately ruin someone. My therapist has asked me to examine my motivations honestly. Was I exposing Jake to protect others and ensure appropriate consequences? Or was I primarily motivated by wanting Jake to suffer as I'd suffered, and using accountability as justification for comprehensive revenge? The honest answer is both. Jake did deserve consequences for maintaining a double life built on lies. People in his life deserved to know who he really was. But I also wanted him to suffer. I wanted his family to be ashamed of him. I wanted his career destroyed. I wanted him to face social consequences that would follow him for years. A year later, I've rebuilt my life. I'm in therapy processing the betrayal and my response to it. Riley and I remain friends, bonded by our shared experience of Jake's deception. But I still think about whether we went too far, whether justice and vindictiveness can be distinguished in moments of profound betrayal, and whether the comprehensive destruction we enacted was proportionate to Jake's lies, or if we crossed moral lines that can't be uncrossed. So the question I keep asking myself: did Riley and I do the right thing by publicly exposing Jake's double life and ensuring his professional and social destruction? Or did we let our pain turn us into people who prioritized revenge over taking the high road? We told the truth and protected ourselves, but was the collateral damage, Jake's complete life destruction, proportionate to his deception? Or did we go too far in our pursuit of vengeance? My boyfriend's sobriety sponsor was actually his affair partner from rehab. Sobriety sponsor. Those two recovery-focused words masked the most manipulative betrayal imaginable. My boyfriend, Troy, 34-year male, wasn't rebuilding his life through AA meetings and sponsor check-ins, as he told me for 11 months, but was actually having an affair with the woman Stephanie, 32-year female, he'd met in rehab, who was posing as his recovery sponsor, and I, 31-year female, discovered the truth when I attended an open AA meeting to support him and learned sponsors must be the same gender as their sponsees. The devastating revelation that destroyed my trust in recovery communities, the ruthless revenge I orchestrated, and my ongoing guilt about whether I weaponized addiction recovery resources and endangered people in fragile sobriety, continue to torment me 4 months later. Troy and I had been together for 4 years when he hit rock bottom with alcohol addiction. His drinking had progressively worsened over our relationship, culminating in a DUI and intervention from his family. Troy agreed to enter a 90-day inpatient rehabilitation program at a respected treatment facility about 60 miles from where we lived. I was completely supportive despite how difficult addiction had made our relationship. I visited Troy during family weekends at rehab, participated in family therapy sessions, and committed to supporting his recovery journey. I believed in Troy and wanted him to get healthy so we could build the life we'd always planned together. Troy completed the 90-day program successfully and returned home committed to sobriety. He'd connected with AA during treatment and planned to continue attending meetings regularly as part of his recovery. He spoke passionately about the tools he'd learned, the community he'd found, and his determination to stay sober. Troy also spoke about his sponsor, someone named Steph, who he'd met toward the end of his rehab stay. Steph had been further along in recovery, had offered to be Troy's sponsor after he left treatment, and was providing guidance and support as Troy transitioned back to normal life. Troy said having a sponsor who understood his struggles was essential to maintaining sobriety. Troy attended AA meetings 5 times per week, Monday through Friday evenings from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at a church near downtown. He'd leave our apartment faithfully for meetings, return home afterward feeling centered and grateful, and would share insights about recovery he'd gained from meetings or from conversations with his sponsor. Troy also met with Steph regularly for sponsor check-ins. He'd meet her for coffee 2 or 3 times per week to discuss his recovery progress, work through the 12 steps, and get support through challenging moments. These meetings would last 1 to 2 hours, and Troy would come home energized and committed to his sobriety. I was grateful for Troy's dedication to recovery and for Steph's support as his sponsor. AA sponsorship seemed like a crucial element of maintaining sobriety, and Troy's relationship with his sponsor appeared healthy and recovery-focused. When Troy would mention things Steph had told him, insights about working the steps, strategies for managing cravings, perspectives on rebuilding relationships, I felt reassured that he had strong support. Troy's sobriety transformed our relationship positively. He was more present, more emotionally available, and more committed to building our future together. The chaos and pain of active addiction were replaced by stability, growth, and genuine connection. I attributed much of this positive change to Troy's AA involvement and his sponsor relationship with Steph. About 3 months ago, Troy mentioned there was an open AA meeting, a meeting non-alcoholics could attend to learn about the program and support their loved ones. He suggested I attend one to better understand his recovery process. I was touched by the invitation and agreed enthusiastically. The open meeting was scheduled for a Thursday evening at the same church where Troy attended his regular meetings. I arrived with Troy, nervous but excited to understand this crucial part of his life. The meeting room had about 25 people sitting in a circle, a mix of ages, genders, and backgrounds. The meeting began with introductions and readings from AA literature. Then people started sharing their experiences with recovery. I listened carefully, moved by the vulnerability and honesty. Troy shared about his journey, thanking his sponsor and the group for supporting his sobriety. After the meeting ended, I introduced myself to several group members. I mentioned to an older woman that I was grateful for the support Troy had received, particularly from his sponsor, Steph. The woman looked confused and said, "Troy's sponsor is named Steph? That's unusual. Typically, sponsors are the same gender as their sponsees. Is Steph short for Stephen?" I said, "No, Stephanie. She's a woman who was in rehab with Troy." The woman's expression shifted to concern. She said gently, "In AA, we strongly recommend same-gender sponsorship to avoid complications. A man having a female sponsor, especially someone he met in treatment, raises concerns about boundaries and potential romantic involvement." I felt my stomach drop. I asked if there were exceptions to the same-gender sponsorship guideline. The woman explained that while AA couldn't forbid cross-gender sponsorship, it was heavily discouraged, specifically because romantic and sexual relationships often developed, compromising recovery for both people and violating the trust essential to the sponsor-sponsee relationship. Another group member overheard our conversation and added that in his 15 years in AA, he'd never seen a legitimate cross-gender sponsorship that didn't eventually become problematic. He said most experienced AA members would refuse to sponsor someone of the opposite sex, specifically to avoid boundary violations. I thanked them and left the meeting feeling deeply uneasy. Why did Troy have a female sponsor when AA discouraged this? Had he misunderstood sponsorship guidelines, or was there something more concerning about his relationship with Stephanie? That evening, I searched AA literature online about sponsorship. Every resource I found emphasized same-gender sponsorship as best practice. The reasoning was explicit. Opposite-sex sponsorship frequently led to romantic or sexual relationships that jeopardized recovery and violated the sponsor's responsibility to maintain appropriate boundaries. I checked Troy's phone that night while he was sleeping, something I'd never done before but felt compelled to do given my concerns. I found extensive text message exchanges between Troy and someone saved as Steph S. The messages were not what I'd expect between a sponsee and sponsor. The texts included frequent "I love you" exchanges, explicit sexual messages, romantic declarations, and coordinated lies about where they'd been. Messages like, "Can't wait to see you tomorrow at coffee. I need you," and "Tell her you're going to a meeting. I'll tell him I have yoga." There were intimate photos they'd exchanged, and discussions about how to maintain their affair without getting caught. My hands shook as I scrolled through months of messages documenting Troy and Stephanie's affair. The sponsor meetings were actually dates and hotel visits. The coffee check-ins were sexual encounters. Their entire recovery relationship was actually an affair they'd been conducting since Troy left rehab 11 months ago. I also found that Stephanie was married. Her husband's name was James, and they had a young daughter. Stephanie had been lying to her husband about where she was during her meetings with Troy, claiming yoga classes, recovery meetings, or errands. When Troy woke up the next morning, I confronted him with everything I'd discovered. I showed him the AA literature about same-gender sponsorship, the text messages between him and Stephanie, and demanded the truth about their relationship. Troy initially tried to defend the cross-gender sponsorship as legitimate, but when faced with the romantic and sexual messages, he couldn't maintain the lie. He admitted he and Stephanie had developed feelings during rehab, had begun an affair shortly after he left treatment, and had used the sponsor relationship as cover for their affair for the past 11 months. Troy tried to justify the affair by saying he and Stephanie had a special connection based on shared recovery struggles. He claimed their relationship actually helped his sobriety because Stephanie understood his addiction in ways I never could. He said the affair was complicated, but that he loved both Stephanie and me in different ways. His justifications were pathetic and manipulative. Troy had exploited recovery community trust and sponsorship structures to conduct an affair. He'd lied to me about attending AA meetings. Some of the meetings were actually affair time with Stephanie. He'd violated the sacred trust of sponsorship by using it as cover for a sexual relationship. And he'd involved me in his recovery journey, family therapy, my attendance at open meetings, while systematically lying about his relationship with his supposed sponsor. I told Troy to leave our apartment immediately. He moved out that day, and I ended our relationship. But I faced decisions about what else to do. Should I report Troy and Stephanie to AA leadership? Should I contact Stephanie's husband, James? Should I expose how they'd exploited recovery structures to conduct their affair? I chose comprehensive destruction, and I'm still questioning whether I weaponized recovery resources and endangered people's sobriety in my rage. My revenge plan was systematic and designed to destroy both Troy's and Stephanie's lives while exposing how they'd corrupted recovery community trust. First, I contacted the AA groups both Troy and Stephanie attended. AA has no formal leadership or enforcement mechanisms. It's a decentralized fellowship. But individual groups have informal norms and can refuse attendance to people who violate community trust. I explained to group members that Troy and Stephanie had been using fake sponsorship as cover for an affair, that they'd lied about their relationship, and that they'd exploited recovery structures that were supposed to support sobriety. The AA group's responses were swift and devastating for both of them. While AA technically cannot ban anyone from meetings, group members made clear through cold treatment and direct confrontation that Troy and Stephanie were no longer welcome. The community that had been supporting their supposed recovery rejected them completely once the affair and manipulation were exposed. Troy and Stephanie both lost their primary support systems for maintaining sobriety. The meetings they'd attended, the relationships they'd built, the community that had been essential to their recovery, all gone. They were effectively exiled from the AA groups that had been helping them stay sober. Second, I contacted Stephanie's husband, James. I provided comprehensive documentation of the 11-month affair, text messages, hotel receipts, explicit evidence that Stephanie had been lying about her whereabouts while conducting the affair with Troy. James deserved to know what his wife had been doing while claiming to be supporting someone's recovery. James was devastated. He'd supported Stephanie through her own addiction recovery, had believed her commitment to sobriety and to helping others in recovery, and now learned she'd been having an affair disguised as AA sponsorship. James filed for divorce immediately and sought full custody of their daughter, given Stephanie's demonstrated dishonesty and poor judgment. Third, I reported both Troy and Stephanie to the rehab facility where they'd met. While the facility couldn't control what happened after patients left treatment, they took seriously that their program had been the origin point for an inappropriate relationship. The facility updated their policies about relationships between patients and implemented stricter monitoring during treatment. Fourth, I exposed the affair publicly on social media. I posted detailed accounts of how Troy and Stephanie had used fake AA sponsorship to cover their affair, how they'd exploited recovery community trust, and how they'd lied to their respective partners while claiming to support each other's sobriety. I included enough documentation to make the story credible and devastating. The social media posts went viral in local recovery communities. Troy and Stephanie became cautionary tales about boundary violations in recovery. Their reputations were destroyed. People in recovery were disgusted by how they'd corrupted sponsorship structures. Their friends and family were ashamed and angry. But the consequences extended far beyond just Troy and Stephanie. Both of them relapsed within weeks of losing their AA support systems. Troy, who'd been sober for 11 months, started drinking again without the meetings and community that had been helping him maintain sobriety. Stephanie also relapsed, unable to cope with the shame, divorce, custody battle, and loss of her recovery network. Troy's relapse escalated quickly. Within 2 months, he was drinking as heavily as before rehab. He lost his job due to alcohol-related performance issues. He was arrested for a second DUI. His life spiraled completely, and his family blamed me for triggering the relapse by destroying his AA support system. Stephanie's relapse was also severe. She lost custody of her daughter when family court determined she'd returned to active addiction. She faced homelessness when she couldn't maintain employment. Her parents, who'd been supportive during her initial recovery, withdrew support after learning about the affair and the relapse. The AA groups where Troy and Stephanie had attended also suffered. The scandal created distrust within the communities. Some members questioned whether their own recovery relationships might be compromised. Several people left the groups entirely, uncomfortable with the drama and concerned about privacy and trust. The groups that had been helping dozens of people stay sober were damaged by the scandal I'd created. The question that torments me constantly is whether my revenge was proportionate, and whether I considered the cost to people in fragile recovery before acting. Yes, Troy and Stephanie violated recovery community trust by using fake sponsorship to cover their affair. Yes, they lied systematically and exploited structures meant to support sobriety. They deserved consequences for their betrayal and manipulation. But did they deserve to lose their sobriety? Troy had been sober for 11 months before I exposed the affair and triggered his relapse. Stephanie had maintained sobriety while in the affair. My actions directly caused both of them to return to active addiction, a potentially life-threatening outcome for people with substance use disorders. Did Stephanie's young daughter deserve to lose custody of her mother because I exposed the affair in ways that triggered Stephanie's relapse? Did the dozens of people in the AA groups where Troy and Stephanie attended deserve to have their recovery communities disrupted by the scandal? The honest answer is, I didn't consider these questions before acting. I was consumed with rage at Troy's betrayal and at how he'd exploited recovery to conduct his affair. I wanted him and Stephanie destroyed. I wanted them to lose everything that mattered to them, and I achieved those goals. But I didn't fully consider that everything that mattered included their sobriety, which is literally life or death for people with addiction. Troy's family has been explicit in blaming me for his relapse and his second DUI. They say that yes, Troy made terrible choices with the affair, but that I destroyed his recovery support system, knowing it would likely cause relapse. They argue I prioritized revenge over Troy's actual survival. Stephanie's parents have similarly blamed me for their daughter's relapse and custody loss. They say I deliberately exposed the affair in ways calculated to maximize damage, rather than pursuing resolution that might have preserved Stephanie's sobriety and ability to parent her daughter. Addiction recovery professionals who've learned about the situation have universally condemned my actions. They've explained that people in early recovery are extraordinarily vulnerable, that losing support systems often triggers relapse, and that deliberately destroying someone's recovery community is essentially attempting to kill them, given addiction's lethality. 4 months later, Troy is in his third rehab stay trying to restart recovery. Stephanie is homeless, and her daughter lives with her ex-husband, James. The AA groups where they'd attended are still dealing with trust issues and reduced participation. And I'm living with the knowledge that my revenge likely caused 2 people to relapse into potentially fatal addiction and caused a child to lose her mother. So I ask, was I right to expose Troy and Stephanie's affair and their exploitation of recovery structures? Their betrayal and manipulation deserved consequences, but did they deserve consequences that included losing their sobriety, potentially a death sentence for people with addiction? Did Stephanie's daughter deserve to lose her mother? Did innocent people in recovery communities deserve disruption to their support systems? Should I have found ways to address the betrayal that didn't deliberately destroy the sobriety of 2 people with life-threatening substance use disorders? These questions haunt me constantly, and I fear my revenge crossed moral lines from accountability into attempted manslaughter. That I deliberately destroyed recovery supports, knowing relapse might kill them, because I wanted them to suffer maximally for their betrayal. I don't know if I can ever forgive myself for prioritizing revenge over human life. My boyfriend's volunteer work was actually him living with his pregnant fiancée. Volunteer work. Those 2 charitable words concealed the most devastating double life. My boyfriend, Marcus, 31 male, wasn't spending weekends helping at a homeless shelter as he told me for nearly 2 years, but was actually living with his pregnant fiancée who believed she was his only girlfriend. And I, 28 years female, discovered the truth when I decided to volunteer at the same shelter to support his passion. The shocking discovery that shattered my entire reality. The merciless revenge I orchestrated against both of them, and my ongoing moral crisis about whether I destroyed an innocent woman's life continue to consume me 11 months later. Marcus and I met 3 years ago at a bookstore event. He was charming, thoughtful, and seemed to have genuine depth of character. We started dating casually, then became serious over the following months. Marcus worked as a graphic designer at an advertising agency and seemed passionate about social justice and community service. About 6 months into our relationship, Marcus told me he'd started volunteering at a homeless shelter across town every weekend. He said he'd wanted to give back to the community and found the work incredibly meaningful. He'd leave Friday evening after work, spend the night at the shelter. He said volunteers could sleep there to provide overnight support, and return Sunday evening. I was genuinely impressed by Marcus's commitment to service. The weekend volunteer schedule meant we could only spend weekdays together, but I respected his dedication to helping vulnerable people. I thought his charitable work showed his strong moral character and made me admire him even more. Marcus was completely committed to his weekend volunteering. He never missed a shift, would get genuinely upset if anything threatened to interfere with his shelter work, and would talk passionately about the people he was helping, sharing stories about residents he'd connected with and progress they were making. Our relationship continued this pattern for nearly 2 years. Monday through Friday, Marcus and I would spend most evenings together. We'd have dinner, watch movies, talk for hours, and our connection deepened significantly. But every Friday evening, Marcus would pack a bag with clothes and toiletries, kiss me goodbye, and head to the shelter for his weekend volunteer shift. I noticed Marcus was protective of his volunteer work in ways that seemed slightly unusual. When I offered to volunteer with him on weekends, he'd say the shelter had specific volunteer assignments, and my skill set would be better used elsewhere. When I suggested visiting to bring donated items, he'd say the shelter had strict visitor policies and preferred scheduled drop-offs through their main office. I accepted these explanations because I trusted Marcus completely. He seemed genuinely committed to the work, would come home tired and fulfilled, and would share stories that seemed authentic and emotionally genuine. About 4 months ago, I decided I wanted to get more involved in community service work myself. I'd been inspired by Marcus's dedication and wanted to contribute to causes I cared about. I researched homeless shelters in our area and found the one Marcus volunteered at, Hope House, on the east side of the city. I decided to surprise Marcus by signing up for volunteer orientation at Hope House. I didn't tell him because I wanted it to be a special surprise. Imagine his face when I showed up for training and we could do this meaningful work together. I registered online for volunteer orientation scheduled for a Wednesday evening. The registration process seemed more formal than I'd expected. Background checks, references, multiple pages of policies. Marcus had never mentioned such extensive screening, but I figured maybe he'd gone through this years ago, and the process had become more rigorous since then. I attended the orientation session, excited to learn about the work Marcus loved so much. But during the facility tour, I started feeling confused. The volunteer coordinator explained that Hope House operated during daytime hours only, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily, and had professional overnight staff but no overnight volunteers. I raised my hand and asked about weekend volunteer shifts, explaining my boyfriend had been volunteering weekends for nearly 2 years. The coordinator looked confused and said Hope House didn't have weekend-specific volunteer programs. Volunteers could come during operating hours any day, but there were no overnight shifts, and no program where volunteers spent entire weekends at the facility. I felt a cold knot forming in my stomach. I showed the coordinator Marcus's photo on my phone and asked if she recognized him as a volunteer. She looked carefully and said she'd never seen him before, and their volunteer database going back 5 years showed no record of anyone by his name. I left the orientation in shock, my mind racing. Marcus had been lying about volunteering at Hope House for nearly 2 years. Every weekend for approximately 100 weeks, he'd told me he was helping at a homeless shelter, when he was actually somewhere else, doing something else. I drove home in a daze and immediately started investigating. I checked Marcus's social media more carefully than I'd ever done before. His Instagram and Facebook were carefully curated to exclude weekends almost entirely. He rarely posted on Saturdays or Sundays, and when he did, the photos were generic or clearly taken earlier. I looked up Marcus Bennett, his full name, on social media with different search parameters. I found a second Facebook account, not the one I knew about, that was set to private but showed a profile picture of Marcus with a woman I didn't recognize. The account name was Marcus and Tessa Forever. I created a fake profile and sent a friend request to this account. While waiting for it to be accepted, I searched for Tessa, combined with Marcus's name. I found a public Instagram account for someone named Tessa Morrison, whose bio said, "Engaged to my best friend. Baby girl due March 2025. Heart." Her Instagram was full of photos of Marcus, photos of them together at restaurants, on vacation, at family events. Recent photos showed Tessa visibly pregnant, her hand on her belly, Marcus's hand covering hers. The captions talked about their excitement for their baby girl arriving soon, and their upcoming wedding. I scrolled through months of posts, my hands shaking. Tessa had been posting about Marcus constantly, celebrating their engagement anniversary, sharing photos of their apartment together, posting about pregnancy milestones. The posts went back years, overlapping entirely with my relationship with Marcus. The timeline was clear. Marcus had been with Tessa first. They'd gotten engaged 3 years ago, about 6 months before Marcus and I met. They'd been living together the entire time I'd known him. Tessa was currently 7 months pregnant with Marcus's baby. The weekend volunteer work was actually Marcus going home to his real life. He had an apartment with Tessa where he spent weekends and some weeknights. His weekday relationship with me was the side relationship, the affair he was conducting while maintaining his primary life with his pregnant fiancée. I felt like my entire reality had been inverted. I wasn't Marcus's girlfriend whose boyfriend did volunteer work on weekends. I was the other woman, the affair partner who didn't know she was the affair partner. Tessa was Marcus's actual life partner. They lived together, were engaged, and were expecting a baby. I had to verify everything before confronting Marcus. I looked up the address tagged in several of Tessa's Instagram posts. It was an apartment building about 30 miles away in a suburban area. I drove there immediately. Marcus's car was parked in the apartment complex lot. It was Wednesday evening, a weeknight when he should have been at his own apartment that I'd visited many times. I now realized must have been a separate place he maintained for his affair with me. I sat in my car watching the building, trying to decide what to do. After about an hour, I saw Marcus and Tessa come out of the building together. Tessa was very obviously pregnant, and Marcus had his arm around her protectively. They were laughing together, comfortable and intimate, and they walked to his car and drove away together. I followed them. They went to a baby store where I watched them browse cribs and car seats together, Marcus gently touching Tessa's pregnant belly while they discussed options. They looked like any excited couple preparing for their first baby, because that's exactly what they were. I drove home devastated and furious. Marcus had been living a complete double life for nearly 2 years. He had his primary life with Tessa, his fiancée, his pregnant partner, his real home. And he had his secondary life with me, carefully scheduled for weekdays only, maintained through elaborate lies about weekend volunteer work. When Marcus came to my apartment the next evening as usual, I confronted him immediately. I told him I knew about Tessa, about the pregnancy, about the engagement, about everything. I showed him screenshots of Tessa's Instagram posts and asked him to explain. Marcus went pale and tried several different explanations in quick succession. First, he claimed Tessa was his ex who wouldn't let go. Then he said the pregnancy wasn't his. Then he said they'd broken up, but he was helping her through the pregnancy. Each story contradicted the others, and none explained the recent photos of them together, happy and intimate. Finally, Marcus admitted the truth. He'd been with Tessa for 5 years, engaged for 3. They'd had problems in their relationship, and when they'd temporarily separated about 3 years ago, Marcus had met me. He'd planned to end things with Tessa, but she'd gotten pregnant, so he'd stayed with her while maintaining our relationship on the side. Marcus actually tried to frame this as him being torn between 2 people he loved. He said he cared about me deeply, but had obligations to Tessa and their unborn baby. He said he'd been trying to figure out the right thing to do for 2 years while living this double life. I told Marcus to leave my apartment immediately. After he left, I spent the next week devastated but also calculating. Marcus and Tessa both needed to face comprehensive consequences for what had been done to me. Even though Tessa didn't know I existed, She'd been part of a situation that had devastated me for 2 years. My revenge plan was systematic and targeted every aspect of both their lives. First, I contacted Tessa. I sent her a direct message on Instagram, introducing myself as Marcus's girlfriend of nearly 3 years. I provided comprehensive evidence, photos of Marcus and me together with timestamps throughout our entire relationship, screenshots of our text conversations, copies of cards and gifts he'd given me, and even photos from inside his apartment, the place he'd been maintaining for our affair. Tessa's response went from disbelief to horror as she processed the evidence. She'd had no idea Marcus had been in another relationship. She thought he worked late weeknights and that his weekday absences were job-related. The elaborate lie about weekend volunteer work had given him a perfect excuse to maintain completely separate lives. Tessa and I communicated extensively over the following days. We compared notes, built timelines, and discovered additional layers of Marcus's deception. He'd been borrowing money from both of us, claiming different financial emergencies. He'd been maintaining separate social media accounts. He'd created entire fictional narratives to explain inconsistencies. We also discovered Marcus had been on dating apps during our relationships. Apparently, 2 committed relationships weren't enough for him. The depth of his systematic lying went far beyond just maintaining a double life. Tessa and I decided to coordinate our confrontations for maximum impact. We planned to meet Marcus together at the apartment he shared with Tessa and present him with comprehensive evidence of his double life. But we didn't stop there. We wanted professional and social consequences beyond just ending his relationships with both of us. We reported Marcus to his employer. His advertising agency had ethics policies about employee conduct that could reflect on the company. We documented how Marcus had been lying about his personal circumstances to colleagues, had been using work flexibility policies fraudulently, claiming he needed schedule flexibility for family obligations that didn't exist, and had potentially created liability issues. The agency investigated and found Marcus had been falsifying timesheets and abusing remote work policies to manage his double life. He was fired for ethics violations and dishonesty. We also created a public social media post, posted from both Tessa's and my accounts, explaining Marcus's 2-year double life. We included enough evidence to make the story undeniable. Parallel photos of Marcus with each of us, timeline documentation showing overlapping relationships, and screenshots of his contradictory stories. The post went viral in our social circles and professional network. Marcus became known as the man who'd maintained a double life with a pregnant fiancée and a long-term girlfriend, using fake volunteer work as cover. His reputation was comprehensively destroyed. We contacted Marcus's family and friends with detailed documentation of his deception. We wanted everyone in his life to know what he'd done, and that both of us had been deceived. The destruction of Marcus's life was total and rapid. He lost both relationships, his job, his professional reputation, and most of his social connections. Tessa ended their engagement immediately and filed for full custody of their daughter, with limited visitation for Marcus. But this is where I crossed lines I deeply regret. In my rage at Marcus, and at being made the other woman unknowingly, I also directed significant vindictiveness toward Tessa that wasn't warranted. When Tessa struggled financially after ending her engagement to Marcus, she'd been relying on his income and now faced single motherhood. I posted on social media calling her naive and suggesting she'd enabled Marcus's double life through her own inattention. This was cruel and unfair. Tessa had been deceived as much as I had. I also contacted Tessa's employer, claiming she'd been unstable and suggesting her pregnancy and relationship chaos made her unreliable. I wanted to damage her professionally because, in my rage, I blamed her for being part of the situation that had hurt me, even though she'd been a victim too. These actions toward Tessa were indefensible. She lost a contract position, partially because of concerns I'd raised about her reliability. She faced increased financial stress while pregnant and newly single because of my vindictive actions. Tessa's family has condemned me for targeting her when she was also a victim of Marcus's deception. They've said while Marcus deserved consequences, my attacks on pregnant Tessa were cruel and showed I was more interested in hurting anyone connected to the situation than in proportionate justice. Many people agree. They acknowledge Marcus deserved comprehensive consequences, but argue that my targeting of Tessa, who'd been deceived just like me, was vindictive beyond reason. They say I should have recognized Tessa as a fellow victim, rather than directing rage at her. Others support my exposure of Marcus and my coordination with Tessa to ensure he faced professional and social consequences. But even supporters condemn my subsequent attacks on Tessa personally and professionally. I'm in intensive therapy processing everything, the betrayal, my actions in response, and specifically my targeting of Tessa. My therapist has helped me recognize that I displaced rage at Marcus onto Tessa because she represented the real relationship, while I'd been the affair. I blamed her for my humiliation, even though she'd been deceived too. 11 months later, Marcus is unemployed, living with his parents, with limited custody of his daughter. He faces significant child support obligations and has no romantic relationship or professional prospects. Tessa gave birth to a healthy daughter and is rebuilding her life, but she continues to struggle financially, partly because of employment complications I created. Her baby deserves stability that my vindictive actions helped undermine. The question that torments me constantly isn't whether Marcus deserved consequences. He clearly did. It's whether Tessa deserved to be targeted as collateral damage in my revenge against him. She was deceived, just as I was. She didn't know I existed. She was innocent of wrongdoing toward me. Yet I attacked her professionally, publicly mocked her, and contributed to financial instability for her and her baby because I was enraged at having been the unknowing other woman. I punished Tessa for Marcus's crimes. So I ask, was I right to expose Marcus's double life and coordinate with Tessa to ensure he faced comprehensive consequences? Yes, absolutely. But was I monstrously wrong to then turn on Tessa herself, attacking her professionally and financially when she was a pregnant victim of the same deception I experienced? Did I become something worse than what Marcus did to me by targeting an innocent woman because I couldn't handle my humiliation at having been the affair partner? These questions haunt me every day, and I fear the answer is that I crossed unforgivable moral lines in my quest for revenge. My fiancé's business startup was actually his life with his secret wife. Business startup. Those two ambitious words concealed the most elaborate double life imaginable. My fiancé, Ryan, 34-year-old male, didn't spend 3 years building a company as he told me, but instead had been married to another woman the entire time we were together. And I, 31-year-old female, only discovered the truth when I decided to surprise him at his office and found his actual home with his wife and baby. The shocking revelation that destroyed my reality, the methodical revenge I orchestrated against both of them, and my lingering doubt about whether I became vindictive beyond reason, continue to consume me 15 months later. Ryan and I met 4 years ago at a professional networking event. He was charming, successful, and seemed to have his life together. He told me he was an entrepreneur in the process of launching a tech startup, that the company was in early development stages, and that he was working intensively to get it off the ground. We started dating seriously within 2 months. Our relationship progressed naturally over the following year. We'd see each other 4 or 5 nights per week, took weekend trips together, and I met some of his friends and his younger sister. Ryan was attentive and loving when we were together, and I fell deeply in love with him. The only unusual aspect of our relationship was Ryan's work schedule. He explained that startup life was demanding and unpredictable. He'd often need to work late nights or weekends, had frequent investor meetings and calls with his technical team, and sometimes traveled for business development. I accepted this as normal for someone building a company from the ground up. Ryan was also protective of his workspace. His office was in a co-working space downtown, and he said it was a secure facility that didn't allow visitors without prior authorization. When I offered to bring him lunch or stop by, he'd politely decline, saying the building security was strict, and he had back-to-back meetings anyway. 2 years into our relationship, Ryan proposed during a romantic weekend getaway. I said yes immediately, thrilled to marry the man I loved. We started planning our wedding for the following year, giving us plenty of time to prepare, while Ryan continued building his startup toward what he said was an important funding milestone. The wedding planning process revealed more of Ryan's work demands. He couldn't attend several planning meetings with our wedding coordinator because of investor presentations. He'd miss appointments to tour venues because of emergency technical issues with his product. He'd occasionally cancel our date nights last minute because something urgent came up with the business. I was frustrated but tried to be understanding. Building a startup is genuinely demanding, and I knew Ryan was working toward a future that would benefit both of us. I handled most of the wedding planning independently, keeping him updated on decisions and getting his input when he was available. Throughout our relationship, Ryan maintained careful financial separation. He'd pay for dates and contributed to our shared activities, but we never combined finances or discussed detailed numbers about his income or company finances. He said the startup was pre-revenue, and he was living off savings and small angel investments while building toward larger funding. We didn't live together despite being engaged. Ryan said his current living situation, which he described as a temporary sublet near his office, wasn't suitable for 2 people, and we should wait until after the wedding to find a place together. This seemed reasonable given we were planning to buy a house after getting married. 3 months ago, about 8 months before our planned wedding, I decided to surprise Ryan at his office. I'd taken the afternoon off work and thought I'd bring him coffee and pastries, maybe steal a quick lunch break together. I knew Ryan said the co-working space had security, but I figured showing up as a surprise wouldn't be a problem. I drove to the address Ryan had given me for his office, a professional building in a business district downtown. But when I arrived, I realized something was wrong. The address wasn't a co-working space or office building. It was a residential apartment complex. I was confused and thought maybe I'd written down the address incorrectly. I checked Ryan's business cards, which listed this address, his LinkedIn profile, same address, and emails where he'd mentioned his office location. The address was definitely this apartment building. I sat in my car trying to figure out what was happening. Maybe Ryan had a home office in an apartment before moving to the co-working space. Maybe the address on his business materials was outdated. But something felt very wrong. I decided to go inside and see if I could learn anything. The apartment building had a call box system with resident names and unit numbers. I scrolled through looking for Ryan's last name, and my heart stopped when I found it. Unit 4B, Ryan and Melissa Morrison. Ryan and Melissa Morrison. Not just Ryan's name, but Ryan and Melissa, as if they were a couple. Who was Melissa? I felt panic rising, but told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe Melissa was a business partner, a roommate whose name was on the lease. I called Ryan immediately. He answered cheerfully. "Hey babe, what's up?" I asked where he was and what he was doing. He said he was at the office, working on pitch materials for an investor meeting later that week. I asked for the specific address of his office. He gave me the same address where I was currently parked, this apartment building. I told Ryan I was outside his office right now and needed to come up. There was a long pause, then Ryan said with sudden tension, You're at the office? Right now? Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" I said I wanted to surprise him and asked what unit number he was in. Another long pause. Then Ryan said, "Listen, now isn't a great time. I'm in the middle of something sensitive. Let me come down and we can grab coffee instead. My heart was pounding. Ryan's evasiveness confirmed something was wrong. I told him I was coming up to Unit 4B. Ryan's voice became panicked. No, don't. Wait, let me explain. Please don't go up there. I hung up and found a resident exiting the building. I caught the door before it closed and went inside. I rode the elevator to the 4th floor, my hands shaking, my mind racing through increasingly terrible possibilities about what I was about to discover. I found Unit 4B and knocked. A woman answered, pretty, probably early 30s, wearing casual home clothes and holding a baby who looked about 6 months old. She smiled politely and said, "Can I help you?" I asked, "Is Ryan Morrison here?" Her expression shifted to confusion. "My husband? Yes, he's working in the home office. Is there something wrong?" Her husband. The words hit me like a physical blow. This woman, Melissa, had just called Ryan her husband, and she was holding a baby. Before I could respond, Ryan appeared behind Melissa looking absolutely terrified. He saw me standing in the hallway, and his face went white. Melissa looked between us, confused, and asked Ryan, "Do you know this person?" I said, "I'm Ryan's fiancée. We've been together for 4 years and we're getting married in 8 months." The confusion on Melissa's face turned to shock and horror. She looked at Ryan and said, "What is she talking about? Fiancé? Ryan, what the hell is going on?" Ryan started stammering, trying to speak but unable to form coherent words. I pushed past both of them into the apartment and saw the evidence of Ryan's real life. Family photos on the walls showing Ryan, Melissa, and the baby. A wedding photo from what looked like about 4 years ago. Children's toys scattered around. All the markers of an established family home. The confrontation that followed was surreal and devastating. Through tears and shouting, the truth emerged. Ryan and Melissa had been married for 6 years. They had a 6-month-old daughter named Emma. Ryan had never been an entrepreneur building a startup. He worked a regular corporate job in IT management at a company about 20 miles away. The startup story had been complete fiction, designed to explain his irregular schedule and frequent absences. The late nights and weekend work, he claimed, were actually time he spent with me. The business trips were weekends he spent with me when he told Melissa he was traveling for work. Ryan had been living a complete double life for 4 years. He had a wife and now a child who knew him as a devoted husband and father. He had a fiancée who believed she was planning a future with a dedicated entrepreneur. He'd been systematically lying to both of us, maintaining 2 complete relationships simultaneously. Melissa was as devastated as I was. She'd had no idea Ryan was in another relationship, had believed his work travel stories completely, and was now learning her husband of 6 years had been engaged to another woman and planning to somehow marry me while staying married to her. The logistics of Ryan's deception were staggering. He'd managed 2 complete relationships, had maintained separate phones and email accounts, had created an entirely fictitious career to explain his time management, and had somehow planned to marry me without his existing marriage being discovered. I left the apartment in shock, with Melissa screaming at Ryan and the baby crying from all the commotion. I sat in my car, unable to drive, processing that my entire relationship had been built on lies. Ryan wasn't an entrepreneur. He was a married man with a child who'd been deceiving me for 4 years. Ryan called me dozens of times over the next hours. I finally answered, and he tried to explain, to apologize, to claim he'd been confused and had made terrible mistakes, but loved both of us. His explanations were pathetic and insulting. He'd systematically lied to me for 4 years while also lying to his wife. There was no explanation that could make that acceptable. I spent the next week gathering information and planning my response. I wasn't just going to walk away. I wanted Ryan and everyone who mattered to him to know exactly what he'd done. I wanted consequences that would follow him for years. First, I coordinated with Melissa. Despite being strangers before this nightmare, we formed an alliance in our mutual betrayal. We compared notes on Ryan's lies, built timelines of his movements between both families, and discovered additional layers of deception neither of us had realized. We found that Ryan had been using the wedding planning expenses I'd been paying toward payments for his actual family home that he shared with Melissa. Money I thought was going toward our future together had actually been funding his real life that I knew nothing about. We discovered Ryan had been on dating apps during periods when he was with both of us. Apparently, 2 relationships weren't enough, and he'd been pursuing others as well. The depth of his deception and betrayal went beyond just the double life to show a pattern of systematic lying and manipulation. Melissa and I decided to coordinate divorces and public exposure to maximize Ryan's consequences. Melissa filed for divorce immediately, and I provided testimony as evidence of Ryan's adultery. I wasn't legally married to Ryan, but the evidence of our relationship helped Melissa's case significantly. I contacted Ryan's actual employer, not a startup, but a corporate IT company, and explained that Ryan had been misrepresenting his work schedule for years to maintain a double life. I provided evidence that he'd likely been claiming work travel for personal activities and had been dishonest about his availability and schedule. Ryan's company investigated and found that he'd been fraudulently claiming business travel expenses for trips that were actually personal time with me. He'd been padding hours and misrepresenting his work location for years. They fired him immediately for expense fraud and falsification of records. I exposed Ryan's double life on social media with a detailed post explaining the 4-year deception. I included enough documentation, photos of the wedding I'd been planning, evidence of Ryan's actual marriage to Melissa, timeline showing the overlap, to make the story undeniably true and devastating. The social media post went viral in our professional and social networks. Ryan became a cautionary tale about double lives and deception. His reputation was destroyed comprehensively. Friends, family, colleagues, everyone learned about his systematic lying. I contacted everyone who'd received wedding invitations and explained why the wedding was canceled, providing full details about Ryan's secret marriage and child. I wanted everyone who would have attended our wedding to know exactly what he'd done. The destruction of Ryan's life was total and rapid. He lost his wife and child. Melissa was granted primary custody given Ryan's demonstrated dishonesty and poor judgment. He lost his fiancée and the wedding we'd planned. He lost his job and faced difficulty finding new employment given his reputation for fraud and deception. He lost his social network as friends distanced themselves. He faced significant financial consequences from the divorce, child support obligations, and loss of income. But 6 months after everything collapsed, Ryan attempted suicide. He survived and is in psychiatric care, but his suicide attempt has become the central argument from people who think I went too far. Ryan's parents, who'd initially been horrified by their son's behavior, have since blamed me for his mental health crisis. They say I destroyed Ryan through systematic public exposure when I could have simply ended our relationship and walked away. Some mutual friends agree. They acknowledge Ryan's behavior was terrible. 4 years of double life, planning to marry me while already married, all the systematic lying. But they think my coordination with Melissa to maximize Ryan's professional, social, and legal consequences was vindictive beyond what the situation warranted. They point out Ryan lost everything: both relationships, his child, his career, his reputation, his mental health, and nearly died. They've asked whether my satisfaction with his complete destruction was worth him becoming suicidal. But others strongly support what I did. They argue that Ryan didn't just cheat. He maintained a 4-year double life, deceived 2 women completely, had a child while planning a wedding with someone else, and showed such calculated cruelty that comprehensive consequences were appropriate. Melissa has been grateful for my cooperation in her divorce case and my support as we both processed the betrayal. We've remained in contact, bonded by our shared experience of Ryan's deception. Though we're not close friends, we're connected primarily by our mutual victimization. I'm in therapy processing everything: the 4 years of lies, the shock of discovering Ryan's real life, and examining my own actions in response. My therapist has encouraged me to examine whether I was pursuing accountability or revenge, and whether the comprehensive destruction I helped orchestrate was proportionate to Ryan's betrayal. The honest answer is both. Ryan deserved consequences for maintaining a double life that deceived me for 4 years and destroyed Melissa's marriage. But I also wanted him destroyed. I wanted everyone to know what he'd done. I wanted him to face permanent consequences that would follow him for years. The question I struggle with is whether those consequences were proportionate. Yes, Ryan's 4-year double life was monstrous. But did it warrant me systematically ensuring he lost his career, his family, his reputation, and his mental health? Should I have simply walked away once I discovered the truth? I don't have clear answers. What I know is that Ryan made choices that destroyed multiple lives through systematic deception. I made choices about how to respond that ensured he faced maximum consequences. Whether those consequences were justice, or whether I became vindictive in ways that crossed moral lines, especially given his suicide attempt, is something I'll spend years trying to understand. So I ask, did I do the right thing by coordinating with Melissa to expose Ryan's double life and ensuring he faced comprehensive professional, social, and legal consequences? Or did I go too far in destroying his life so completely that he nearly died? He deceived me for 4 years and had a secret wife and child. But was my response, which left him suicidal, proportionate to even that level of betrayal? Or did I prioritize revenge over taking the high road? My fiancé's charity marathon training was cover for his affair with my best friend. Charity marathon training. Those 3 inspirational words concealed the most devastating double betrayal. My fiancé, Kevin, 33M, wasn't spending 6 months training for a charity marathon as he told me, but was actually using those training runs to conduct an affair with my best friend, Leah, 31 E-Fail, who was supposedly his running partner. And I, 32 E-Fail, discovered the truth when I went to surprise them at the actual marathon finish line. The soul-crushing revelation that destroyed both my engagement and my closest friendship. The merciless revenge I unleashed against both of them, and my continuing doubt about whether I weaponized a children's charity in my quest for vengeance continue to torment me 7 months later. Kevin and I had been together for 5 years, engaged for the past 8 months. We were planning our wedding for the following fall and building what I thought was a solid foundation for marriage. Kevin worked as a software engineer, while I worked as a pediatric occupational therapist. Our relationship had always been loving, communicative, and full of mutual support. Leah had been my best friend since college, over 10 years of friendship, countless shared experiences, and the kind of closeness where we considered each other sisters. She worked as a graphic designer and had been single for the past year after a difficult breakup. I'd supported her through that heartbreak, and she'd been enthusiastically supportive of my engagement to Kevin. About 7 months ago, Kevin announced he'd decided to run his first marathon. He'd signed up for the City Marathon in 6 months and planned to run it to raise money for Children's Hospital, a cause meaningful to both of us, given my work with pediatric patients. He needed to fundraise $5,000 for the charity as part of his registration, and he'd commit to a rigorous training schedule to prepare for the 26.2-mile race. I was completely supportive and proud of Kevin's commitment to this challenging goal for a meaningful cause. Marathon training is demanding, requiring significant time and dedication, but I thought it showed Kevin's character and determination. Kevin said he'd be training 6 days per week, 5 shorter weekday runs and 1 long run on weekends. The weekday runs would be early mornings before work, 5:30 a.m. starts, or evening runs after work. The weekend long runs would take progressively more time as distances increased, eventually requiring 4 or 5 hours for the longest training runs. About 2 months into training, Kevin mentioned he'd found a running partner, Leah. She'd also signed up for the same marathon and charity fundraising program, and they'd connected through the charity's training group. Having a running partner would help with motivation and safety, Kevin explained. And since Leah and I were best friends, it was perfect that they could train together. I thought this was wonderful. 2 people I loved were supporting each other through a challenging goal while raising money for children's health care. Leah and Kevin had always gotten along well, but hadn't spent significant time together one-on-one. So I viewed the training partnership as a nice deepening of their friendship. The training consumed increasing amounts of Kevin's time over the following months. He'd wake at 5 a.m. for weekday runs with Leah before work, meeting at a trail midway between their homes. He'd come home sweaty and energized around 7 a.m., shower, and head to work. Evening runs were similar. He'd leave after work to meet Leah, run for 60 to 90 minutes, and return home around 8 p.m. Weekend long runs became all-day commitments. Kevin and Leah would meet early Saturday mornings for runs that started at 10 to 12 miles and progressed toward 20-plus miles as race day approached. These runs would take 3, 4, eventually 5 hours, including warm-up, the run itself, and post-run stretching and recovery. Kevin would leave at 6 a.m. and return by early afternoon, exhausted but satisfied with his training progress. Both Kevin and Leah talked constantly about their training, discussing pacing strategies, sharing stories about difficult runs, comparing notes on nutrition and hydration. They'd text throughout days, coordinating schedules and motivating each other. Leah would come over occasionally for pasta dinners the night before long runs, and we'd all chat about their training progress. I helped both of them fundraise, sharing their charity pages on social media and contributing to both their campaigns. Between my contributions and solicitations from friends and family, Kevin raised $6,200 and Leah raised $5,800, both exceeding their $5,000 minimums. As race day approached, I was excited to watch them complete this achievement. The marathon was on a Sunday in early May, and I'd arranged to take the day off work to watch Kevin and Leah run. I'd planned to position myself at mile 20 to cheer them on, then rush to the finish line to celebrate when they completed the race. The Friday before race weekend, Kevin and Leah were both doing their final pre-race preparation, rest, carb loading, and ensuring they had all their gear ready. Kevin seemed more nervous than I'd expected, but I attributed it to normal pre-race anxiety about completing his first marathon. Saturday evening, the night before the race, Kevin suggested I not come to watch after all. He said having me there would make him more nervous and self-conscious about his performance. He said he'd prefer to focus purely on completing the race without worrying about me watching or having to coordinate meeting up. I was disappointed, but tried to understand his perspective. Marathon running is intensely personal, and some people prefer to challenge themselves without spectators. I agreed to skip watching and told Kevin I'd celebrate with him when he got home after the race. But after Kevin fell asleep Saturday night, I couldn't shake feeling upset about missing this major milestone. I decided I'd go to the finish line anyway, but wouldn't tell Kevin. I'd watch from a distance without interfering, just to be present for his achievement. Sunday morning, Kevin left at 5:30 a.m. to get to the race start. I waited a few hours, then drove to the marathon finish line around 10 a.m. The race had started at 7 a.m., and with Kevin and Leah's predicted finish time of 4.5 to 5 hours, they'd cross around 11:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. I positioned myself in the spectator area with a good view of the finish line. The first runners started finishing around 9:30 a.m., elite athletes completing in under 3 hours. As the morning progressed, more runners crossed, and the crowds grew larger and more enthusiastic. Around 11:15 a.m., I started watching carefully for Kevin and Leah. I expected to see them cross separately. They'd train together, but would likely have different paces on race day. But they didn't cross at all. By 1 p.m., well past when even slow marathon finishers would complete the race, neither Kevin nor Leah had crossed the finish line. I checked the race's live tracker app using their bib numbers. Both showed "did not start," meaning neither Kevin nor Leah had checked in at the starting line that morning. My heart started pounding. Where were they? Kevin had left our house at 5:30 a.m., saying he was heading to the race start. Leah had posted on social media at 5:45 a.m. with "Race day, excited and nervous." But neither had actually started the race. I checked our location sharing app. Kevin's phone showed he was at a hotel about 30 miles outside the city. An upscale resort hotel, definitely not anywhere near the marathon route. I felt sick to my stomach. I drove to the hotel, my mind racing through terrible possibilities, but hoping desperately for innocent explanations. Maybe Kevin had gotten injured and was resting. Maybe there was some emergency. I arrived at the hotel around 1:45 p.m. I checked our credit card account on my phone and found a charge from this hotel. $487 for one night in a suite, charged Friday evening. Kevin had booked and paid for a hotel room the night before the marathon he was supposedly running. I went to the front desk and asked if Kevin was registered. They confirmed he was in room 412. I went to the room and knocked. No answer. I knocked louder. Finally, Kevin opened the door wearing a hotel robe, looking shocked to see me. Before he could speak, I heard Leah's voice from inside the room. "Kevin? Who is it?" I pushed past Kevin into the hotel suite. Leah was there, also in a hotel robe, sitting on the bed. Room service dishes were scattered around, champagne glasses on the nightstand, and it was undeniably clear what had been happening. The confrontation was devastating. Both Kevin and Leah tried stammering explanations, but there was no innocent interpretation. They'd been together at this hotel while I believed they were running a marathon. They'd never intended to run the race at all. Through tears and fragments of confession, the truth emerged. Kevin and Leah had been having an affair for nearly 6 months, essentially the entire marathon training period. The 5:30 a.m. training runs had been hotel meetings before work. The evening runs had been dinner dates and more hotel time. The weekend long runs had been full-day affairs where they'd spend 8 or 10 hours together. The marathon itself had been Leah's idea as cover for their affair. They'd registered for the race and the charity fundraising to create a legitimate-seeming reason to spend extensive time together. They'd never intended to actually run it. The marathon was just the excuse for their affair. The realization that 6 months of supposed marathon training had been an elaborate cover for their affair was soul-crushing. Kevin hadn't been waking at 5 a.m. to run. He'd been meeting Leah at hotels. The weekend-long runs that took all day weren't athletic training. They were extended affairs where Kevin and Leah would spend hours together at hotels, restaurants, and doing whatever they wanted while I believed they were running 20 miles. Even more devastating, we'd all raised over $12,000 for Children's Hospital, based on the premise that Kevin and Leah were running a marathon for charity. Friends, family, colleagues, and my pediatric therapy patients' families had donated money, believing they were supporting 2 people doing something difficult and charitable. But Kevin and Leah had used that charity commitment as cover for an affair, and had never intended to honor it by actually running the race. I left the hotel in shock. Over the next week, I ended my engagement to Kevin and ended my friendship with Leah. Both tried to apologize and explain, claiming they'd fallen in love during training and hadn't meant to hurt me. Their explanations were meaningless. They'd systematically lied to me for 6 months while destroying both my romantic relationship and my closest friendship. But I faced a decision about how to respond. I could handle the breakup and betrayal privately, or I could ensure both of them faced maximum consequences, including exposing their use of a children's charity as cover for their affair. I chose total warfare, and I'm still questioning whether I weaponized a children's charity and destroyed innocent people's livelihoods in my rage. First, I reported Kevin and Leah to the Marathon Charity Program. I explained that they'd raised $12,000 combined by promising to run the race, but had never intended to actually run. They'd used the charity commitment as cover for an affair, and had committed fraud by soliciting donations for a challenge they never planned to complete. The charity organization investigated and was appalled. Kevin and Leah had violated the terms of their fundraising agreements by failing to complete the race without legitimate injury or emergency excuse. The charity demanded return of all donated funds, over $12,000 combined, that Kevin and Leah now owed personally since they'd fraudulently obtained donations. But my report also triggered a broader investigation into the Charity Marathon program. The organization discovered several other participants who'd similarly used charity registration as cover for other activities without intending to complete races. This scandal damaged the program's reputation and resulted in stricter verification requirements that made legitimate participation more difficult for future runners. Second, I contacted every person who donated to Kevin's or Leah's campaigns. I sent individual messages to dozens of people, friends, family, colleagues, even my therapy patients' families, explaining that Kevin and Leah had used the charity marathon as cover for their affair and had never intended to run the race. I wanted every donor to know their charitable contribution had been obtained through fraud. The social consequences were severe for both of them. People who donated felt betrayed and angry. Kevin's family was humiliated. Leah's friends distanced themselves. My pediatric patients' families who donated felt especially manipulated. They'd contributed to what they thought was charitable athletic achievement, not funding an affair. Third, I reported both of them to their employers. I explained that Kevin and Leah had been using work time for their affair. The 5:30 a.m. training runs before work meant they'd regularly been late to work or distracted, and the evening runs meant leaving work early. Both had misrepresented their availability and commitment to their jobs. Kevin's software company investigated and found he'd been regularly late or had reduced his hours for months without proper authorization. They fired him for time, fraud, and dishonesty. Leah's graphic design firm also terminated her contract for similar reasons. Fourth, I created a detailed public social media post exposing everything. I explained how Kevin and Leah had fabricated marathon training to cover their 6-month affair, how they'd fraudulently raised $12,000 for Children's Hospital, and how they'd betrayed everyone who'd supported them. The post went viral and became a cautionary tale about charity fraud and infidelity. The destruction of both their lives was comprehensive. Kevin lost his fiancée, his job, his reputation, owed $6,200 to the charity, and faced potential legal action for fraud. Leah lost her best friend, her job, her social standing, owed $5,800, and became known as the woman who'd betrayed her best friend while committing charity fraud. But the collateral damage extended far beyond Kevin and Leah. The charity marathon program that hundreds of legitimate athletes participated in was damaged by the scandal I'd triggered. The organization implemented new verification requirements that made participation more burdensome for honest people. Several corporate sponsors pulled funding from the program, citing reputational concerns. Children's Hospital, which had benefited from this fundraising program for years, saw reduced participation and donations in subsequent marathons because of the negative publicity. Sick children ultimately received less funding because of the scandal. Kevin's elderly parents, who'd been proud of their son's charitable athletic goal, were humiliated and faced social stigma in their community. They donated $500 to Kevin's campaign and felt betrayed and foolish. The question that torments me is whether my revenge was proportionate and whether I considered innocent victims before acting. Yes, Kevin and Leah deserved severe consequences for their calculated betrayal and charity fraud. But did Children's Hospital deserve reduced future funding? Did legitimate marathon participants deserve a damaged program? Did Kevin's parents deserve public humiliation? The honest answer is I wanted Kevin and Leah destroyed and didn't fully consider broader impacts. I focused on exposing their fraud and making them suffer, and I used the charity aspect as a weapon to maximize their social and legal consequences. 7 months later, I'm rebuilding my life. Kevin is unemployed and struggling with debt. Leah has moved to a different state to escape the scandal. But Children's Hospital received less marathon funding last year, affecting programs for sick kids. Innocent athletes face more burdensome verification in charity races. Kevin's parents are still dealing with community judgment. So I ask, was I right to expose Kevin and Leah's fake marathon affair and their charity fraud? They deserved consequences for calculated betrayal and fraudulent fundraising. But did I cross ethical lines by weaponizing a children's charity in ways that ultimately harmed innocent people? Sick children who needed funding, legitimate athletes, Kevin's family. Should I have pursued more targeted revenge that protected collateral victims? Or was comprehensive destruction justified regardless of broader damage? I don't know if I'll ever resolve these questions or forgive myself for the innocent people hurt by my quest for vengeance. My fiancée's bachelorette party was actually a weekend with her ex-boyfriend, Bachelorette. That single word represents the elaborate lie my fiancée, Amanda, 29 UF, told me to cover up a final romantic weekend with her ex-boyfriend before our wedding. And I'm, 32-year-old, still trying to process whether my decision to call off the wedding 3 days before the ceremony, after exposing her deception to all 200 guests, was justified vindication or cruel public humiliation that went too far. Amanda and I had been together for 4 years, engaged for the last 8 months. Our relationship had been everything I'd hoped for. We connected intellectually, shared values about family and future, had great chemistry, and genuinely enjoyed each other's company. I proposed on a beach vacation. She'd said yes immediately, and we'd spent the following months excitedly planning our wedding. The wedding was scheduled for last month, a Saturday ceremony at a beautiful vineyard with 200 guests, followed by an elegant reception. We'd invested approximately $65,000 in deposits and planning. Our families were involved and excited. Everything seemed perfect. Amanda's bachelorette party was planned for 2 weeks before the wedding. Her maid of honor, Jessica, had organized a weekend trip to Miami, Friday through Sunday, with Amanda and 6 of her closest friends. The plan was spa treatments, beach time, nice dinners, and celebrating Amanda's last days as a single woman. I thought this sounded great. My bachelor party was the same weekend. My best man had arranged a golf trip to Arizona with 8 of my friends. Amanda and I joked about our simultaneous last hurrahs and made plans to reunite Sunday evening to compare stories. Friday morning, I kissed Amanda goodbye as she left for the airport. She was excited, showed me photos of the Miami hotel Jessica had booked, and promised to check in regularly. I headed to the airport shortly after for my own trip to Arizona. The bachelor party weekend was fun and uneventful. Golf, good food, reasonable drinking, and quality time with friends. I texted Amanda periodically and received responses that seemed normal. Photos of the beach, messages about spa treatments, complaints about Jessica getting too drunk at dinner. I returned home Sunday evening as planned. Amanda's flight was supposed to land around 8 p.m., so I expected her home by 9 p.m. But 9 came and went with no Amanda. I texted asking if her flight was delayed. She responded, "Actually staying one more night. Jessica extended the hotel. We're having so much fun. Home tomorrow morning. Love you." This was unexpected, but not alarming. I was tired from my own trip, so I went to bed planning to see her Monday. Monday morning, I woke up to a text from Amanda. Flight delayed. Might not be home until tonight. Miss you. Again, annoying but not suspicious. I went to work and tried to stay focused, despite being excited to see my fiancée and hear about her weekend. Then Monday afternoon, everything exploded. I received a call from an unknown number. A woman's voice said, "Is this my name? Are you engaged to Amanda, last name?" I confirmed I was. The woman said, "I'm calling because I think you should know that my husband has been with your fiancée in Key West this weekend. I just found out and thought you deserved to know before you marry her." I was confused and disbelieving. I said there must be some mistake. Amanda had been in Miami with her bridesmaids all weekend. The woman, who identified herself as Nicole, said, "No. My husband is Amanda's ex-boyfriend, Tyler. They've been in Key West together since Friday. I found text messages and confronted him this morning. He admitted they'd planned this weekend together, and that Amanda told you she was at a bachelorette party." My mind was reeling. Tyler was Amanda's ex-boyfriend from college, someone she'd dated for 3 years before they broke up about 6 years ago. Amanda had mentioned him occasionally, always in past tense, always as someone she was completely over. She'd told me they'd had no contact since their breakup. Nicole texted me screenshots of messages between Tyler and Amanda. The messages were explicit, romantic, and detailed their plans for a final weekend together before Amanda's wedding. They'd planned this rendezvous weeks in advance, had both lied to their partners about where they'd be, and had spent Friday through Monday together in Key West, rather than at their respective bachelorette parties. The screenshots showed Amanda and Tyler discussing their feelings for each other, reminiscing about their past relationship, and questioning whether Amanda should actually go through with marrying me. Tyler had apparently suggested Amanda call off the wedding and try to rebuild their relationship instead. Amanda's responses were ambiguous. She didn't agree to leave me, but she also didn't shut down Tyler's suggestions, instead saying things like, "Let's see how this weekend goes," and "I need to figure out what I really want." I was devastated, furious, and disbelieving. I called Amanda immediately. She didn't answer. I called 5 more times. No answer. Finally, she texted, "In the airport. Can't talk. We'll call when I land. Everything okay?" I responded, "I know you weren't at a bachelorette party. I know you were in Key West with Tyler. We need to talk immediately." There was a long pause, then, "I can explain. It's not what you think. Please let me explain in person. I'm getting on my flight now. I'll be home in 3 hours. I love you. Please don't do anything until we talk." Those 3 hours were torture. I veered between wanting to hear her explanation and believing there could be no explanation that would make this okay. Amanda had lied elaborately, had spent a romantic weekend with her ex-boyfriend days before our wedding, and had discussed potentially not marrying me with this man she'd claimed to be over. When Amanda arrived home, she was crying before she even walked through the door. She immediately started apologizing and trying to explain. Her story was that Tyler had reached out to her a few months ago, that they'd started chatting innocently, that old feelings had resurfaced, and that she'd felt confused about whether she was making the right decision marrying me. She claimed the Key West weekend was supposed to be closure, a chance to spend time with Tyler, and confirmed that her feelings for him were just nostalgia, and that she truly wanted to marry me. She swore nothing physical had happened. I didn't believe this. That they'd just talked and spent time together, and that the weekend had confirmed for her that Tyler was her past, and I was her future. Amanda begged me to forgive her, said it was a stupid mistake, driven by pre-wedding anxiety, and insisted that she loved me and wanted to marry me. She said calling off the wedding would be a mistake we'd regret forever, that what happened with Tyler was meaningless, and that we could work through this. I asked the obvious questions. If this was just innocent closure, why did you lie? Why create an elaborate fake bachelorette party? Why did Tyler's wife find romantic messages if nothing happened? Why did you discuss potentially calling off our wedding? Amanda's answers were unsatisfying. She admitted lying because she knew I wouldn't understand, claimed the messages looked worse out of context, and said the discussions about calling off the wedding were just Tyler being manipulative and her being confused, not reflecting what she actually wanted. I told Amanda I needed time to think. She stayed at a friend's house that night while I tried to process what had happened. Our wedding was 11 days away. 200 guests were planning to attend. We'd spent $65,000 on deposits. Our families were excited and had traveled arrangements made, and my fiancée had just spent a weekend with her ex-boyfriend after lying to me about where she was. I consulted with friends and family. Opinions were divided. Some said Amanda had made a terrible mistake, but that people do panic before weddings, that she'd chosen to come home to me, and that if I loved her, I should consider working through this. Others said the elaborate lie and the timing, right before the wedding, showed Amanda's true character, and that marrying her would be a mistake. I made my decision over the next 48 hours. I was calling off the wedding. Not because I didn't love Amanda or couldn't imagine forgiving her eventually, but because I couldn't marry someone 3 days from now when I'd just discovered they'd lied, spent a romantic weekend with an ex, and had discussed not marrying me. But I faced another decision: how to call off the wedding. I could do it quietly, contacting vendors and guests privately to explain the wedding was canceled. Or I could expose what Amanda had done publicly, ensuring that everyone knew why the wedding was being called off. I chose public exposure, and I'm still questioning whether that was justice or vindictive cruelty. I drafted an email that I sent to all 200 wedding guests. The email explained that the wedding was canceled, apologized for the short notice and any inconvenience, and then detailed why. Amanda had lied about her bachelorette party location and had instead spent the weekend with her ex-boyfriend in Key West, during which they discussed whether she should actually marry me. I included enough detail to make the reason clear, but avoided being gratuitously explicit. I explained that I'd discovered this 3 days before the wedding, that Amanda had lied elaborately to cover up the trip, and that I could not, in good conscience, marry someone under these circumstances. I sent this email at 11 p.m. on the Wednesday before our Saturday wedding, giving guests 3 days' notice that the wedding was canceled and explaining exactly why. The response was immediate and explosive. Family members started calling and texting both Amanda and me. Some were supportive of my decision and grateful for my honesty about what had happened. Others were appalled that I'd exposed Amanda's infidelity so publicly, and said I should have canceled the wedding without detailing the reasons. Amanda was absolutely devastated. She called me sobbing, saying I'd humiliated her publicly and destroyed her reputation, when we could have simply told people the wedding was mutually called off. She said exposing the details of what happened was cruel and vindictive, and that I'd done it to punish her rather than because it was necessary. Amanda's parents were furious with me. They acknowledged Amanda had made mistakes, but said my public email was character assassination and unnecessarily cruel. They suggested I'd sent the email to humiliate Amanda and make her face social consequences for her choices, not because guests actually needed those details. Some of our mutual friends agreed. They said Amanda's infidelity was between us, and that exposing it to 200 people, many of whom were her family members, colleagues, and friends, was disproportionate punishment. They argued I could have simply said we'd mutually decided not to marry, without detailing Amanda's affair. But many other friends and all of my family supported my email. They argued that 200 people were planning to attend our wedding. Many had made travel arrangements and purchased gifts, and they deserved to know the real reason for the cancellation, rather than some vague statement about mutual decision. They also pointed out that the email protected me from false narratives. If I'd simply canceled without explanation, Amanda could have controlled the story and potentially portrayed me as the one who'd gotten cold feet or done something wrong. The email ensured everyone knew the truth from the start. The social fallout for Amanda has been significant. Many friends have distanced themselves from her after learning about the affair. Her reputation in our social circle is damaged. Some mutual friends have felt forced to choose sides, creating divisions in friend groups we'd shared. Tyler's marriage also ended. His wife Nicole filed for divorce immediately after discovering the Key West trip. Tyler lost his marriage, partially due to Amanda's affair with him, and he and Amanda are not together now. Whatever feelings they thought they had apparently didn't survive the destruction of their respective relationships. I've been dealing with my own emotional fallout. I'm grieving the loss of the relationship and the future I'd planned with Amanda. I'm also questioning whether I let my hurt and anger drive me to public humiliation that wasn't necessary or fair. The financial losses have been substantial. We lost most of our $65,000 in deposits and planning costs. We split the losses based on what we'd each contributed, but it's still tens of thousands of dollars gone with nothing to show for it. Amanda has tried to reach out multiple times since the wedding cancellation. She's apologized repeatedly, said she understands why I called off the wedding, but maintains that the public email was unnecessarily cruel and vindictive. She's asked me to consider trying to work on our relationship in the future, saying we loved each other and could potentially rebuild trust over time. I've been in therapy trying to process everything. My therapist has encouraged me to examine my motivations for the email. Was I genuinely trying to provide appropriate context to guests who deserve to know why the wedding was canceled? Or was I primarily motivated by wanting Amanda to face social consequences and public humiliation for betraying me? The honest answer is both. I do think guests deserved to know the real reason for the cancellation, rather than a vague, mutual decision statement. But I also wanted Amanda's friends, family, and colleagues to know what she'd done. I wanted her to face social consequences. I wanted her to be unable to control the narrative or portray herself as blameless. 3 months later, I'm still processing whether that was justice or if I went too far. Amanda betrayed me profoundly, lying elaborately, spending a romantic weekend with her ex, discussing not marrying me days before the wedding. Those actions deserved consequences. But did they deserve public exposure to 200 people, including her family, friends, and professional colleagues? Did they deserve the social ostracism and reputation damage Amanda has experienced? Could I have achieved the same result, protecting myself and ensuring truth, without quite so much public detail? I don't know. What I do know is that Amanda's choices destroyed our relationship and our wedding plans. My choice determined how that destruction played out publicly and what consequences she'd face socially. I believe I was justified, but the question of whether I was also cruel, whether justice and cruelty can coexist, is something I'm still trying to answer. So I'm left asking, did I do the right thing by sending that email? Or did I let my pain turn me into someone who prioritized punishment over taking the high road? I protected myself and told the truth, but was the collateral damage to Amanda, the public humiliation, the social consequences, the reputation destruction, proportionate to her betrayal, or did I go too far? The private investigator's report was devastating in its detail. Marcus had been living 2 complete lives for 6 years, well, technically 7 years if you counted the year of dating Simone before she got pregnant. The investigator documented Marcus's routine. He'd spend Monday and Tuesday nights at the Lawrence Street house with Simone and the kids, the son Bradley, age 7, and daughter Emma, age 5. He'd spend Wednesday through Friday at our home with me and our daughters. Weekends alternated. He'd claim work travel or client events for the weekends he was actually with his second family. Marcus had told Simone he was divorced, that he'd been married before, but his ex-wife had full custody of the children, our daughters, Zoe and Maya, and that he saw them occasionally, but not regularly because of his ex-wife's hostility. Simone had no idea our marriage still existed, or that Marcus spent half his life in our home. To Simone, Marcus was her devoted boyfriend and father to their 2 children. He'd proposed to her twice, but always found reasons to delay the actual wedding, needing to sort out financial issues with his ex-wife, or deal with complications from his previous marriage. Simone had been patiently waiting for years to actually marry the man she believed was committed to her and their family. Marcus had been financing this double life by embezzling from our joint accounts, taking on secret credit card debt, over $75,000 in cards I didn't know about, and apparently also embezzling from his company. The investigator found evidence that Marcus had been creating fake vendor accounts and funneling company money to himself to support his 2 households. The logistics of maintaining this deception were staggering. Marcus had 2 phones, separate social media accounts, separate friend groups, and had been carefully managing his calendar to ensure neither family suspected the other's existence. He'd turned work travel and client meetings into cover for his time with Simone and the children, while telling Simone that his work obligations explained why he couldn't be with her full time. I was emotionally destroyed but also furiously angry. Marcus hadn't just cheated. He'd built an entire secret life, fathered 2 children with another woman, and had systematically lied to everyone for years. He'd stolen from our family finances, stolen from his company, and had deceived both me and Simone completely. I had to decide how to handle this. I could confront Marcus privately and navigate divorce quietly, or I could blow up his entire double life publicly and ensure maximum consequences for what he'd done. I chose nuclear warfare, and I'm still processing whether my response was justified protection or whether I went too far in destroying not just Marcus, but potentially affecting innocent children. First, I documented everything. I compiled financial records showing the property purchase, the secret withdrawals, the credit card debt. I obtained copies of the investigators' reports with photos and timelines of Marcus's movements between both families. I gathered evidence of the company embezzlement. Then I called Simone. I introduced myself as Marcus's wife of 15 years and the mother of his 13-year-old twin daughters. I explained that Marcus was not divorced, that he lived with me at our home at least half of every week, and that his entire relationship with her was built on a lie. Simone initially didn't believe me. She thought I was a crazy ex-wife trying to interfere in Marcus's new life. So I sent her the documentation, our marriage certificate, recent family photos, proof that Marcus had been at our house the previous 3 nights, while telling Simone he was on a work trip, and detailed evidence of his double life. The phone call that followed was heartbreaking. Simone was devastated. She'd spent 7 years with Marcus, had 2 children with him, and had been waiting for him to marry her. Learning that he was actually still married and living with his ex-wife half the week shattered her entire understanding of her relationship. Simone and I compared notes and timelines. We realized Marcus had been playing us both, telling each of us different versions of his life, using work as cover for time with the other family, and maintaining elaborate lies to keep both households functioning without suspicion. Simone and I formed an unlikely alliance in our mutual betrayal. We decided to coordinate our confrontations with Marcus to maximize impact and ensure he couldn't manipulate or gaslight either of us. We planned the confrontation for a Tuesday evening, a day Marcus was supposed to be at Simone's house. Simone invited him for what he thought was a normal dinner at home. When Marcus arrived at the Lawrence Street house, I was there waiting with Simone. The look on Marcus's face when he walked in and saw both of us standing together was one of pure shock and horror. He immediately knew his double life had been exposed. He tried to leave, but we blocked the door. Simone's children were at her mother's house, and our daughters were at a friend's house, so we had privacy for this confrontation. Marcus initially tried to deny and deflect. He claimed I was misunderstanding the situation, that Simone was just a friend he was helping. But faced with both of us, with all the evidence we'd compiled, his lies collapsed quickly. Eventually, Marcus admitted everything. He'd started the affair with Simone 7 years ago, had gotten her pregnant, and had established the second household rather than leave either family. He claimed he loved both families and couldn't choose between us, so he'd tried to maintain both lives simultaneously. His justification was stunning in its selfishness. He said he'd grown bored in our marriage, but didn't want to abandon our daughters. When he fell for Simone and she got pregnant, he'd felt obligated to support that family too. He'd convinced himself he was doing the right thing by supporting both families rather than abandoning either. Marcus showed no real remorse, only self-pity about being caught and having to face consequences. He actually seemed to believe he deserved credit for not abandoning either family, as if maintaining this elaborate deception for years was somehow noble. Simone and I had already planned our next steps. We'd both filed for divorce simultaneously. I filed in our county, Simone filed for a declaration of parentage and child support in her county. We coordinated so Marcus would be served with papers from both actions on the same day. But we didn't stop there. We reported Marcus to his employer for embezzlement, providing evidence of the fake vendor accounts and misappropriated funds. The company launched an immediate investigation that resulted in Marcus being fired within a week and facing potential criminal charges for theft. We also reported him to credit bureaus and began the process of legally separating ourselves from his debts. The $75,000 in secret credit card debt was Marcus's problem, not ours. The financial unraveling has been catastrophic for Marcus. He was paying for 2 households, 2 mortgages, or rent/mortgage in Simone's case, 2 sets of utilities, 2 sets of children's expenses. With his job gone and legal fees mounting for 2 separate family court cases, plus potential criminal defense, Marcus is facing bankruptcy. The Lawrence Street house is going into foreclosure. Marcus can't afford the mortgage without his income, and the house had been mortgaged to maximum value to finance his double life. Simone and the children are being displaced and will need to find new housing. Our family home is in jeopardy too. With Marcus unemployed and our joint finances in chaos, I'm struggling to make mortgage payments. I'm working full-time but can't cover all the expenses Marcus had been paying, legitimately and through embezzlement. The social fallout has been enormous. Once Marcus's double life became known in our community, it spread rapidly. Our daughters found out through school friends whose parents knew. They came home asking why people were saying Dad had another family. Having to explain to 13-year-old girls that their father has been secretly living with another family and has 2 other children was devastating. Simone's children are dealing with similar trauma. They're learning that their father has another family they knew nothing about, that he's been lying to their mother for their entire lives, and that they're losing their home because of financial chaos caused by his choices. Marcus's parents initially defended him, claiming we were both being vindictive and should consider how this was affecting the 4 children involved. But once they understood the full scope of his deception, the 6 years of elaborate lies, the financial crimes, the way he'd played both families, even they withdrew their support. Some mutual friends have suggested I'm being too harsh by coordinating with Simone to ensure maximum professional and financial consequences for Marcus. They acknowledge what he did was terrible, but argue that getting him fired and ensuring bankruptcy goes beyond protecting ourselves into vindictive territory. They've pointed out that Marcus's unemployment affects his ability to pay child support to either family, meaning his 4 children are suffering financially because of actions Simone and I took to punish him. They've suggested we should have handled divorces without deliberately destroying his career and finances. But Simone and I both feel Marcus's consequences are proportionate to his deception. He stole from his company to finance his double life. He deserved to be fired and face potential criminal charges. He created massive debt and financial chaos. He deserves bankruptcy. He lied to both families for years. He deserves to lose both relationships. The question that haunts me is about the children. Marcus's actions hurt 4 innocent kids. But did my response, coordinating with Simone to ensure comprehensive consequences, amplify that harm? Would the kids be better off if Simone and I had handled things more quietly, allowing Marcus to maintain employment and some financial stability even as we divorced him? I don't have clear answers. What I know is that Marcus built an elaborate house of lies for 6 years. When that house collapsed, everyone inside got hurt, including 4 children who never asked for any of this. My actions ensured the collapse was complete and total, with maximum consequences for Marcus. Whether that was justice, or whether I let my rage prioritize punishment over what was truly best for the children, is something I'm still trying to determine. So the question remains, did Simone and I do the right thing by coordinating our divorces and ensuring Marcus faced criminal and professional consequences? Or did we go too far in ensuring his complete destruction, when a quieter approach might have better served the 4 children caught in this disaster? My fiancé's bachelorette party was actually a weekend with her ex-boyfriend Bachelorette. That single word represents the elaborate lie my fiancé, Amanda, 29-year female, told me to cover up a final romantic weekend with her ex-boyfriend before our wedding, and I'm, 32-year male, still trying to process whether my decision to call off the wedding 3 days before the ceremony, after exposing her deception to all 200 guests, was justified vindication or cruel public humiliation that went too far. Amanda and I had been together for 4 years, engaged for the last 8 months. Our relationship had been everything I'd hoped for. We connected intellectually, shared values about family and future, had great chemistry, and genuinely enjoyed each other's company. I'd proposed on a beach vacation. She'd said yes immediately, and we'd spent the following months excitedly planning our wedding. The wedding was scheduled for last month, a Saturday ceremony at a beautiful vineyard with 200 guests, followed by an elegant reception. We'd invested approximately $65,000 in deposits and planning. Our families were involved and excited. Everything seemed perfect. Amanda's bachelorette party was planned for 2 weeks before the wedding. Her maid of honor, Jessica, had organized a weekend trip to Miami, Friday through Sunday, with Amanda and 6 of her closest friends. The plan was spa treatments, beach time, nice dinners, and celebrating Amanda's last days as a single woman. I thought this sounded great. My bachelor party was the same weekend. My best man had arranged a golf trip to Arizona with 8 of my friends. Amanda and I joked about our simultaneous last hurrahs and made plans to reunite Sunday evening to compare stories. Friday morning, I kissed Amanda goodbye as she left for the airport. She was excited, showed me photos of the Miami hotel Jessica had booked, and promised to check in regularly. I headed to the airport shortly after for my own trip to Arizona. The bachelor party weekend was fun and uneventful. Golf, good food, reasonable drinking, and quality time with friends. I texted Amanda periodically and received responses that seemed normal. Photos of the beach, messages about spa treatments, complaints about Jessica getting too drunk at dinner. I returned home Sunday evening as planned. Amanda's flight was supposed to land around 8 p.m., so I expected her home by 9 p.m. But 9 o'clock came and went with no Amanda. I texted, asking if her flight was delayed. She responded, "Actually staying one more night." Jessica extended the hotel. "We're having so much fun. Home tomorrow morning. Love you." This was unexpected, but not alarming. I was tired from my own trip, so I went to bed planning to see her Monday. Monday morning, I woke up to a text from Amanda. Flight delayed. Might not be home until tonight. Miss you. Again, annoying but not suspicious. I went to work and tried to stay focused, despite being excited to see my fiancée and hear about her weekend. Then, Monday afternoon, everything exploded. I received a call from an unknown number. A woman's voice said, "Is this my name? Are you engaged to Amanda, last name?" I confirmed I was. The woman said, "I'm calling because I think you should know that my husband has been with your fiancée in Key West this weekend. I just found out and thought you deserved to know before you marry her." I was confused and disbelieving. I said there must be some mistake. Amanda had been in Miami with her bridesmaids all weekend. The woman, who identified herself as Nicole, said, "No. My husband is Amanda's ex-boyfriend, Tyler. They've been in Key West together since Friday. I found text messages and confronted him this morning. He admitted they'd planned this weekend together, and that Amanda told you she was at a bachelorette party." My mind was reeling. Tyler was Amanda's ex-boyfriend from college, someone she'd dated for 3 years before they broke up about 6 years ago. Amanda had mentioned him occasionally, always in past tense, always as someone she was completely over. She'd told me they'd had no contact since their breakup. Nicole texted me screenshots of messages between Tyler and Amanda. The messages were explicit, romantic, and detailed their plans for a final weekend together before Amanda's wedding. They'd planned this rendezvous weeks in advance, had both lied to their partners about where they'd be, and had spent Friday through Monday together in Key West, rather than at their respective bachelor/bachelorette parties. The screenshots showed Amanda and Tyler discussing their feelings for each other, reminiscing about their past relationship, and questioning whether Amanda should actually go through with marrying me. Tyler had apparently suggested Amanda call off the wedding and try to rebuild their relationship instead. Amanda's responses were ambiguous. She didn't agree to leave me, but she also didn't shut down Tyler's suggestions, instead saying things like, "Let's see how this weekend goes," and "I need to figure out what I really want." I was devastated, furious, and disbelieving. I called Amanda immediately. She didn't answer. I called 5 more times. No answer. Finally, she texted, "In the airport. Can't talk. We'll call when I land. Everything okay?" I responded, "I know you weren't at a bachelorette party. I know you were in Key West with Tyler. We need to talk immediately." There was a long pause, then, "I can explain. It's not what you think. Please let me explain in person. I'm getting on my flight now. I'll be home in 3 hours. I love you. Please don't do anything until we talk." Those 3 hours were torture. I veered between wanting to hear her explanation and believing there could be no explanation that would make this okay. Amanda had lied elaborately, had spent a romantic weekend with her ex-boyfriend days before our wedding, and had discussed potentially not marrying me with this man she'd claimed to be over. When Amanda arrived home, she was crying before she even walked through the door. She immediately started apologizing and trying to explain. Her story was that Tyler had reached out to her a few months ago, that they'd started chatting innocently, that old feelings had resurfaced, and that she'd felt confused about whether she was making the right decision, marrying me. She claimed the Key West weekend was supposed to be closure, a chance to spend time with Tyler, and confirm that her feelings for him were just nostalgia, and that she truly wanted to marry me. She swore nothing physical had happened. I didn't believe this. That they'd just talked and spent time together, and that the weekend had confirmed for her that Tyler was her past, and I was her future. Amanda begged me to forgive her, said it was a stupid mistake, driven by pre-wedding anxiety, and insisted that she loved me and wanted to marry me. She said calling off the wedding would be a mistake we'd regret forever, that what happened with Tyler was meaningless, and that we could work through this. I asked the obvious questions. If this was just innocent closure, why did you lie? Why create an elaborate fake bachelorette party? Why did Tyler's wife find romantic messages if nothing happened? Why did you discuss potentially calling off our wedding? Amanda's answers were unsatisfying. She admitted lying because she knew I wouldn't understand, claimed the messages looked worse out of context, and said the discussions about calling off the wedding were just Tyler being manipulative and her being confused, not reflecting what she actually wanted. I told Amanda I needed time to think. She stayed at a friend's house that night while I tried to process what had happened. Our wedding was 11 days away. 200 guests were planning to attend. We'd spent $65,000 on deposits. Our families were excited and had travel arrangements made, and my fiancée had just spent a weekend with her ex-boyfriend after lying to me about where she was. I consulted with friends and family. Opinions were divided. Some said Amanda had made a terrible mistake, but that people do panic before weddings, that she'd chosen to come home to me, and that if I loved her, I should consider working through this. Others said the elaborate lie and the timing, right before the wedding, showed Amanda's true character, and that marrying her would be a mistake. I made my decision over the next 48 hours. I was calling off the wedding. Not because I didn't love Amanda, or couldn't imagine forgiving her eventually, but because I couldn't marry someone 3 days from now, when I'd just discovered they'd lied, spent a romantic weekend with an ex, and had discussed not marrying me. But I faced another decision: how to call off the wedding. I could do it quietly, contacting vendors and guests privately to explain the wedding was canceled. Or I could expose what Amanda had done publicly, ensuring that everyone knew why the wedding was being called off. I chose public exposure, and I'm still questioning whether that was justice or vindictive cruelty. I drafted an email that I sent to all 200 wedding guests. The email explained that the wedding was canceled, apologized for the short notice and any inconvenience, and then detailed why. Amanda had lied about her bachelorette party location and had instead spent the weekend with her ex-boyfriend in Key West, during which they discussed whether she should actually marry me. I included enough detail to make the reason clear, but avoided being gratuitously explicit. I explained that I'd discovered this 3 days before the wedding, that Amanda had lied elaborately to cover up the trip, and that I could not in good conscience marry someone under these circumstances. I sent this email at 11 p.m. on the Wednesday before our Saturday wedding, giving guests 3 days' notice that the wedding was canceled and explaining exactly why. The response was immediate and explosive. Family members started calling and texting both Amanda and me. Some were supportive of my decision and grateful for my honesty about what had happened. Others were appalled that I'd exposed Amanda's infidelity so publicly and said I should have canceled the wedding without detailing the reasons. Amanda was absolutely devastated. She called me sobbing, saying I'd humiliated her publicly and destroyed her reputation when we could have simply told people the wedding was mutually called off. She said exposing the details of what happened was cruel and vindictive, and that I'd done it to punish her, rather than because it was necessary. Amanda's parents were furious with me. They acknowledged Amanda had made mistakes, but said my public email was character assassination and unnecessarily cruel. They suggested I'd sent the email to humiliate Amanda and make her face social consequences for her choices, not because guests actually needed those details. Some of our mutual friends agreed. They said Amanda's infidelity was between us, and that exposing it to 200 people, many of whom were her family members, colleagues, and friends, was disproportionate punishment. They argued I could have simply said we'd mutually decided not to marry, without detailing Amanda's affair. But many other friends and all of my family supported my email. They argued that 200 people were planning to attend our wedding. Many had made travel arrangements and purchased gifts, and they deserved to know the real reason for the cancellation, rather than some vague statement about mutual decision. They also pointed out that the email protected me from false narratives. If I'd simply canceled without explanation, Amanda could have controlled the story and potentially portrayed me as the one who'd gotten cold feet or done something wrong. The email ensured everyone knew the truth from the start. The social fallout for Amanda has been significant. Many friends have distanced themselves from her after learning about the affair. Her reputation in our social circle is damaged. Some mutual friends have felt forced to choose sides, creating divisions in friend groups we'd shared. Tyler's marriage also ended. His wife Nicole filed for divorce immediately after discovering the Key West trip. Tyler lost his marriage, partially due to Amanda's affair with him, and he and Amanda are not together now. Whatever feelings they thought they had apparently didn't survive the destruction of their respective relationships. I've been dealing with my own emotional fallout. I'm grieving the loss of the relationship and the future I'd planned with Amanda. I'm also questioning whether I let my hurt and anger drive me to public humiliation that wasn't necessary or fair. The financial losses have been substantial. We lost most of our $65,000 in deposits and planning costs. We split the losses based on what we'd each contributed, but it's still tens of thousands of dollars gone with nothing to show for it. Amanda has tried to reach out multiple times since the wedding cancellation. She's apologized repeatedly, said she understands why I called off the wedding, but maintains that the public email was unnecessarily cruel and vindictive. She's asked me to consider trying to work on our relationship in the future, saying we loved each other and could potentially rebuild trust over time. I've been in therapy trying to process everything. My therapist has encouraged me to examine my motivations for the email. Was I genuinely trying to provide appropriate context to guests who deserve to know why the wedding was canceled? Or was I primarily motivated by wanting Amanda to face social consequences and public humiliation for betraying me? The honest answer is both. I do think guests deserve to know the real reason for the cancellation, rather than a vague, mutual decision statement. But I also wanted Amanda's friends, family, and colleagues to know what she'd done. I wanted her to face social consequences. I wanted her to be unable to control the narrative or portray herself as blameless. 3 months later, I'm still processing whether that was justice or if I went too far. Amanda betrayed me profoundly, lying elaborately, spending a romantic weekend with her ex, discussing not marrying me days before the wedding. Those actions deserved consequences. But did they deserve public exposure to 200 people, including her family, friends, and professional colleagues? Did they deserve the social ostracism and reputation damage Amanda has experienced? Could I have achieved the same result, protecting myself and ensuring truth, without quite so much public detail? I don't know. What I do know is that Amanda's choices destroyed our relationship and our wedding plans. My choice determined how that destruction played out publicly and what consequences she'd face socially. I believe I was justified, but the question of whether I was also cruel, whether justice and cruelty can coexist, is something I'm still trying to answer. So I'm left asking, did I do the right thing by sending that email? Or did I let my pain turn me into someone who prioritized punishment over taking the high road? I protected myself and told the truth, but was the collateral damage to Amanda, the public humiliation, the social consequences, the reputation destruction, proportionate to her betrayal? Or did I go too far? My girlfriend's cancer diagnosis was fake. She used it to cover her affair. Cancer diagnosis. Those two terrifying words became my girlfriend, Lauren's, 28 UELF, most manipulative lie when she faked having stage 3 breast cancer to explain her absences, physical changes, and emotional distance, all actually caused by her year-long affair with a married man. And I, 30-year-old male, discovered the truth in the most shocking way possible. The horrific deception I uncovered, the merciless revenge I orchestrated, and my continuing doubt about whether I became a monster in response to her monstrous lies still plague me every single day. Lauren and I had been together for 5 years, engaged for 8 months. We lived together in a condo I owned, shared finances, and were planning our wedding for the following summer. Our relationship had always been solid. We shared interests, communicated well, and I genuinely believed I'd found my life partner. Lauren worked as a marketing coordinator at a mid-sized firm, while I worked in commercial real estate development. 14 months ago, everything changed. Lauren came home from what she said was a routine doctor's appointment, looking shaken and devastated. She told me the doctor had found a suspicious lump during her annual exam, ordered additional testing, and the results had just come back. She had stage 3 breast cancer. I was completely shocked and terrified. Cancer. The word itself felt like a death sentence. Lauren said the oncologist recommended aggressive treatment starting immediately: chemotherapy, radiation, and potentially surgery depending on how well the initial treatment worked. She'd need to start chemo within 2 weeks. I immediately shifted into supportive partner mode. I told Lauren I'd be with her through every step, that we'd beat this together, and that nothing mattered more than her health. We postponed wedding planning indefinitely. Obviously, fighting cancer took priority over celebration. I researched treatment options, support groups, and dietary recommendations for chemo patients. Lauren started treatment 2 weeks after her diagnosis. She'd go to the hospital every Tuesday and Thursday for what she said were 6-hour chemotherapy sessions. I offered repeatedly to take time off work to accompany her, but Lauren insisted she wanted to maintain some independence and didn't want me seeing her at her most vulnerable. She said her mother would drive her to treatments and stay with her. I respected Lauren's wishes, even though it hurt not being there with her. I'd drive her to her mother's house before work on treatment days, and her mother would supposedly take her to the hospital and bring her home afterward. Lauren would return exhausted, nauseous, and would spend the following day recovering before feeling somewhat normal again by the weekend. The physical changes came gradually, but noticeably. Lauren's hair started thinning, then falling out in clumps. She began wearing wigs and headscarves. She lost about 20 pounds over several months, which she attributed to treatment side effects and loss of appetite. Her skin took on a pale, tired quality. She'd have days of intense fatigue where she could barely get out of bed. I watched the woman I loved seemingly deteriorate from cancer treatment, and it was agonizing. I took over all household responsibilities: cooking, cleaning, finances, everything, so Lauren could focus entirely on her health. I covered all our expenses, since Lauren reduced her work hours to part-time due to her treatment schedule and fatigue. Lauren's emotional distance also increased. She'd be withdrawn, uncommunicative, and would sometimes cry for hours without explaining why beyond, "It's just the stress of everything." Our physical intimacy became almost non-existent. Lauren said the treatment affected her hormones, and she didn't feel physically comfortable or attractive with her changing body. I tried to be understanding and patient. Cancer treatment is traumatic, and I figured emotional and physical withdrawal was normal under the circumstances. I focused on being supportive, cooking nutritious meals she could tolerate, managing our home, and trying to maintain hope that treatment would be successful. Lauren's treatment continued for 6 months with supposedly positive results. She said her tumor was shrinking, that the oncologist was pleased with her response to chemotherapy, and that she might avoid surgery if the positive trend continued. She transitioned from chemotherapy to radiation therapy, which meant daily treatments for several weeks, rather than the twice-weekly chemo schedule. The radiation treatment schedule meant Lauren was gone every weekday afternoon. She'd leave for the hospital around 2 p.m. and return around 6 p.m. Again, I offered to accompany her, but Lauren insisted she had a routine with the radiation therapists and didn't want to disrupt it. Throughout this entire year, I spent approximately $35,000 supporting us, covering Lauren's reduced income, paying all household expenses, funding co-pays and medication costs that Lauren said her insurance didn't fully cover, and paying for supplements and special foods that might help with treatment side effects. I was emotionally devastated watching Lauren fight cancer, but I was also proud of her strength and committed to supporting her through it. Then 3 weeks ago, the entire fabrication collapsed in the most shocking way possible. I was at a work conference downtown when I got a call from my mother. She said she'd run into Lauren's mother at the grocery store and had spent 10 minutes discussing Lauren's cancer journey and how proud they both were of Lauren's courage through treatment. But Lauren's mother had responded with complete confusion. What cancer? What treatment? Lauren didn't have cancer. My mother, thinking Lauren's mother was confused or in denial, had gently explained that Lauren had been in cancer treatment for over a year. The chemotherapy, the radiation, the hair loss, everything. Lauren's mother had insisted this was impossible, that Lauren was perfectly healthy, and that she hadn't driven Lauren to any medical appointments. My mother called me immediately, confused and concerned. She thought maybe Lauren had kept the diagnosis secret from her own mother, though that seemed unlikely. I told my mother I'd figure out what was happening, and hung up feeling a knot of dread in my stomach. I called Lauren's oncology center, the hospital where she supposedly received all her treatment. I identified myself as Lauren's fiancé and said I needed to confirm her upcoming appointment schedule. After verifying my identity, the scheduler said they had no patient record for anyone named Lauren with our last name. I provided Lauren's full legal name, birth date, and other identifying information. No record existed. I was in shock. I called the secondary cancer center Lauren had mentioned as a backup facility. No record there either. I called the hospital where Lauren supposedly had her initial biopsy and diagnosis. No record of Lauren ever being a patient. I drove home immediately, my mind racing through possibilities. Maybe Lauren had used a different name for privacy. Maybe there was administrative confusion. But the knot in my stomach told me something was terribly wrong. I arrived home mid-afternoon, earlier than Lauren expected me since I'd left the conference. The condo was empty. I checked our shared calendar and saw Lauren had marked this afternoon as radiation treatment on our schedule. She should have been at the hospital from 2 to 6 p.m. I used the Find My iPhone app we'd set up for safety purposes years ago, but it rarely used. Lauren's location showed she was at a hotel about 10 miles away, a upscale boutique hotel in a business district. She'd been at this location since 1:30 p.m. according to the location history. I felt sick. I drove to the hotel, parked, and walked into the lobby feeling like I was moving through a nightmare. I asked the front desk if there was a Lauren registered. They confirmed room 817 was registered under Lauren's name. I rode the elevator to the 8th floor in a daze. I knocked on room 817. No answer. I knocked louder. Finally, Lauren opened the door, wearing a hotel robe, her wig slightly askew, looking shocked to see me. Before she could speak, I heard a man's voice from inside the room. "Lauren? Who is it?" I pushed past Lauren into the room. A man I didn't recognize was sitting on the bed in his boxer shorts, looking startled and confused. The scene was undeniable. Hotel room, midday, both partially undressed, obvious intimacy. Lauren started crying and trying to explain. The man, whose name I later learned was Patrick, a 38-year-old married attorney, was pulling on his clothes and trying to leave. I blocked the door and said neither of them was going anywhere until I got answers. The truth that emerged over the next brutal hour was even worse than I'd imagined. Lauren had been having an affair with Patrick for 13 months, starting about a month before her fake cancer diagnosis. Patrick was married with 2 children, and he and Lauren had been meeting for afternoon hotel encounters 2 to 3 times per week for over a year. The cancer diagnosis had been entirely fabricated. Lauren didn't have cancer. She'd never had chemotherapy, radiation, or any cancer treatment. The entire year-long medical crisis had been an elaborate lie designed to explain her frequent absences, her emotional distance, and her physical changes. The physical changes I'd attributed to cancer treatment, the hair loss, the weight loss, the fatigue, had actually been intentionally self-induced to maintain the fiction. Lauren had been gradually cutting and pulling out her own hair to simulate chemotherapy side effects. She'd been dieting aggressively to lose weight. The treatment day exhaustion had been fabricated. As Lauren confessed through tears, I felt like I was dissociating from reality. She'd spent a year lying about having a life-threatening illness. She'd watched me agonize over her supposed cancer battle. She'd accepted my emotional support, my financial support, my complete reorganization of my life around her fake medical crisis, all while carrying on an affair. Patrick, looking terrified, confirmed Lauren's story. They'd met at a marketing industry conference, had started an affair, and when Lauren needed cover for their frequent meetings, she'd invented the cancer story. Patrick had known Lauren had a fiancé, but had believed Lauren's claims that our relationship was basically over, and we were staying together for convenience. I felt rage unlike anything I'd ever experienced. The betrayal wasn't just the affair, it was the weaponization of cancer, the manipulation of my love and fear, the year of systematic lying while I supported her both emotionally and financially. I left the hotel room and drove home in shock. By the time I arrived, my shock had crystallized into cold determination. Lauren and Patrick had destroyed my trust and exploited my compassion in the most despicable way possible. I would ensure they faced consequences so comprehensive that they'd spend years dealing with the fallout. My revenge plan was methodical and targeted every aspect of both their lives. First, I kicked Lauren out of the condo immediately. I changed the locks, packed her belongings, and left them outside for her to collect. She had no legal claim to the property since I was the sole owner, and she'd contributed nothing financially during her treatment year. Second, I demanded repayment of the $35,000 I'd spent supporting her during the fake cancer year. I hired an attorney who sent Lauren a formal demand letter documenting every expense and threatening a lawsuit for fraud, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and unjust enrichment if she didn't repay within 30 days. Lauren couldn't repay $35,000 and knew the lawsuit threat was serious. She eventually agreed to a payment plan, though I knew I'd likely never recover the full amount. Third, I exposed everything publicly. I posted a detailed account on social media explaining how Lauren had faked cancer for a year to cover her affair, how she'd manipulated my emotional and financial support, and how she'd literally pulled out her own hair to maintain the deception. I included enough documentation, hotel receipts, location data, and Patrick's confirmation to make the story undeniably true. The social media post went viral in our community. People were horrified by the cancer deception specifically. Faking a life-threatening illness crossed a line beyond ordinary infidelity. Lauren became socially toxic overnight. Friends, family, and colleagues distanced themselves from her. Fourth, I contacted Lauren's employer. I explained that Lauren had been misrepresenting her availability and capacity, claiming medical treatment that didn't exist, and potentially misusing company benefits or accommodations granted based on her fake cancer diagnosis. Lauren's company investigated and discovered she'd requested modified work hours, taken medical leave days, and received company sympathy and accommodation based entirely on fabricated illness. They fired her immediately for fraud and misrepresentation. Fifth, I contacted Patrick's wife with complete documentation of the affair. I provided hotel receipts, text message evidence, and detailed information about the year-long affair. Patrick's wife filed for divorce immediately, seeking full custody of their 2 children and maximum financial consequences. Sixth, I reported Patrick to his state bar association. Attorneys are held to ethical standards, and while having an affair isn't itself a bar violation, The systematic deception and potential misuse of professional resources. Patrick had sometimes used his law firm's expense account to book hotel rooms, later reimbursing but initially fraudulent. Raised ethics concerns. The Bar Association launched an investigation that resulted in Patrick receiving a formal censure and a suspension of his license for 6 months. This damaged his partnership track at his law firm, and he was ultimately pushed out to avoid further embarrassment to the firm. The destruction of both their lives was comprehensive and swift. Within 3 months, Lauren had lost her fiancé, her home, her job, her social standing, and most of her relationships. She faced a $35,000 debt and had become a cautionary tale about faking illness. Patrick lost his marriage, his relationship with his children, who were horrified to learn about the affair, his law partnership, his professional standing, and faced significant financial consequences from his divorce. But then, Lauren attempted suicide 4 months after everything collapsed. She survived, but was hospitalized for psychiatric evaluation and has been in intensive therapy since. Her suicide attempt has become the focal point for people who think, "I went too far." Lauren's family, who initially supported me when they learned about the fake cancer, have since become hostile. They say I destroyed Lauren systematically, when I could have simply ended the relationship. They blame me for her mental health crisis and argue the public social media post was vindictive beyond what the situation warranted. Some friends agree. They acknowledge what Lauren did was horrible, faking cancer, the affair, the manipulation, but they think my response was disproportionate. They argue I could have broken up with Lauren, demanded financial repayment, and moved on without the systematic campaign to destroy her career, reputation, and professional standing. They point out that Lauren lost everything: relationship, housing, career, social network, mental health, and nearly died. They've asked whether my satisfaction with her complete destruction was worth Lauren becoming suicidal. Patrick's children have also suffered significantly. They lost their stable family, learned their father had a long affair, and watched their parents' bitter divorce. My actions, while exposing truth, contributed to the destruction of their family structure. But many others strongly support what I did. They argue that faking cancer is uniquely cruel and manipulative, that Lauren exploited the most vulnerable human fears about mortality and illness, and that facing comprehensive consequences was appropriate, given the calculated nature of the deception. Cancer patient advocates and survivors have been particularly supportive, saying Lauren's fake cancer story trivializes real suffering and deserves serious consequences. Several have told me they appreciate my exposure of her fraud because it validates real patients' experiences. I'm in therapy processing everything: the betrayal, the fake cancer year, Lauren's suicide attempt, and examining my own actions. My therapist has encouraged me to examine my motivations honestly. Was I pursuing accountability for unprecedented manipulation? Or was I primarily motivated by rage and wanting Lauren to suffer? The honest answer is both. Lauren did deserve consequences for faking cancer, manipulating my emotions, and exploiting my financial support. But I also wanted her destroyed. I wanted her to lose everything the way she'd destroyed my trust and exploited my compassion. The question I struggle with is proportionality. Yes, Lauren's deception was monstrous. Faking cancer for a year is beyond ordinary cheating. But did that warrant the comprehensive destruction of her entire life? Did it warrant her becoming suicidal? I don't have clear answers. What I know is that Lauren created an elaborate deception that exploited the deepest human fears about illness and mortality. When I discovered the truth, I ensured she faced maximum consequences across every dimension of her life. Whether those consequences were proportionate justice, or whether I became vindictive in ways that crossed moral lines, especially given her suicide attempt, is something I'll spend years trying to understand. So I ask, did I do the right thing by systematically exposing Lauren's fake cancer deception and ensuring she faced comprehensive consequences? Or did I go too far in destroying her life so completely that she nearly died? She faked a terminal illness to cover her affair and manipulate me for a year, but was my response, which left her suicidal, proportionate to even that level of betrayal? My girlfriend's grad school applications were cover for her affair with my brother. Grad school. Those two innocent words concealed the most devastating double betrayal of my life. My girlfriend, Natalie, 26F, and my own brother, Ethan, 28M, having an affair for 8 months while I, 27L, supported her graduate school preparation, financially and emotionally. The way their deception unraveled, the nuclear response I executed against both of them, and my lingering uncertainty about whether my revenge crossed ethical boundaries continue to consume me 18 months later. Natalie and I had been together for 4 years, living together for the past 2. Our relationship was strong, supportive, and heading toward marriage. We'd discussed engagement rings, looked at houses we might buy together, and were actively planning a shared future. I worked as a mechanical engineer at a stable company, while Natalie worked part-time as a research assistant at a university lab. About 10 months ago, Natalie told me she wanted to apply to graduate programs in neuroscience. She'd always been passionate about brain research and felt limited by her current research assistant position. Getting a PhD would open doors to better career opportunities and allow her to pursue the work she found most meaningful. I was completely supportive. Graduate school applications are intensive and time-consuming, requiring personal statements, research proposals, letters of recommendation, and standardized test preparation. Natalie said the process would require significant time and focus over the following year, and she might need to reduce her work hours to dedicate time to applications. We discussed the financial implications. Natalie's part-time salary was modest, and reducing hours further would strain her contribution to our shared expenses. I told her not to worry. I'd cover more of our rent and bills while she focused on applications. Her career advancement would benefit both of us long-term, and I wanted to support her dreams. Natalie threw herself into grad school preparation with impressive dedication. She'd spend hours at coffee shops working on application materials, attend evening GRE prep courses twice a week, and have weekend study sessions with other applicants she'd met through online forums. She'd come home exhausted from days spent writing personal statements or researching potential advisors. I was proud of her work ethic and commitment. When Natalie needed quiet time to focus, I'd make dinner and handle household tasks. When she had deadlines approaching, I'd give her space and encouragement. I increased my financial contribution to our household, paying about 75% of our shared expenses instead of the 50-50 split we'd maintained previously. Natalie also started spending more time with Ethan, my older brother. Ethan was getting his MBA at a nearby university, so Natalie said she valued his advice about graduate applications, thesis statements, and navigating academic bureaucracy. They'd meet for coffee to discuss strategy, and Ethan offered to review Natalie's application materials since he'd recently gone through his own application process. I thought this was wonderful. I was close with Ethan, and seeing my girlfriend and brother developing a friendship felt like family integration. When Natalie mentioned she and Ethan were meeting to work on applications, I'd encourage her and tell her I was glad she had his support. The grad school preparation dominated Natalie's life completely. She attended conferences about graduate education, joined online communities for prospective PhD students, and constantly discussed her research interests and program preferences. Her laptop was always open to academic websites, application portals, and university program pages. I'd estimate I invested about $8,000 over 8 months supporting Natalie's applications, covering most of our rent, utilities, food, and also paying for her GRE exam fees. Application fees to 12 different programs, and the costs of visiting 3 universities for prospective student interviews. I did this gladly because I loved Natalie and believed in her academic goals. Then, 3 weeks ago, everything exploded in the most painful way possible. I came home from work early one afternoon because of a facility maintenance closure. I expected to find the apartment empty, since Natalie had told me she'd be at the university library all day, working on her final application submissions. Instead, I heard sounds from our bedroom. My first thought was that Natalie had come home early too, maybe to take a break or grab materials. But the sounds were wrong. Voices, movement, unmistakable intimacy. I opened the bedroom door and found Natalie in bed with Ethan, my girlfriend and my brother, together in the apartment I was paying for while she supposedly prepared for graduate school. The confrontation that followed was devastating. Both Natalie and Ethan were shocked, scrambling to cover themselves and stammering incoherent explanations. I stood frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. The 2 people I trusted most, betraying me in the most intimate way possible. After the initial shock wore off, I demanded they both leave immediately. Natalie tried to explain, to apologize, claiming the affair just happened, and she'd been confused about her feelings. Ethan was silent, unable to meet my eyes, just gathering his clothes and leaving quickly. I spent that night in shock and rage, trying to understand how this could have happened. The next morning, I started investigating, and what I discovered was so much worse than a spontaneous affair. I accessed our shared laptop where Natalie had been working on her grad school applications. I expected to find half-finished personal statements and research proposals. Instead, I found that Natalie had barely started any actual applications. Her supposed months of intensive preparation had been almost entirely fictional. She'd created elaborate cover stories, saving fake documents titled Personal Statement Draft 8 or Research Proposal MIT that were actually just placeholder text or copy-pasted content from websites. Her browser history showed she'd spent minimal time on actual graduate program websites and massive amounts of time on social media, online shopping, and messaging with Ethan. I found text message exchanges between Natalie and Ethan going back 8 months, exactly when Natalie had announced her grad school plans. The messages were explicitly romantic and sexual, discussing their affair, coordinating times to meet, and worst of all, mocking me. The messages showed Natalie and Ethan laughing about how naive I was, how I believed the grad school story completely, and how I was bankrolling their affair by covering expenses while Natalie reduced her work hours. They joked about me working late while they were together, about me asking how her applications were going, about my supportive encouragement of her fake academic goals. Reading those messages was more painful than finding them together. The affair was bad enough, but realizing they'd been systematically deceiving me for months, using fabricated grad school preparation as cover, and laughing at my supportive involvement was crushing. I also discovered that Natalie hadn't taken the GRE. The exam fees I'd paid had gone to other purchases. She hadn't submitted applications to any graduate programs. The application fees I'd paid for 12 schools had been pocketed. The 3 prospective student visits I'd funded had actually been romantic weekend getaways with Ethan. Natalie had invented the entire grad school narrative as cover for her affair with my brother, and as a way to reduce her work hours and financial contributions while having me subsidize her lifestyle. I'd spent 8 months and approximately $8,000 supporting what I thought was my girlfriend's academic dream, but was actually funding her affair. The betrayal from Natalie was devastating, but the betrayal from Ethan, my own brother, was even worse. We'd been close our entire lives. He was the best man at our sister's wedding. We played basketball together weekly. I'd helped him move into his apartment just 2 months before the affair started. and he'd repaid that closeness by sleeping with my girlfriend while laughing at my ignorance. I had to decide how to respond. I could end the relationship with Natalie, cut contact with Ethan, and try to move forward quietly. Or I could ensure they both faced comprehensive consequences for what they'd done. I chose total warfare, and I'm still questioning whether my actions were justified, or if I became vindictive in ways that crossed moral lines. First, I immediately evicted Natalie from our apartment. We didn't have a formal lease together since I was the sole leaseholder, so I changed the locks, packed her belongings, and left them with my parents for her to collect. She tried to claim tenants' rights, but my attorney confirmed she had no legal standing since she wasn't on the lease and hadn't been paying rent. Second, I demanded repayment of the $8,000 I'd invested in her fake grad school preparation. I itemized every expense: the increased rent, utilities I'd covered, the exam fees, application fees, and travel costs. I sent Natalie a formal demand letter through my attorney, requiring repayment within 30 days, or I'd file a lawsuit for fraud and unjust enrichment. Natalie couldn't repay $8,000. She had minimal savings and no income beyond her part-time research position. The lawsuit threat was serious, and she knew it. She eventually agreed to a payment plan, though I knew realistically I'd recover only a fraction of what she owed. Third, I exposed the affair to everyone who mattered in both their lives. I sent a detailed message to my entire family explaining what Natalie and Ethan had done: the 8-month affair, the fabricated grad school story, the financial exploitation, and the mockery in their text messages. I included screenshots of enough message evidence to make the situation undeniable. The family reaction was explosive and permanently fractured our relationships. My parents were devastated and furious with Ethan. They'd raised him better than this, and his willingness to betray his own brother while mocking that betrayal in text messages was incomprehensible to them. My parents essentially disowned Ethan. They told him he was no longer welcome at family gatherings, removed him as beneficiary from their wills, and stopped providing any financial or emotional support. Ethan's relationship with our younger sister also ended. She called him disgusting and cut all contact. Ethan's MBA program has a strict honor code about ethical conduct. I reported him to his program's ethics committee, providing evidence that he'd engaged in prolonged, deceptive behavior and had participated in financial exploitation of a family member. The ethics committee launched an investigation. While the affair itself wasn't directly relevant to his academic standing, the systematic deception and the financial fraud aspect raised concerns about Ethan's ethical judgment and character, qualities that matter for business school programs that emphasize leadership and integrity. Ethan was ultimately suspended from his MBA program for 1 year, pending completion of ethics counseling. This suspension jeopardized his graduate assistantship funding and his planned graduation timeline. His professional future was damaged significantly. For Natalie, the consequences extended beyond our breakup and the financial repayment obligation. I contacted her employer, the university lab where she worked as a research assistant. I explained that Natalie had fabricated an extensive story about preparing for graduate school applications, had used this fabricated story to justify reducing her work hours and productivity, and had actually been conducting an affair during time she'd claimed was dedicated to academic preparation. The university investigated and found that Natalie had misrepresented her activities to her supervisor, had used university resources, computer facilities, library access, to facilitate her affair rather than for legitimate research or academic purposes, and had violated workplace conduct policies by engaging in an affair that involved deception of colleagues who'd supported her supposed grad school goals. Natalie was terminated from her research assistant position. She lost not just the job but also her professional references. The professors she'd been working with felt betrayed by her deception and refused to provide recommendations for future positions. I also ensured social consequences. I posted a detailed account on social media explaining what happened. how Natalie had fabricated grad school plans as cover for an 8-month affair with my brother, how I'd financially supported her fake academic preparation, and how they'd mocked my supportive involvement. I included enough evidence to make the story credible without being gratuitously detailed. The social media post spread through our mutual friend groups and social networks. Natalie and Ethan both faced significant social ostracism. Friends took sides, and most sided with me given the evidence of prolonged deception and the particularly cruel mockery documented in their text messages. Ethan's girlfriend, he'd also been in a relationship during his affair with Natalie, broke up with him after learning about the cheating. So Ethan lost his girlfriend, his family relationships, his standing in his MBA program, and most of his friendships. The comprehensive destruction of both their lives happened within about 6 weeks. Natalie lost her boyfriend, her housing, her job, her professional reputation, and most of her social network. Ethan lost his brother, his family, his relationship, his academic standing, and his social connections. But then, Ethan attempted suicide 2 months after everything collapsed. He survived, but was hospitalized for psychiatric care and has been in intensive therapy since. This suicide attempt has become the central argument from people who think I went too far. My parents, despite their initial fury with Ethan, have now partially blamed me for his mental health crisis. They say I destroyed my brother systematically when I could have simply ended contact and moved on. They're particularly critical of my reporting him to his MBA program and the social media post that they say publicly humiliated him beyond what was necessary. Some friends agree. They acknowledge what Natalie and Ethan did was terrible. The affair, the deception, the financial exploitation, the mockery. But they think my response was disproportionate. They argue I could have broken up with Natalie, cut contact with Ethan, pursued financial repayment, and moved forward without the systematic campaign to destroy both their careers, education, family relationships, and social standing. They point out that both Natalie and Ethan have lost nearly everything: jobs, academic standing, family, friends, housing, financial stability, and that Ethan became suicidal. They've asked whether my satisfaction with their complete destruction was worth Ethan nearly dying. But others strongly support what I did. They argue that Natalie and Ethan engaged in an 8-month campaign of systematic deception that involved financial exploitation and deliberate mockery. They say facing comprehensive consequences was appropriate, given the prolonged, calculated nature of their betrayal. Friends have noted that I didn't fabricate anything. I simply told the truth about what happened to relevant people and institutions. Ethan's MBA program, Natalie's employer, our family, and our social circle all had legitimate interests in knowing about the deception and exploitation. I'm in therapy processing everything: the betrayal, the affair, losing my brother, and examining my own actions. My therapist has encouraged me to be honest about my motivations. Was I pursuing accountability and protecting others from similar deception? Or was I primarily motivated by wanting Natalie and Ethan to suffer as I'd suffered? The honest answer is both. They did deserve consequences for 8 months of systematic lying, financial exploitation, and cruel mockery. But I also wanted them to suffer. I wanted them destroyed. I wanted them to face permanent consequences that would follow them for years. The question that haunts me is whether those consequences were proportionate. Yes, they betrayed me terribly. But did their betrayal, even with the financial exploitation and mockery, warrant the complete destruction of their lives? Did it warrant my brother becoming suicidal? I don't have clear answers. What I know is that Natalie and Ethan built an elaborate deception that exploited my trust and financial support while mocking my involvement. When I discovered the truth, I ensured they faced maximum consequences across every dimension of their lives: professional, academic, familial, social, and financial. Whether those consequences were justice or whether I let rage turn me into someone who prioritized comprehensive destruction over measured response is something I'm still trying to determine. Natalie and Ethan made choices that devastated me. I made choices about how to respond that devastated them. Whether we're all victims of each other's worst choices, or whether I became something worse than what they did to me, is the question I'll spend years trying to answer. So I ask, did I do the right thing by systematically exposing Natalie and Ethan's deception and ensuring they faced comprehensive consequences? Or did I go too far in destroying both their lives so completely that my brother nearly died? I told the truth and protected myself financially. But was the collateral damage, Ethan's suicide attempt, Natalie's complete life destruction, proportionate to their betrayal? Or did my revenge cross lines that can't be uncrossed? My husband's night shifts were actually date nights with my older sister. Night shifts. Those two exhausting words became the cover for the most unthinkable family betrayal. My husband, Alex, 35 and male, wasn't working overnight at the hospital as he told me for 10 months, but was instead spending those nights with my older sister, Caroline, 38 F. Feel, at hotels. And I, 33 S. Feel, discovered the truth when I showed up at his workplace with dinner during one of his supposed shifts. The devastating revelation that destroyed my family, the ruthless revenge I executed against both of them, and my ongoing guilt about whether I punished my innocent nieces and nephew for their mother's sins continue to torture me 9 months later. Alex and I have been married for 8 years, together for 11. We have twin sons, Liam and Noah, 6M male. Alex works as an ICU nurse at a major hospital, a demanding but rewarding career he's always been dedicated to. I work as an elementary school teacher, which aligns well with our children's schedules and allows me to be home when they are. About a year ago, Alex's work schedule changed significantly. The hospital was experiencing a nursing shortage, and Alex volunteered to take on additional overnight shifts to help cover gaps. He explained he'd be working 3 night shifts per week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday nights, from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. The extra income would help with our mortgage and the boys' activities. And while I wasn't thrilled about managing bedtime and mornings alone 3 nights per week, I supported his commitment to helping his unit. My sister Caroline lives about 15 miles from us with her husband, Tom, 40 ml, and their 3 children, 2 daughters ages 10 and 8, and a son age 5. Caroline and I have always been close, talking several times per week and getting our kids together regularly. She works as a real estate agent with flexible hours that allow her to manage her children's schedules. The night shift routine became our new normal over the following months. On Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, Alex would leave our house around 6 p.m., wearing his scrubs, carrying his work bag, and kissing me and the boys goodbye. He'd return home around 7:30 a.m., looking appropriately tired from a long night shift, would sleep most of the day, and would rejoin family life by evening. I managed solo parenting 3 nights per week, handling dinner, bath time, bedtime stories, and the morning routine alone. It was exhausting, but manageable. And I reminded myself we were fortunate that Alex had secure employment and was willing to take on extra shifts for our family's financial benefit. Caroline was remarkably supportive during this period. She'd call me on Alex's night shift evenings to chat and keep me company while I handled bedtime alone. She'd offer to take the boys for play dates on weekends to give me breaks. She seemed invested in making my increased solo parenting load more manageable. What I didn't realize was that Caroline's unusual availability and solicitousness was because she knew exactly where Alex actually was on those night shifts. Because she was with him. The discovery happened 5 weeks ago in the most mundane way possible. It was a Thursday evening, one of Alex's regular night shift nights. I'd made a large batch of his favorite soup for dinner and realized I had plenty left over. On impulse, I decided to pack some up and bring it to Alex at the hospital around 9 p.m., early enough in his shift that he could enjoy warm soup during a break. I arranged for Caroline to watch the boys. Ironically, I called her because she was always available on Alex's night shift nights. And I drove to the hospital, carrying a thermos of soup and fresh bread. I was excited to surprise Alex with a thoughtful gesture during his long overnight shift. I parked and headed into the hospital, taking the elevator up to the ICU on the 4th floor. I approached the nurse's station expecting to see Alex, but he wasn't there. I asked the charge nurse if Alex was on break or with a patient. She looked confused and said, "Alex isn't working tonight. He's not scheduled for Thursdays." I felt the first prickle of concern. I explained that Alex had been working Thursday night shifts for months as part of the shortage coverage. The charge nurse pulled up the schedule on her computer and said definitively, "Alex hasn't worked a Thursday night shift in over a year. He works Monday, Wednesday, and Friday days, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. He's never on the night shift schedule." My hands started shaking. I asked about Tuesday and Saturday nights, his other regular night shifts. The charge nurse checked and shook her head. Alex wasn't scheduled for those nights either. His schedule had been consistent for 18 months, Monday, Wednesday, Friday day shifts. No night shifts at all. I thanked her and left the hospital in a daze, my mind racing. Alex had been lying about working night shifts for 10 months. 3 nights per week, he'd been leaving our house in scrubs claiming to work overnight, then going somewhere else and doing something else. I sat in my car in the hospital parking lot trying to process what I'd learned. Where had Alex been going 3 nights per week for 10 months? What had he been doing from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays? I called Alex's cell phone. It went straight to voicemail. He always turned his phone off during work shifts for patient privacy reasons. I texted, "I'm at the hospital. They said you're not working tonight. Where are you?" I watched for the message to be delivered and read, but it showed as undelivered, suggesting his phone was off. Then I remembered. Caroline was watching the boys at my house. Caroline, who'd been so supportive during Alex's night shifts, who was always available those specific evenings, who called to keep me company during his supposed overnight work. A terrible suspicion began forming. I drove home faster than I should have. When I arrived, Caroline was on the couch watching TV, the boys already asleep upstairs. She looked up surprised and said, "That was quick. Did Alex not have time for a break?" I looked at her carefully and said, "Alex isn't working tonight. The hospital says he hasn't worked night shifts in over a year. Do you know where my husband actually is?" Caroline's face went pale. She started stammering. "What? Maybe there was a schedule mix-up?" But her expression betrayed her. She knew exactly where Alex was because she'd been lying to me too. I said directly, "Caroline, are you having an affair with my husband?" The silence that followed was deafening. Caroline's face crumpled and she started crying, which was all the confirmation I needed. Through sobs, she admitted she and Alex had been having an affair for 10 months, exactly as long as his fake night shifts had been happening. The betrayal crashed over me in waves. My husband and my sister had been sleeping together 3 nights per week for nearly a year. The night shifts were actually hotel rooms where Alex and Caroline met. The family dinners, the holiday gatherings, the kids' birthday parties, all while this affair was ongoing. Caroline tried to explain through tears. She said the affair had started after a family barbecue where she and Alex had too much to drink and connected emotionally. She claimed they'd never meant for it to become ongoing, but had developed feelings for each other. The fake night shift story had been Alex's idea to create regular time together. I told Caroline to get out of my house immediately. She tried to apologize, to explain, but I screamed at her to leave. She gathered her things and left, crying, and I locked the door behind her. I called Alex's phone repeatedly over the next hour. Finally, around 11 p.m., he answered. I asked him where he was. He said, "At work, obviously. Why?" I told him I'd been to the hospital and knew he wasn't working. I knew about the affair with Caroline. I told him not to come home. There was a long silence. Then Alex said quietly, "I'm so sorry. I'm at a hotel. I'll get my things and find somewhere else to stay." He didn't try to deny it or explain. He just admitted it was true and said he'd stay away. Over the next week, I pieced together the full scope of their betrayal. Alex and Caroline had been meeting at hotels 3 nights per week. Alex would leave our house in scrubs to maintain the fiction, would change into regular clothes in his car, and would meet Caroline at whichever hotel they'd booked that week. Caroline had been lying to Tom the same way. She'd tell him she had evening showings or client meetings, but was actually meeting Alex. Tom worked from home with flexible hours and would handle their kids' evening routines, believing Caroline was building her real estate career. The affair had been systematic and carefully planned. They'd coordinate through a secret messaging app. They'd book hotels under fake names. They'd maintain their normal family interactions, attending gatherings together, chatting at kids' birthday parties, celebrating holidays, while conducting their affair. I felt betrayed by the 2 people who should have been most loyal, my husband and my sister. Alex had vowed fidelity when we married. Caroline had been my closest family relationship my entire life. They'd both systematically lied to me for months while using the night shift story as perfect cover. I had to decide how to respond. I could divorce Alex and cut contact with Caroline, handling this privately within the family. Or I could ensure both of them, and Tom, who also deserved to know, faced comprehensive consequences. I chose total warfare, and I'm still questioning whether I went too far, especially given the impact on Caroline's innocent children. My revenge plan was methodical and designed to destroy both Alex's and Caroline's lives comprehensively, while ensuring Tom knew the truth about his wife. First, I gathered evidence. I accessed Alex's phone records and found thousands of texts to an unknown number, Caroline's secret phone. I traced hotel charges on our credit cards that Alex had hidden in statements. I documented the pattern of fake night shifts, matching Caroline's supposed evening showings. I also installed tracking software on Alex's phone. I knew his passcode, and confirmed he was meeting Caroline at hotels on the nights he claimed to be working. With comprehensive evidence compiled, I contacted Tom. I invited him to meet me privately and presented all the documentation of the 10-month affair between Alex and Caroline. Tom was devastated. He'd had no idea. He'd believed Caroline's real estate career was simply demanding and had supported her evening work schedule without suspicion. Tom and I formed an alliance in our mutual betrayal. We decided to coordinate divorces and public exposure to maximize consequences for Alex and Caroline. We filed for divorce simultaneously, Tom and I each filing against our spouses on the same day. We both filed on grounds of adultery with extensive documentation. The coordinated filing ensured neither Alex nor Caroline could control the narrative or prepare defenses. But we didn't stop with just divorces. We exposed the affair publicly in ways designed to destroy both their professional and social lives. I reported Alex to his hospital's HR department and nursing board. I explained that Alex had been lying about his work schedule for months, had been misrepresenting his availability, and had potentially been impaired or distracted during actual work shifts due to his secret double life. The hospital investigated and found that Alex had occasionally called in sick to scheduled shifts, the days he actually worked, while claiming to work fake night shifts. He'd been dishonest with supervisors and had created scheduling problems. They fired him for fraud and dishonesty. The nursing board also investigated concerns about Alex's professional conduct. While the affair itself wasn't a licensing issue, the systematic lying and schedule manipulation raised concerns about his judgment and ethics. He received a formal censure on his nursing record. Tom reported Caroline's schedule deception to her real estate brokerage. He documented how Caroline had been claiming evening showings and client meetings that didn't exist, while actually conducting an affair. The brokerage investigated and found Caroline had been falsifying her activity reports and had potentially neglected actual clients during her affair meetings. They terminated her contract. We also created a joint social media post from both Tom's and my accounts, explaining the 10-month affair between Alex and Caroline. We included enough evidence to make it undeniable. Parallel documentation of fake night shifts and fake client meetings, hotel records, and timeline showing systematic deception. The post went viral in our family and community. Alex and Caroline became pariahs. My sister who'd betrayed me with my husband who'd betrayed me with my sister. Family members took sides, with most condemning Alex and Caroline for the particularly cruel family betrayal. The social and professional destruction of both of them was comprehensive and rapid. Alex lost his job, his professional reputation, his marriage, and custody of his sons. I was awarded primary custody given his demonstrated dishonesty. Caroline lost her career, her marriage, and faced a difficult custody battle with Tom. But here's where I crossed lines I deeply regret. In my rage at Caroline, I targeted her relationship with her children in ways that weren't justified by her affair. During custody proceedings, I provided testimony to Tom's attorney, emphasizing Caroline's dishonesty, moral failings, and what I characterized as her prioritization of affair over family. I argued Caroline was an unfit mother because of her affair, suggesting she couldn't be trusted to care for children given her deception. This testimony, combined with similar arguments from Tom, resulted in Caroline losing primary custody of her 3 children. Tom was awarded primary custody, with Caroline receiving only supervised visitation initially. Caroline's children, my nieces, ages 10 and 8, and nephew, age 5, were devastated. They lost their daily relationship with their mother because of custody decisions I'd actively advocated for. I'd justified this as protecting them from Caroline's poor judgment, but the reality was, I wanted to punish Caroline by taking away what mattered most to her. Caroline's parents, our parents, condemned me for my role in Caroline losing custody. They acknowledged the affair was terrible, but argued that I'd weaponized custody to punish Caroline beyond what was appropriate, and that her children were now suffering because of my vindictiveness. Many family members agreed. They said while Caroline deserved to lose her marriage and face consequences for the affair, I'd crossed a line by advocating for her to lose custody of her children. They pointed out that Caroline being unfaithful to her husband didn't make her an unfit mother, and that I deliberately exaggerated and mischaracterized her parenting to ensure she lost custody. Some friends support my actions, arguing that Caroline's systematic deception demonstrated poor judgment that extended to all areas of her life, including parenting. They say protecting children from a parent who lies so extensively was appropriate. But most people, including my own therapist, have said my testimony against Caroline's custody was vindictive beyond what the affair warranted. My therapist has helped me recognize that I wanted Caroline to suffer maximally, and taking away her children was the cruelest punishment I could inflict. 9 months later, I'm rebuilding my life. Alex and I are divorced. I have primary custody of Liam and Noah. But Caroline's 3 children, my nieces and nephew whom I've known their entire lives, have been traumatized by losing daily contact with their mother. They're in therapy processing the family destruction, and they know I played a role in the custody outcome. Caroline has now regained unsupervised visitation and is fighting for increased custody time. She's told family members she'll never forgive me for taking her children away, when her affair, while terrible, didn't make her a danger to them. The question that torments me isn't whether Alex and Caroline deserved consequences. They clearly did. It's whether Caroline's children deserved to lose their mother as collateral damage in my revenge. I told myself I was protecting them from Caroline's poor judgment, but the honest truth is, I wanted to hurt Caroline as badly as she'd hurt me, and taking her children was how to do that. Those children, ages 10, 8, and 5, didn't have affairs. They didn't betray anyone. They loved their mother and needed her, regardless of her mistakes in her marriage. But I advocated for them to lose daily contact with her because I wanted Caroline destroyed. So I ask, was I right to expose the affair and pursue divorce with comprehensive consequences for Alex and Caroline? Absolutely. But was I monstrously wrong to advocate for Caroline losing custody of her children, testifying in ways designed to portray her as unfit when I knew the real motivation was punishment rather than child protection? Did I prioritize revenge over the well-being of 3 innocent children who are now traumatized by losing their mother? These questions haunt me every day, and I fear the answer is that I crossed unforgivable lines and punished innocent children for their mother's sins in my quest for revenge. My husband's support group was actually his affair with our marriage counselor. Support group. Those 2 therapeutic words masked the most unethical betrayal imaginable. My husband, Bradley, 37 Yale, wasn't attending a men's emotional wellness group as he told me for 13 months, but was actually having an affair with our marriage counselor, Dr. Rachel Hayes, 39-year-old female, who had recommended he join the group she supposedly facilitated. And I, 35-year-old female, discovered the truth when I called the therapy center to join a women's group myself. The devastating revelation that destroyed my marriage and shattered my trust in mental health professionals. The calculated revenge I executed against both of them. And my ongoing guilt about whether I destroyed an innocent woman's entire therapeutic practice continue to haunt me 6 months later. Bradley and I had been married for 10 years, together for 13. We have a son, Dylan, 8 male. About 2 years ago, our marriage hit a rough patch. We were arguing frequently, feeling disconnected, and struggling with intimacy and communication. After months of tension, we agreed to try marriage counseling to save our relationship. We found Dr. Rachel Hayes through our insurance network. She specialized in couples therapy and came highly recommended with excellent reviews. Rachel seemed professional, insightful, and genuinely invested in helping us rebuild our connection. We began weekly sessions in her office, each session lasting 50 minutes, and initially felt like we were making progress. After about 8 months of couples therapy, Rachel suggested Bradley might benefit from additional individual support. She said many men struggle to process emotions in couple settings and recommended Bradley join a men's emotional wellness group she facilitated on Thursday evenings. The group would provide him space to work through personal issues that were affecting our marriage, she explained, and would complement our couples work. Bradley agreed enthusiastically. He said he'd always struggled with male friendships and emotional vulnerability, and a structured support group with other men facing similar challenges sounded valuable. Rachel said the group met weekly from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at her therapy center, and she encouraged Bradley to attend consistently for best results. Bradley started attending the Thursday evening group about 13 months ago. He'd leave our house around 6 p.m., attend the 2-hour session, and return home around 9 p.m. He'd come home seeming thoughtful and occasionally emotional, which I interpreted as evidence the group was helping him process difficult feelings. Our marriage did seem to improve over the following months. Bradley became more communicative, more affectionate, and more engaged with family life. Our couples therapy sessions with Rachel felt more productive. Bradley would reference things he'd learned in his men's group, insights about communication, perspectives from other men, strategies for managing stress. I was grateful for the group's positive impact on our marriage. Bradley was devoted to his Thursday group attendance. He never missed a session, would protect that time slot fiercely from any conflicts, and would speak passionately about the value of the group and his connections with the other men. When I'd ask specifics about the group, Bradley would say it was confidential. Group members had agreed not to share others' personal stories, which seemed reasonable for a therapeutic setting. Meanwhile, our couples therapy with Rachel continued monthly for maintenance after the intensive weekly phase. Rachel would check in on Bradley's group participation, and would reference things she observed about his growth and emotional development. She seemed genuinely pleased with his progress and would attribute much of it to the men's group work. About 3 weeks ago, I was having a particularly difficult week dealing with work stress and some family issues with my aging mother. I remembered that Rachel facilitated a women's group in addition to Bradley's men's group, and I thought joining might provide me the same kind of support that had helped Bradley so much. I called the therapy center where Rachel's practice was located and asked the receptionist about joining Dr. Hayes' women's emotional wellness group. The receptionist sounded confused and said, "I'm sorry, but Dr. Hayes doesn't facilitate any group therapy. Her practice focuses exclusively on individual and couples counseling." "Did you mean a different therapist?" I felt a cold knot forming in my stomach. I explained my husband had been attending Dr. Hayes' men's group every Thursday evening for over a year. The receptionist checked their scheduling system thoroughly and said, "Dr. Hayes doesn't have any Thursday evening appointments on her schedule. Her last appointment each Thursday is at 5 p.m., and she leaves the office by 6 p.m. I'm certain she doesn't run any group therapy sessions." My hands started shaking. I asked the receptionist to check again, to look for any Thursday evening groups, any possibility there was administrative confusion. She checked with her supervisor and confirmed definitively. Dr. Rachel Hayes did not facilitate any therapy groups, had never run a men's emotional wellness group, and had no Thursday evening appointments or activities. I hung up the phone feeling like my reality was fracturing. Bradley had been attending a men's group every Thursday evening for 13 months. He'd been leaving our house at 6 p.m. and returning at 9 p.m., claiming to attend group therapy, facilitated by our marriage counselor. But that group didn't exist. Where had Bradley actually been going every Thursday for over a year? What had he been doing from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. when he claimed to be in therapy? I checked our credit card statements for Thursday evenings over the past year. I found regular charges to restaurants, to a wine bar downtown, to hotels, all transactions occurring between 6:30 and 9 p.m. on Thursdays. Bradley had been spending those group therapy evenings at restaurants, bars, and hotels, not in any therapeutic setting. I used our family location sharing app to check Bradley's location history for Thursday evenings. The pattern was clear. He'd drive from our house toward the therapy center, but instead of stopping there, he'd continue to various locations. Restaurants one week, a hotel another week, sometimes a residential address I didn't recognize. I looked up that residential address. It was an apartment building about 10 miles from our house. Property records showed one of the units was owned by R. Hayes. Rachel Hayes, our marriage counselor's home address. The pieces were falling into horrifying place. Bradley hadn't been attending a men's group. He'd been having an affair with our marriage counselor, Rachel. She'd recommended the fake group as cover for them to spend time together. For 13 months, Bradley had been meeting Rachel every Thursday evening while claiming to attend therapy she supposedly facilitated. I felt physically sick. Our marriage counselor, the person we'd trusted to help save our marriage, had been conducting an affair with my husband while providing us couples therapy. She'd created a fictitious therapy group as cover for their affair, had manipulated me into believing Bradley was doing therapeutic work, and had continued treating us as a couple while sleeping with my husband. The ethical violations were staggering. Rachel had exploited her position of trust and authority as our therapist to pursue an affair with her patient. She'd created fake therapeutic justifications for their affair. She'd continued treating us while conducting an intimate relationship with one of her patients, fundamentally compromising the therapeutic relationship. When Bradley came home from work that evening, a Wednesday, not his affair night, I confronted him immediately. I told him I'd called the therapy center about joining a women's group and learned Rachel didn't facilitate any groups. I told him I knew the Thursday evening men's group was fake. I demanded the truth about where he'd actually been going every Thursday for 13 months. Bradley's face went pale. He tried to claim there was administrative confusion, that maybe the receptionist didn't know about all of Rachel's activities. But when I showed him the credit card charges, the location history, and Rachel's home address where his phone had been multiple Thursdays, his defenses collapsed. Bradley admitted he'd been having an affair with Rachel for 13 months. The men's group had been Rachel's idea, a way to create consistent time together without suspicion. They'd been meeting Thursday evenings, at restaurants, at hotels, and at Rachel's apartment. Bradley claimed they'd fallen in love during our couples therapy and had developed feelings neither of them could ignore. The justifications were pathetic and disturbing. Bradley tried to frame this as a genuine emotional connection, as if that made Rachel's professional ethics violations and his betrayal acceptable. He said Rachel had helped him understand himself in ways I never had, that she provided emotional support and understanding he'd been missing. I told Bradley to leave our house immediately. He moved out that night, and I filed for divorce the next day. But I faced a decision about what to do regarding Rachel's professional misconduct. I could report her to licensing boards and ensure she faced consequences for her unethical conduct, or I could handle my divorce privately and leave Rachel's career intact. The question of whether to report felt complicated. Yes, Rachel had violated every ethical standard for therapists, but reporting would likely destroy her entire practice and career. Was that proportionate to what she'd done? Would I be acting out of revenge or genuine protection of future patients? I spent sleepless nights wrestling with this decision, ultimately concluding that Rachel's conduct was so egregious that reporting was necessary, regardless of personal motivations. A therapist who would conduct an affair with a patient while treating that patient's marriage was dangerous and couldn't be allowed to continue practicing. I filed formal complaints with multiple oversight bodies: the State Psychology Licensing Board, the American Psychological Association, and Rachel's professional liability insurance company. I provided comprehensive documentation of the affair, the fake therapy group, Rachel's recommendation that Bradley attend the non-existent group, and evidence showing the affair had been ongoing throughout our couples therapy. The investigations moved swiftly. Rachel initially denied the affair, but when presented with evidence, Bradley's testimony, credit card statements, text messages I'd found on Bradley's phone showing intimate conversations with Rachel, she eventually admitted to the relationship. The licensing board findings were damning. Rachel had committed multiple severe ethical violations: engaging in a sexual relationship with a current patient, exploiting the therapeutic relationship for personal gain, fabricating therapeutic recommendations to facilitate the affair, and continuing to provide couples therapy while having an affair with one member of the couple. These violations represented fundamental breaches of therapeutic ethics that made her unfit to practice. Rachel's psychology license was revoked permanently. She could never practice as a therapist again in any state. Her professional liability insurance was canceled. Her practice, which had been thriving with dozens of patients, was immediately shut down. But I didn't stop with just reporting to professional boards. I wanted social and financial consequences that would follow Rachel permanently. I contacted every review site where Rachel's practice had positive reviews: Google, Yelp, Psychology Today, insurance provider networks. I left detailed reviews explaining that Rachel had conducted an affair with my husband while serving as our marriage counselor, that she'd created a fake therapy group as cover, and that she'd exploited her professional position to betray patient trust. I included enough detail to be credible while respecting privacy boundaries. The reviews destroyed Rachel's online reputation. Her practice rating plummeted from 4.8 stars to 1.2 stars within days. Prospective patients researching therapists would immediately see warnings about her ethical violations and exploitation of patients. I also contacted Rachel's ex-husband. She'd been divorced about 3 years. I provided him with comprehensive documentation showing Rachel had been conducting an affair during the final year of their marriage, not with Bradley, but with another patient. The timing suggested Rachel had a pattern of exploiting therapeutic relationships for affairs, and her ex-husband deserved to know their divorce had been triggered by her professional misconduct with a previous patient. Rachel's ex-husband was devastated to learn this information years after their divorce. He'd blamed himself for their marriage failure, had paid significant alimony as part of their settlement, and now learned Rachel had been systematically lying to him while conducting an affair with a therapy patient. He filed for modification of their divorce decree based on fraud. I contacted all of Rachel's current and former patients through her practice email list, which I'd obtained during the licensing investigation. I sent them information about her license revocation and the reasons, explaining that she'd engaged in sexual relationships with patients and had exploited therapeutic relationships. I wanted every person she'd ever treated to know she'd violated professional ethics and to question whether their own therapy had been compromised. This mass email devastated dozens of people who'd trusted Rachel with intimate details of their lives and trauma. Many felt betrayed and questioned whether their therapeutic relationships had been genuine or exploitative. Some experienced significant psychological distress, learning their therapist had been fundamentally unethical. The comprehensive destruction of Rachel's professional life happened within about 8 weeks. She lost her license, her practice, her professional reputation, and her livelihood. She owed tens of thousands in returned fees to patients, legal costs, and modified alimony to her ex-husband. Her career of 15 years was completely ended. Bradley also faced severe consequences. I was awarded primary custody of Dylan, given Bradley's demonstrated deception and poor judgment. The divorce settlement heavily favored me. Bradley's relationship with Rachel collapsed under the stress of investigations and public scandal. They broke up within 3 months. But the collateral damage extended far beyond Bradley and Rachel. Rachel's patients, people who'd been seeing her for depression, anxiety, trauma, and other legitimate mental health concerns, were suddenly without their therapist and faced reopening wounds with new providers. Some of these patients experienced significant setbacks in their mental health treatment because of the sudden disruption. One of Rachel's patients, a woman dealing with severe trauma, had a psychological crisis after learning about Rachel's ethical violations and had to be hospitalized. Her family blamed me for triggering this crisis through my exposure of Rachel, arguing I damaged vulnerable patients in my quest for revenge. Rachel's teenage daughter from her previous marriage also suffered tremendously. She faced social stigma at school when her mother's scandal became public. She lost her stable home environment when Rachel could no longer afford their house. She dealt with depression and required intensive therapy herself to process her mother's professional and personal destruction. The question that torments me constantly is whether my comprehensive destruction of Rachel's career and life was proportionate to her ethical violations, and whether I adequately considered innocent victims before acting. Yes, Rachel committed severe professional misconduct. She exploited her position as our therapist to have an affair with my husband. She created fake therapeutic recommendations to facilitate that affair. She fundamentally violated the trust essential to therapeutic relationships. She deserved to lose her license and face professional consequences. But did her patients deserve to lose their therapists suddenly and face mental health setbacks? Did the trauma patient who was hospitalized deserve that crisis? Did Rachel's teenage daughter deserve the destruction of her stable life? I reported Rachel to protect future patients from exploitation. That motivation was genuine and important. But I also wanted Rachel destroyed because she'd betrayed me personally. The reviews, the email to all her patients, the contact with her ex-husband, those actions went beyond protecting others into territory of comprehensive personal destruction. The honest answer is, I wanted Rachel's entire life ruined. I wanted her career ended, her reputation destroyed, her financial security eliminated. I wanted everyone who'd ever trusted her to know she'd violated that trust. And I achieved those goals, but I didn't fully consider the cost to innocent people. Vulnerable patients who needed consistent care. Rachel's daughter who'd done nothing wrong. 6 months later, I'm divorced and rebuilding my life with Dylan. Bradley is struggling with his own guilt and the relationship fallout. Rachel is working retail, trying to rebuild financial stability, and will never practice therapy again. But Rachel's former patients dealt with treatment disruptions. One was hospitalized, and Rachel's teenage daughter is in intensive therapy, processing the trauma of her mother's public destruction. So I ask, was I right to report Rachel's ethical violations and ensure she lost her license? Absolutely. She was dangerous and unfit to practice. But did I cross moral lines by pursuing comprehensive personal destruction through reviews, mass emails to patients, and contact with her ex-husband? Did innocent people, vulnerable patients, and Rachel's daughter deserve the collateral damage from my quest for total vengeance? Should I have stopped at professional reporting without the additional personal destruction, or was comprehensive ruin justified given Rachel's calculated exploitation of her position? These questions haunt me daily, and I fear I became vindictive beyond proportion to Rachel's violations, causing harm to innocent people in my rage. My husband's therapy sessions were actually weekly meetups with his mistress. Therapy sessions. Those two supportive words became the cover for my husband Greg's 38-year-old male, 18-month affair, as he convinced me that he was working on his mental health with a therapist when he was actually meeting his co-worker mistress every week. And I, 36-year-old female, only discovered the truth when I called his therapist's office to schedule a couples session. The elaborate psychological manipulation I endured, the scorched earth revenge I unleashed, and my ongoing guilt about whether I destroyed an innocent woman's career in my rage continue to torment me 14 months later. Greg and I have been married for 11 years, together for 14. We have a son, Owen, 8-year-old male. Our marriage had always been solid. We communicated well, shared household responsibilities equally, and maintained both independence and togetherness in healthy balance. Greg worked as a project manager at a large construction company, while I worked as a high school math teacher. About 2 years ago, Greg told me he'd been feeling stressed and anxious about work pressures and wanted to start seeing a therapist. He said he'd found someone named Dr. Jennifer Walsh, who specialized in workplace stress and anxiety management. I was completely supportive. I've always believed in the value of therapy and was proud that Greg was taking his mental health seriously. Greg started attending weekly therapy sessions every Thursday evening. He'd leave work around 4:30 p.m., attend his 5 p.m. session, and return home around 7 p.m. He said the sessions were 1 hour, but he'd often stay in the waiting room afterward to journal and process what they'd discussed, which explained the 2.5-hour absence. I noticed positive changes in Greg's mood and behavior over the following months. He seemed more relaxed, more communicative about his feelings, and generally happier. I attributed this to the therapy work he was doing and felt grateful he'd found a good therapist. Greg was committed to his Thursday sessions with almost religious devotion. He'd never miss an appointment, would rearrange work obligations to protect that time slot, and would get genuinely upset if anything threatened to interfere with his therapy time. I respected this dedication and always made sure Owen and I had dinner plans handled on Thursdays so Greg could focus on his mental health. Over the 18 months that Greg attended therapy, our marriage actually seemed to improve in some ways. Greg was more attentive, more affectionate, and we had better conversations about emotions and relationship dynamics. I genuinely believed therapy was helping him become a better partner, and that our marriage was benefiting from his personal growth work. Greg would occasionally mention things Dr. Walsh had said, insights about managing stress, communication techniques, or perspectives on work-life balance. These comments seemed legitimate and helpful. I'd thank him for sharing what he was learning and tell him I was proud of his commitment to self-improvement. About 4 months ago, I started having my own struggles with anxiety related to work stress and some family issues with my aging parents. I mentioned to Greg that I was thinking about starting therapy myself and asked if he thought Dr. Walsh might be taking new patients. Greg immediately became evasive. He said Dr. Walsh had a very full practice and probably wasn't accepting new clients. He suggested I look for someone else rather than trying to see his therapist. When I said I'd still like to try, after all, if Dr. Walsh was so helpful for him, maybe she'd be great for me too, Greg became almost defensive, saying it would be weird for us to see the same therapist and that I should find my own provider. His reaction seemed strange, but I accepted it and started looking for other therapists. Then I had another idea. What about couples therapy? Greg's work with Dr. Walsh had clearly helped our marriage, so maybe we could do some couples sessions to work on communication and strengthen our relationship even further. I suggested this to Greg, and his response was immediate and emphatic. Absolutely not. He said Dr. Walsh only did individual therapy, not couples work. He said bringing me into his therapeutic space would compromise the progress he'd made. He was so adamant that I felt hurt. Why wouldn't he want to include me in something that had supposedly helped our marriage? But I let it go, respecting what I thought were Greg's boundaries around his therapy. Instead, I decided to find a couples therapist independently and surprise Greg by setting up a first session. I searched for Dr. Jennifer Walsh's practice online to get information about couples therapists she might recommend. I couldn't find any online presence. No website, no Psychology Today profile, no professional listings. This seemed odd for a practicing therapist in our area, where most mental health providers have at least some online presence. I decided to call the number Greg had given me for Dr. Walsh's office, a number I'd stored in my phone from when Greg first started therapy in case I ever needed to reach him during his sessions. A woman answered. Hello? Not a professional greeting with a practice name, just hello. I asked if this was Dr. Jennifer Walsh's office. The woman said, Who? With genuine confusion. I explained I was trying to reach Dr. Jennifer Walsh, a therapist. The woman said, I think you have the wrong number, and hung up. I felt a cold knot forming in my stomach. I called back and got voicemail, a personal voicemail, not a professional one. The voice said, Hi, you've reached Jenna, leave a message. Not Dr. Walsh, Jenna. I checked the number again. It was definitely what Greg had given me as his therapist's office number, but it was clearly a personal cell phone, not a professional practice. I started investigating more aggressively. I searched state licensing databases for Jennifer Walsh therapists in our area. I found 3 Jennifer Walshes licensed in our state, but none in our city, and none whose photos or practice descriptions matched what Greg had told me. I checked our insurance claims. Greg had said Dr. Walsh was out of network and he was paying out of pocket, about $150 per session, which I'd accepted as normal. But I realized I'd never seen actual bills or receipts. Greg handled his own finances from his separate checking account. We maintained both joint and individual accounts, so I hadn't scrutinized his therapy expenses. I accessed Greg's credit card statements online. We'd shared login credentials for years for household financial planning. I searched for charges on Thursdays around his therapy time. I found charges to restaurants, to a hotel about 20 miles from his office, to flowers and wine shops, but nothing to any medical or therapy practice. My hands were shaking as I realized what this meant. Greg wasn't going to therapy. He'd been lying for 18 months about weekly therapy sessions while actually doing something else, something that involved hotels, restaurants, flowers, and wine. I called Greg's office and asked to speak with him, saying it was urgent. When he answered, I told him I'd called Dr. Walsh's office and gotten a woman named Jenna who had no idea what I was talking about. I asked him to explain. There was a long, terrible pause. Then Greg said quietly, "Can we talk about this when I get home? Not on the phone." I said no. I needed answers immediately. Another long pause. Then Greg said, "I haven't been going to therapy. I've been seeing someone. I'm sorry. I'll come home right now and we'll talk." I hung up feeling like my entire reality had shattered. Greg had been having an affair for 18 months, using therapy as cover. Every Thursday evening for a year and a half, he'd been with another woman, while I supported what I thought was his mental health journey. When Greg came home 2 hours later, the truth was even worse than I'd imagined. The someone he'd been seeing was his coworker, Jenna Thompson, 29-year-old female, who worked as an administrative coordinator at his construction company. They'd started an affair about 2 years ago, and when it became serious and they wanted regular time together, Greg had invented the therapy story as cover. The phone number he'd given me as Dr. Walsh's office was actually Jenna's personal cell phone. He figured I'd never call it, and if I did, Jenna could pretend to be a receptionist. The insurance claim issue was avoided by claiming out-of-network provider. The positive changes in Greg's mood that I'd attributed to therapy had actually been happiness from his affair. Even worse, some of the insights from Dr. Walsh that Greg had shared with me, communication techniques, relationship advice, had actually been things Jenna had said about her own failed relationships. Greg had been feeding me his mistress's relationship advice while pretending it came from a therapist. The manipulation was so layered and psychological that I felt violated beyond just the physical infidelity. Greg had exploited my support for mental health, had used my respect for therapy boundaries against me, and had turned something I thought was helping our marriage into cover for destroying it. I spent the next week in shock while Greg moved to a hotel. I couldn't eat or sleep, couldn't focus at work, and was barely holding myself together for Owen's sake. But beneath the devastation, I felt rage building, not just at Greg, but at Jenna, whose identity was now fully revealed. I decided both of them needed to face comprehensive consequences for what they'd done. My revenge plan targeted every aspect of their lives. First, I filed for divorce immediately with an aggressive attorney. Greg's 18-month affair, documented through credit card statements and the elaborate therapy deception, would work strongly in my favor for custody and asset division. Second, I reported the affair to Greg's employer. The construction company had strict policies about workplace relationships that must be disclosed to HR. Greg and Jenna had been having an undisclosed affair for 2 years, had been using work time for personal activities. Greg would leave early on Thursdays claiming personal appointments, and had potentially created liability issues for the company. The company investigated and found that Greg had been falsifying his timesheets, claiming work hours when he was actually with Jenna. Both Greg and Jenna were fired within 3 weeks for ethics violations and timesheet fraud. Third, I exposed everything on social media. I posted a detailed account explaining how Greg had faked 18 months of therapy to cover his affair, how he'd manipulated my support for mental health, and how he'd fed me his mistress's relationship advice while claiming it came from his therapist. The post went viral in our community. People were horrified by the therapy deception specifically. Exploiting mental health concerns and therapy to cover infidelity seemed particularly cruel and manipulative. Greg and Jenna became social pariahs. Fourth, and this is where I crossed a line I still regret, I went after Jenna specifically, in ways that destroyed her life beyond just the affair consequences. I discovered Jenna was in the process of applying to graduate school for social work. She wanted to become a therapist, ironically. Her applications were pending at several MSW programs. I contacted every program Jenna had applied to and explained that she'd been involved in a 2-year affair with a married coworker, during which she'd helped him elaborate deception involving fake therapy. I argued that someone who'd participated in such psychological manipulation shouldn't be admitted to a program training future therapists. Several programs took my concerns seriously. Social work programs evaluate applicants' ethics and character, not just academics. At least 3 programs rejected Jenna's applications after learning about the affair and the therapy deception, explicitly citing concerns about her ethical judgment. I also contacted Jenna's landlord. I found her address through public records and told them about her job loss and likely inability to pay rent. This was purely vindictive. I wanted Jenna to face housing instability on top of everything else. I contacted Jenna's family and friends through social media, sending them detailed information about the affair and how long it had been going on. I wanted everyone in Jenna's life to know what she'd done. The destruction of both their lives was total. Greg lost his marriage, his son. I was awarded primary custody, his job, his reputation, and most of his social connections. He faced significant financial consequences from the divorce and job loss. Jenna lost her job, her graduate school opportunities, potentially her housing, and her social reputation. She became known as the other woman who'd helped a man fake therapy to cover their affair. But then Jenna attempted suicide 8 months after everything collapsed. She survived, but was hospitalized for psychiatric evaluation. And this is where my actions became indefensible to many people. Jenna's family blamed me for her suicide attempt. They said yes, she'd made mistakes, but my systematic campaign to destroy her education opportunities, her housing, and her social network had been vindictive beyond what her affair participation warranted. Some friends agreed. They said while Jenna shared responsibility for the affair, my targeting of her graduate school applications and deliberate attempts to make her homeless crossed lines that revenge shouldn't cross. They argued that Greg was the married one who'd made vows to me. Jenna, while morally wrong, hadn't betrayed me personally in the same way. Mental health advocates who learned about the situation condemned my contacting graduate programs to prevent Jenna's admission. They said weaponizing mental health ethics to destroy someone's career aspirations was inappropriate, especially given that my rage about the therapy deception was what motivated it. Even my own therapist, I started seeing one after discovering Greg's fake therapy, has gently suggested that my actions toward Jenna went beyond protecting myself into vindictive territory, particularly the graduate school and housing interventions. Others support what I did. They argue that Jenna actively participated in 18 months of elaborate deception, that she helped Greg exploit mental health and therapy to manipulate me, and that facing comprehensive consequences was appropriate given the calculated nature of their affair. I'm still processing everything. Greg deserved severe consequences. The divorce, job loss, and social consequences felt proportionate to his 18-month deception. But did Jenna deserve me systematically destroying her graduate school opportunities and trying to make her homeless? She didn't make vows to me. She participated in an affair which was wrong. But was my response proportionate? The honest answer is, I wanted her destroyed because she'd been part of something that violated me psychologically. The fake therapy aspect made this feel like more than ordinary infidelity. It felt like gaslighting and mental manipulation. I wanted both of them to suffer comprehensively. But Jenna's suicide attempt forced me to confront whether my revenge crossed moral boundaries. Yes, she participated in hurting me. But did she deserve me systematically dismantling her entire future? Should I have focused my rage on Greg, who actually betrayed his vows, rather than pursuing equal destruction of his affair partner? I don't have clear answers. What I know is that Greg and Jenna made choices that devastated me through calculated, ongoing deception. I made choices about how to respond that devastated both of them, but particularly Jenna, in ways that went beyond the affair itself to target her education and housing. Whether that was proportionate justice, or whether I became vindictive beyond reason, is something I'll struggle with forever. So I ask, did I do the right thing by exposing Greg's fake therapy affair and ensuring both he and Jenna faced comprehensive consequences? Or did I go too far by specifically targeting Jenna's graduate school applications and housing, contributing to circumstances that led to her suicide attempt? Greg betrayed me with 18 months of elaborate deception. But was my response, particularly toward Jenna, proportionate? Or did I cross moral lines that revenge shouldn't cross regardless of provocation? My wife's fitness journey was actually her affair with her personal trainer fitness journey. Those two words became the cover story for my wife, Claire's, 31F, year-long affair with her personal trainer, and I, 34M, only discovered the truth when I hired my own trainer at the same gym, and the pieces finally came together. The way I unraveled the deception, the nuclear revenge I enacted, and the question of whether I went too far by destroying both their careers and lives still keeps me awake at night. Claire and I have been married for 7 years, together for 10. We don't have children. We discussed it but kept postponing, saying we wanted to be more financially stable first. Our marriage was solid, if unremarkable. We worked demanding corporate jobs, maintained an active social life, and had what I believed was a strong partnership. About 18 months ago, Claire announced she wanted to get seriously fit and hired a personal trainer named Bryce, 28M, who worked at an upscale gym about 15 minutes from our house. I was supportive. Claire had struggled with body image issues, and I thought having professional guidance would be healthy for her both physically and mentally. Claire started training with Bryce 3 times per week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings before work. She'd leave the house at 5:30 a.m., train from 6 to 7 a.m., then shower at the gym and head to her office. This routine became sacred to her. She'd never miss a session and would get genuinely upset if anything threatened to interfere with her training schedule. Over the following months, Claire became obsessed with fitness. She'd talk constantly about her workouts, her nutrition plan, and her progress. She followed Bryce's social media religiously, would share his posts about fitness philosophy and training techniques, and would reference his advice about everything from meal timing to sleep optimization. The physical changes were dramatic. Claire lost about 20 pounds, gained visible muscle definition, and seemed happier and more confident than I'd seen her in years. She bought new workout clothes constantly, expensive athletic wear that she'd show off excitedly. She'd take progress photos and videos that she'd post on Instagram with hashtags about transformation and fitness lifestyle. I was genuinely proud of her dedication and results. The only thing that bothered me slightly was how much she talked about Bryce. It was always, Bryce says this, or Bryce recommends that. But I dismissed any jealousy as petty. Bryce was her trainer. Of course she'd reference his expertise. I told myself I was being insecure and should be happy Claire had found something she was passionate about. The training sessions also started expanding. What began as 3 one-hour sessions per week grew to 4 sessions, then 5. Claire started going to the gym on weekends for additional training with Bryce. She'd be gone for 2 or 3 hours on Saturday mornings, coming home sweaty and energized, talking about the intense workout Bryce had put her through. Claire also started attending the gym's social events. Bryce would post about gym family gatherings, happy hours, hiking trips, group workouts. Claire never missed these events. She'd come home late, slightly drunk, talking about how amazing the gym community was and how she'd finally found her people. I started feeling somewhat excluded from this huge part of Claire's life. When I'd suggest working out together, she'd say she needed to stick with Bryce's programming. When I'd ask if I could attend the gym's social events, she'd say they were really for the training clients, and I'd feel out of place. I felt like fitness had become Claire's separate world that I wasn't welcome in. About 5 months ago, I decided to get in better shape myself. I'd gained weight from my sedentary office job and wanted to feel healthier. I joined a different gym initially, but after a few weeks, I thought, why not join Claire's gym? We could at least see each other there, even if we weren't training together. Maybe I could meet the people Claire spent so much time with. I joined Claire's gym and hired a different trainer, a woman named Michelle, who came highly recommended. I deliberately didn't tell Claire I'd joined her gym. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe I wanted it to be a surprise. Or maybe something in my subconscious was already suspicious and wanted to observe without Claire knowing I was there. My training sessions with Michelle were Tuesday and Thursday mornings, so they didn't overlap with Claire's Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule with Bryce. But the gym had become my space now too, and I'd occasionally go at different times to use the equipment or attend classes. 2 weeks after joining the gym, I started noticing things that didn't quite add up. I'd mentioned to Michelle casually that my wife trained there with Bryce, and Michelle's expression had been strange. A quick flash of something like discomfort or pity before she recovered and said something neutral about Bryce being a popular trainer. I started paying more attention to gym's social dynamics. The other trainers and regular members had a friendliness toward each other that seemed normal. But when Claire and Bryce interacted, something felt different. Their body language seemed more intimate than trainer-client. They'd stand closer than necessary, touch each other's arms frequently during conversation, and share private jokes that excluded others. I came to the gym on a Saturday morning, a time when I knew Claire had training with Bryce. I worked out in a different area where I could observe without being obvious. Claire and Bryce were in a corner of the gym doing what appeared to be a legitimate training session. But during rest periods between sets, they'd stand very close, laugh intimately, and at one point, Bryce's hand lingered on the small of Claire's back for several seconds. The touching could have been innocent. Trainers touch clients to correct form or provide encouragement. But the overall vibe felt wrong. The way they looked at each other, the way Claire tilted her head and smiled at Bryce, the way his hand movements seemed more caress than professional touch. I started investigating more deliberately. I checked our credit card statements and found charges to hotels I didn't recognize, always on weekday afternoons, always in amounts that suggested hourly rather than overnight stays. I checked Claire's car mileage and found discrepancies with where she claimed to have been. I looked at Claire's social media more carefully. Her Instagram was full of gym selfies and workout videos. Many featured Bryce in the background or directly alongside her. The comments on these posts were interesting. Several women wrote things like, "Your trainer is," and "I'd work out too if my trainer looked like that." Claire would respond with laughing emojis and comments like, "Best decision I ever made hiring him." Most damningly, I found text messages on our phone bill. Claire's number and Bryce's number had been exchanging hundreds of texts per month, far more than would be appropriate for a trainer-client relationship. I couldn't see the content, but the volume and timing told a story. They'd text late at night, early in the morning, throughout weekends. I hired a private investigator to follow Claire on one of her training days. The investigator's report confirmed what I'd suspected, but hoped wasn't true. Claire and Bryce met at the gym as scheduled, did a legitimate training session for about 45 minutes, then left together in Bryce's car. They drove to a nearby hotel, went inside, and emerged 2 hours later. They returned to the gym parking lot where Claire had left her car, kissed goodbye, not a friendly peck but a long, passionate kiss, and went their separate ways. The investigator captured photos and video of the entire sequence. There was no ambiguity. This wasn't a trainer-client relationship. Claire and Bryce were having an affair, and the fitness journey that had consumed Claire's life for the past year was actually cover for an ongoing, intimate relationship. I was devastated, but also furiously angry. Claire had been lying to me for months, using fitness as an excuse to spend time with her affair partner. Every early morning training session, every weekend workout, every gym social event had potentially been opportunities for her affair. She'd even gotten me to pay for it. The training sessions cost $80 each, 3 to 5 times per week, funded by our joint account. I'd been financially supporting my wife's affair, while she positioned it as self-improvement I should be proud of. The manipulation was breathtaking. I had to decide how to handle this. I could confront Claire privately and try to work through it. Or I could expose the affair publicly and ensure both Claire and Bryce faced maximum consequences for what they'd done. I chose scorched earth, and I'm still processing whether my response was justified, or if I went too far in destroying not just the affair, but their entire lives and careers. My revenge strategy was methodical and comprehensive. I wanted Claire and Bryce to face consequences on every level: personal, professional, social, and financial. First, I documented everything thoroughly. I compiled the private investigators' reports with photos and video, the credit card statements showing hotel charges, the text message records, and a detailed timeline of Claire's training schedule over the past year. Then I filed for divorce. But I didn't just file quietly. I filed on grounds of adultery and included all the evidence as part of the court filing, which became part of public record. I wanted the affair documented legally and publicly. Next, I reported Bryce to the gym management and to the National Certification Body for Personal Trainers. Gyms and certification organizations have strict ethics policies about trainers engaging in sexual or romantic relationships with clients. It's considered professional misconduct because of the inherent power imbalance and because it violates the trust placed in fitness professionals. I provided the gym with all my evidence showing Bryce had been having an affair with Claire, a married woman, and his client. I demonstrated that they'd been using the gym as a meeting place for their affair, that training sessions had been cover for their relationship, and that other gym members and staff had likely been aware something inappropriate was happening. The gym fired Bryce immediately. His contract explicitly prohibited sexual relationships with clients, and the evidence was irrefutable. They also revoked his membership and banned him from the premises. I reported Bryce to his certification body, the National Academy of Sports Medicine, NASM, providing the same evidence of his inappropriate relationship with a client. NASM launched an ethics investigation and ultimately revoked Bryce's personal training certification permanently. Without certification, Bryce cannot work as a personal trainer at any reputable gym or facility. But I didn't stop there. I contacted every gym within a 50-mile radius and sent them information about Bryce's ethics violations and loss of certification. I wanted to ensure he couldn't simply move to a different gym and continue training clients. I made sure his professional reputation was destroyed completely. For Claire, the consequences were more personal and social. I sent the evidence of the affair to her parents, her siblings, and her close friends. I wanted everyone who mattered to Claire to know exactly what she'd done and how she'd been lying to them, as well as to me. I also posted a detailed account of the affair on social media. Not on my main accounts, but in several local community groups we were both part of, and in the gym's social media community, where Claire had been so active posting about her fitness transformation. I explained that Claire's year-long fitness journey had actually been an affair with her trainer, that she'd been lying to everyone, and that her transformation posts had been cover for infidelity. The social consequences for Claire were devastating. Her friends and family were shocked, and many distanced themselves from her. Her Instagram fitness community, where she'd built a following of several hundred people who'd been inspired by her transformation, turned on her when they learned the inspirational journey had been built on lies and affair. Claire's employer learned about the affair through the social media posts. While the affair itself wasn't a workplace issue, the public nature of the scandal became a problem because Claire worked in a client-facing role. Her company asked her to take a leave of absence while things settled down, effectively pushing her out due to reputational concerns. The financial devastation was significant for both of them. Bryce lost his career as a personal trainer. His certification was permanently revoked, his reputation destroyed, and he was unemployable in the fitness industry. He'd invested years building his training business, and his career was now completely over. Claire lost her job and significant assets in the divorce. Because I'd filed on grounds of adultery with comprehensive evidence, the divorce settlement was favorable to me. I got our house, the majority of our shared savings, and Claire had to pay a significant portion of the legal fees because of her misconduct. The social destruction was arguably worse than the financial. Both Claire and Bryce became pariahs in our community. The affair had been exposed so publicly that everyone knew the details. Claire couldn't go to her usual restaurants, shop, or social venues without people knowing she was the woman who had the affair with her trainer. Bryce faced similar social consequences. People in the fitness community knew he'd violated professional ethics and lost his certification over an affair with a married client. The reaction from people who knew the full story has been mixed. Many friends support me completely, saying Claire and Bryce deserved every consequence they faced. They betrayed trust on multiple levels: personal, professional, and social. And facing comprehensive consequences was appropriate. But some people think I went too far. They acknowledge the affair was wrong, but say destroying Bryce's career and Claire's reputation so publicly was vindictive and excessive. They argue I could have divorced Claire and reported Bryce to his certification body without the public social media campaign that humiliated both of them in our community. Claire's family has been particularly hostile. They say I ruined Claire's life by making the affair so public rather than handling it privately. They've pointed out that Claire's career has been damaged, her social relationships destroyed, and her mental health has suffered significantly from the public humiliation. Bryce's parents reached out to me, asking me to have mercy and help correct the situation, to admit I'd exaggerated the affair, or to somehow help Bryce regain his certification. They said their son made a mistake, but doesn't deserve to have his entire career destroyed permanently. I've been in therapy, processing everything: the betrayal, the divorce, and the question of whether my revenge was proportionate. My therapist has encouraged me to examine whether my actions were about protecting myself and ensuring appropriate consequences, or whether I was primarily motivated by wanting Claire and Bryce to suffer, as I'd suffered. The honest answer is both. I do think Bryce violated professional ethics and deserved to lose his certification. I do think people who knew us deserve to know the truth about why our marriage ended. But I also wanted them to suffer. I wanted Claire to face social humiliation proportionate to how humiliated I felt discovering the affair. I wanted Bryce's career destroyed the way he'd participated in destroying my marriage. A year later, I'm rebuilding my life. I've moved on emotionally and have started dating. But I still think about Claire and Bryce and wonder about the proportionality of consequences. Claire made terrible choices and deserved consequences. Bryce violated professional ethics and deserved to lose his certification. But did they deserve the comprehensive social, professional, and financial destruction I ensured through my methodical revenge campaign? I don't know. What I know is that they built their affair on lies and manipulation, using fitness as cover for infidelity. When I discovered the truth, I had choices about how to respond. I chose maximum exposure and consequences. Whether that was justice or vindictive cruelty, whether those two things can be distinguished in moments of profound betrayal, is something I'm still trying to understand. So the question I keep asking myself: did I do the right thing by publicly exposing the affair and ensuring Bryce's career was destroyed? Or did I let my pain drive me to disproportionate revenge that crossed moral lines, even if it felt justified? I protected myself and told the truth. But was the collateral damage I deliberately created, the complete destruction of their lives and reputations, proportionate to their betrayal? Or did I go too far? My wife's girls' trip was actually her moving in with her affair partner. Girls' trip. Those two cheerful words mask the most calculated betrayal imaginable. My wife, Vanessa, 32-year female, didn't go on vacation with her friends as she told me, but instead moved permanently into her affair partner's house while planning to abandon our marriage and children. And I, 35-year-old male, only discovered the truth when her best friend couldn't keep the secret anymore. The systematic deception I uncovered, the devastating revenge I executed, and my ongoing uncertainty about whether I crossed ethical lines in my response continue to haunt me 20 months later. Vanessa and I have been married for 9 years, together for 12. We have 2 daughters, Sophie, 7-year female, and Ellie, 5-year female. I thought our marriage was stable and loving. We had the normal stresses of raising young children and managing 2 careers. I work as a civil engineer while Vanessa worked as a dental hygienist, but we communicated well, prioritized family time, and I believed we were building a good life together. Last year in September, Vanessa announced she wanted to take a week-long girls' trip with 3 of her close friends to a resort in Mexico. She said she needed a break from the routine of work and parenting, that she hadn't had quality time with her friends in years, and that a week of relaxation and adult socializing would help her recharge. I was completely supportive despite the logistics being challenging. With Vanessa gone for a week, I'd need to manage work and single parenting 2 young girls. But I wanted Vanessa to have this experience, and we could afford the trip financially. I encouraged her to book it and told her I'd handle everything at home. Vanessa spent weeks excitedly planning the trip. She showed me the resort website, the flight itinerary, and coordinated details with her friends, Madison, Kelsey, and Amber. They'd all be flying out together on a Saturday morning, spending 6 nights at the resort, and returning the following Friday evening. The morning Vanessa left, I drove her to the airport at 5 a.m. She kissed me and the girls goodbye, told us she loved us and would miss us, and wheeled her suitcase into the terminal looking excited and happy. I drove home with Sophie and Ellie, ready to tackle a week of solo parenting. The first 2 days seemed normal. Vanessa texted occasionally with generic updates about the resort, the food, and time with her friends. She sent a few photos of the beach and the pool. She video called briefly on Sunday evening to say goodnight to the girls, though the connection was poor and the call was short. But on Monday, the communication became strange. Vanessa's texts were sporadic and vague. When I tried calling, she wouldn't answer, texting back that she was at dinner or at the spa and would call later. But she never did. The photos she sent looked increasingly generic, like they could have been taken anywhere rather than specifically at the resort she'd shown me. By Wednesday, I was getting concerned. Vanessa hadn't video called with the girls since Sunday despite promising she would. Her text responses were delayed by hours and felt perfunctory. When I tried to share things about the girls' days, Sophie's good grade on a test, Ellie's funny story from daycare, Vanessa's responses were minimal and disengaged. On Thursday evening, I received a call from Madison, one of Vanessa's friends who was supposedly on the trip with her. Madison sounded upset and said she needed to talk to me about something important. She asked if I could meet her for coffee the next morning while the girls were at school. I was confused, but agreed. Madison's tone suggested something serious, and my concern about Vanessa's strange behavior all week made me anxious. I met Madison Friday morning at a coffee shop, and what she told me shattered my understanding of reality. Madison wasn't in Mexico. None of Vanessa's friends were in Mexico. There had never been a girls' trip planned. Vanessa had fabricated the entire vacation story, and Madison felt she could no longer keep Vanessa's secret after watching me struggle all week with solo parenting, while believing my wife was relaxing at a beach resort. Madison explained that Vanessa had been having an affair for approximately 8 months with a man named Connor, 37 male, who worked as a pharmaceutical sales representative. They'd met when Connor visited Vanessa's dental office for a sales call, had exchanged numbers, and had started a relationship that had progressed to Vanessa planning to leave our marriage. The girls' trip wasn't a vacation. It was Vanessa moving out. She'd packed many of her belongings in that suitcase, had moved into Connor's house, and was planning to live there permanently. She'd invented the Mexico story to buy time to settle into Connor's home before telling me she was leaving the marriage. I sat in the coffee shop feeling like I'd been punched in the chest. Madison showed me text messages from Vanessa discussing the plan, how she'd tell me she was going to Mexico, would actually move into Connor's house, and would figure out how to tell him after getting settled. Vanessa had been systematically planning her exit from our marriage while maintaining the facade of normalcy. Madison said she'd struggled with whether to tell me, but couldn't watch Vanessa deceive me any longer, especially seeing me juggle work and parenting alone while believing my wife was on vacation. Madison also said Kelsey and Amber, the other friends supposedly on the trip, didn't know about any of this and had been confused when Madison asked them about the Mexico plans. I drove home in shock and immediately started investigating. I checked our joint credit card statements and found no charges to airlines, resorts, or anything Mexico-related. Instead, I found charges to furniture stores, home goods retailers, and several purchases at stores near Connor's neighborhood. I looked up Connor's address. Madison had mentioned the street name in explaining where Vanessa was actually staying. Using Google Maps, I found the house and did something impulsive. I drove there immediately. Connor's house was in a nice suburban neighborhood about 20 miles from our home. When I arrived around noon, both Connor's car and Vanessa's car were in the driveway. I sat in my car across the street, trying to decide what to do. Then I saw them. Vanessa and Connor came out the front door together, laughing and comfortable, heading toward his car. Vanessa looked relaxed and happy, not stressed or guilty as you might expect from someone who'd just abandoned her family. They got in Connor's car and drove away together, presumably running errands or going to lunch like any normal couple. I felt rage unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Vanessa was playing house with her affair partner, while I believed she was on vacation and was home managing our children alone. She'd lied elaborately, had moved out of our home, and was living a completely separate life while keeping me in the dark. I drove home and started planning. I had about 24 hours before Vanessa's supposed return from Mexico. I assumed she planned to come home Friday evening as originally scheduled, and would have to figure out how to tell me she was leaving. I had one day to understand the full scope of the deception and decide how to respond. I hired a private investigator that afternoon and paid extra for rush service. The investigator confirmed that Vanessa had been at Connor's house all week, that they'd been seen together around the neighborhood acting like a couple, and that Vanessa had moved significant belongings into the house. I also consulted with a divorce attorney who provided emergency consultation. The attorney said the evidence of abandonment and adultery would work strongly in my favor for custody and asset division. She recommended I file immediately before Vanessa could establish her own legal representation or begin moving assets. I filed for divorce that afternoon, less than 24 hours after learning about the affair. I filed on grounds of adultery and abandonment, included evidence of Vanessa's deception about her location, and requested full custody of Sophie and Ellie, given Vanessa had abandoned the family home and her parental responsibilities. But I didn't stop with just protecting myself legally. I wanted Vanessa and Connor to face comprehensive consequences for what they'd done. That evening, I called Vanessa's parents and siblings. I explained that Vanessa wasn't in Mexico, that she'd been having an affair for 8 months, that she'd moved into her affair partner's house while lying about being on vacation, and that she'd abandoned our daughters for a week to play house with another man. Vanessa's family was shocked and horrified. Her mother started crying on the phone. Her father was furious. Her siblings couldn't believe Vanessa would abandon Sophie and Ellie this way. They all said they'd had no idea and were disgusted by Vanessa's behavior. I also called Connor's employer. I explained that Connor was having an affair with a married woman who had abandoned her children, and that Connor's affair had begun through his sales work at Vanessa's dental office, meaning he'd potentially misused his professional access for personal gain. Connor's company took the report seriously because pharmaceutical sales representatives are expected to maintain professional boundaries and ethical conduct. They launched an internal investigation that ultimately resulted in Connor being terminated, not solely for the affair, but because he'd violated company policy by pursuing a personal relationship with a client contact, and because he'd misrepresented personal time off in ways that conflicted with his sales territory management. I contacted Vanessa's employer, the dental office where she worked. I explained that Vanessa had taken a week off work under false pretenses, claiming vacation when actually moving in with an affair partner, and that her affair with Connor had originated through his pharmaceutical sales visits to the office, potentially creating ethical issues. The dental office was a small practice with strong family values. They were disturbed to learn about the circumstances and concerned about the professional boundary violation. They didn't fire Vanessa immediately, but made clear her employment situation would be re-evaluated when she returned. Friday evening, when Vanessa was supposed to return from Mexico, I changed all the locks on our house. I packed the remaining items Vanessa hadn't taken in her original suitcase and left them in the garage. I had divorce papers ready to serve her the moment she arrived. Vanessa came home around 7 p.m., looking tanned and rested. She'd apparently gotten spray tanning to maintain the vacation fiction. She came to the front door expecting to use her key, found it didn't work, and knocked. I opened the door, handed her the divorce papers, told her to collect her belongings from the garage, and informed her she was no longer welcome in our home. Vanessa was shocked and started trying to explain, to ask for a chance to talk. I told her I knew everything, that she'd never been to Mexico, that she'd been living with Connor all week, that she'd abandoned our daughters to play house with her affair partner. Vanessa turned pale and realized her entire deception had been exposed. I closed and locked the door while Vanessa stood outside crying and knocking. She eventually called Madison, screaming at her for betraying her by telling me the truth. Madison later told me she felt no guilt. Vanessa had manipulated everyone and deserved to face consequences. The destruction of Vanessa's life happened rapidly. She lost her marriage, her home, and her relationship with her daughters. Sophie and Ellie were confused and hurt when Mommy didn't come home. The divorce proceedings moved quickly, given the clear evidence of adultery and abandonment. Vanessa lost her job 2 weeks after returning, when the dental office decided they couldn't have an employee who'd violated professional boundaries and conducted herself in ways they found ethically troubling. They framed it as restructuring, but the timing and reasoning were clear. Connor lost his pharmaceutical job, which meant he lost his income and couldn't support Vanessa. Their relationship, which had seemed so exciting during the affair phase, collapsed under the pressure of real consequences. They broke up within 3 months. The custody evaluation heavily favored me. Vanessa had literally abandoned our daughters for a week to pursue her affair, had lied systematically, and had shown poor judgment that evaluators deemed concerning for parenting capacity. I was awarded primary custody, 85-15 split with Vanessa getting limited supervised visitation initially. I also ensured social consequences. I posted a detailed account on social media explaining what Vanessa had done, fabricating a girl's trip to Mexico when actually moving in with her affair partner, abandoning our daughters for a week, systematically deceiving everyone. I included enough documentation to make the story credible. The social media post spread through our community and mutual friend circles. Vanessa became socially isolated as friends distanced themselves from her. The deception was so calculated and the abandonment of her children so troubling that even people inclined to be sympathetic couldn't justify her behavior. Vanessa's parents, despite their initial support for me, eventually softened toward their daughter and began suggesting I'd been too harsh in my response. They acknowledged Vanessa's affair and deception were wrong, but argued I'd systematically destroyed her life when I could have handled the divorce more quietly. Some mutual friends agreed. They said while Vanessa's behavior was terrible, My comprehensive campaign to destroy her career, her relationship, her social standing, and her parental rights was vindictive beyond what the situation required. They pointed out that Vanessa lost everything: marriage, children, home, job, relationship with Connor, social network, and relationship with her own parents who were ashamed of her. They've asked whether my satisfaction with her complete destruction was proportionate to her betrayal. But many others strongly support what I did. They argue that Vanessa didn't just cheat. She abandoned her children for a week while fabricating an elaborate vacation story. She systematically deceived everyone and had been planning her exit from the family for months. Comprehensive consequences were appropriate. Sophie and Ellie are now 8 and 6, in therapy processing their mother's abandonment and the family changes. They understand at age-appropriate levels that mommy made bad choices, but struggle with feelings of abandonment and confusion about why their mother would leave them. I'm also in therapy, processing not just Vanessa's betrayal, but my own actions in response. My therapist has encouraged me to examine whether I was protecting my children and ensuring accountability, or whether I was primarily motivated by rage and wanting Vanessa to suffer maximally. The honest answer is both. Vanessa did deserve consequences for abandoning her children and systematically deceiving everyone. But I also wanted her destroyed. I wanted her to lose her job, her relationship, her social standing, everything that mattered to her. The question I struggle with is proportionality. Yes, Vanessa's abandonment of Sophie and Ellie was terrible. But did it warrant me systematically ensuring she lost every aspect of her life? My daughters now have a mother who's broken, unemployed, and barely holding her life together. Is that what's best for them long term? I don't have clear answers. What I know is that Vanessa made choices that devastated our family. I made choices about how to respond that devastated her. Whether we're all victims of each other's worst choices, or whether I became something darker than what she did to me, is the question that keeps me awake at night. So I ask, did I do the right thing by systematically exposing Vanessa's fake vacation and ensuring she faced comprehensive consequences, including losing her job and custody of her children? Or did I go too far in destroying her life so completely that my daughters now have a broken mother who can barely function? She abandoned them for a week to pursue her affair. But was my response, which left her with almost nothing, what was truly best for Sophie and Ellie? Or did I prioritize revenge over their well-being? My wife's late work nights were her second shift as a sugar baby to my boss. Late work nights. Those 3 exhausting words mask the most humiliating betrayal imaginable. My wife, Isabel, 29, female, wasn't staying late at her marketing job as she told me for 14 months, but was instead working as a sugar baby for my own boss. And I, 32, UL, discovered the truth when I found thousands in cash hidden in our home and traced it back to the arrangement that was funding her secret luxury lifestyle. The degrading revelation that destroyed both my marriage and career, the calculated revenge I executed, and my lingering uncertainty about whether I ruined innocent lives in my quest for justice continue to haunt me 13 months later. Isabel and I have been married for 6 years, together for 9. We have no children. We discussed starting a family but kept postponing, saying we wanted to be more financially secure first. I worked as a senior analyst at a mid-sized consulting firm, while Isabel worked in marketing at a tech startup. Our combined income was comfortable but not extravagant. We lived in a modest apartment, drove older cars, and budgeted carefully. About 16 months ago, Isabel's work schedule changed dramatically. She started staying late at the office 3 or 4 nights per week, often not getting home until 10 or 11 p.m. She explained that her company was pushing for a major product launch, and everyone was working extended hours. The overtime was mandatory, she said, and while frustrating, it would pay off when the product succeeded and bonuses were distributed. I was supportive, despite being disappointed about the reduced time together. I'd make dinner for myself, handle household chores alone, and would often be in bed by the time Isabel came home exhausted. Our relationship became ships passing in the night. We'd see each other briefly in mornings and on weekends, but the intimacy and connection we'd always shared started eroding. What I didn't notice initially were the subtle changes in Isabel's appearance and lifestyle. She started dressing more expensively, designer clothes that seemed beyond our budget. When I commented, she said the company had implemented a professional wardrobe allowance for client-facing employees. She got her hair done at expensive salons weekly, saying it was important for her professional image. She wore jewelry I hadn't seen before, which she claimed were gifts from grateful clients, or pieces she'd found at consignment shops. Isabel also started making vague references to networking events and client dinners that extended her already long work nights. She'd come home at midnight smelling of expensive cologne and wine, explaining she'd been entertaining important clients. I had no reason to doubt these explanations. Tech industry networking is intense, and client relationships do require significant time investment. Our sex life diminished to almost nothing. Isabel was always too tired from her long work days, or would claim work stress was affecting her libido. We went from intimate connections several times per week to maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks. I attributed this to her demanding work schedule and tried to be understanding. Then, 3 months ago, while cleaning out our closet to donate old clothes, I found a locked box hidden behind Isabel's winter coats. The box was small, about the size of a shoebox, and clearly deliberately hidden. I'd never seen it before and had no idea what it contained. I know I shouldn't have, but I picked the simple lock with a paperclip. It took less than a minute. Inside the box, I found stacks of cash totaling approximately $47,000. The bills were bundled in groups of $2,000 to $5,000, all $100 bills, and there were small notes attached to some bundles with dates and abbreviations I didn't understand. I was completely shocked. Where had this money come from? Why was it hidden? Why hadn't Isabel told me about it? We shared our finances openly, or so I thought, and a sudden appearance of $47,000 in cash made no sense. I photographed everything, put the box back exactly as I'd found it, and waited for Isabel to come home from another late work night. When she arrived around 11 p.m., I confronted her immediately. I told her I'd found the cash and needed an explanation. Isabel's face went pale. She started stammering, trying to form explanations that kept contradicting each other. First, she said it was bonus money she'd been saving to surprise me. Then she said it was from selling some inherited jewelry. Then she said it was cash tips from freelance marketing consulting she'd been doing on the side. None of her stories made sense. I pressed harder, saying I needed the truth immediately, or I was leaving. Isabel started crying and finally admitted what the money actually represented. Through tears and halting explanations, Isabel confessed she'd been working as a sugar baby for the past 14 months. The late work nights weren't at her marketing job. She actually left work at normal hours, then spent evenings with her sugar daddy, who paid her for companionship, dates, and intimacy. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. My wife had been essentially working as an escort for over a year, while I believed she was building her marketing career. The expensive clothes, the salon visits, the jewelry, all purchased with money she'd earned selling intimacy to another man. I demanded to know who her sugar daddy was. Isabel was reluctant to tell me, but I insisted. Finally, she said his name. Gordon Patterson. The name hit me like a second punch. Gordon Patterson was my boss, the managing director at my consulting firm, my direct supervisor for the past 3 years. My own boss had been paying my wife for sex while I worked for him, completely oblivious that he was sleeping with Isabel. I felt humiliation beyond the betrayal. Gordon was in his late 50s, married with adult children, and had always been professionally cordial to me. We'd had dozens of work interactions where he'd known he was sleeping with my wife while I had no idea. The power dynamic made this feel even more degrading. My boss had been paying my wife while managing my career. Isabel tried to explain. She said she'd met Gordon at a networking event about 18 months ago. He'd approached her, explained he was looking for a sugar baby arrangement, and had offered generous compensation, $2,000 per date, several dates per month. She'd been tempted by the money, especially since she and I were struggling with our modest lifestyle and talking about wanting financial security before starting a family. Isabel claimed the arrangement was mostly companionship, dinners, events, conversation. But she admitted physical intimacy was part of the arrangement. She'd been sleeping with Gordon regularly for 14 months in exchange for the approximately $70,000 she'd earned total, the $47,000 I'd found, plus money she'd already spent on clothes, treatments, and personal items. The betrayal was multi-layered. Isabel had cheated on me for over a year. She'd done it for money, selling herself like a commodity. She'd lied constantly about her whereabouts and activities, and most humiliatingly, she'd done all this with my own boss, who had the power to affect my career and livelihood. I asked if Gordon knew Isabel was my wife. She admitted he did. In fact, that's part of what made the arrangement appealing to him. Gordon apparently got satisfaction from the power dynamic of paying his employee's wife for sex, while that employee worked for him unknowingly. The arrangement had an element of domination and humiliation that Gordon explicitly enjoyed. I left the apartment that night and checked into a hotel. Over the next week, I alternated between devastating grief and calculating rage. I had to decide how to respond. I could divorce Isabel quietly and look for a new job to escape the humiliation. Or I could ensure both Isabel and Gordon faced maximum consequences for what they'd done. I chose total war, and I'm still questioning whether my actions were justified, or if I became something monstrous in my pursuit of revenge. My first step was gathering evidence. I accessed Isabel's phone, I knew her passcode, and found extensive text messages between her and Gordon, coordinating their dates, discussing payment, and arranging meetings. Some messages were explicitly sexual, and Gordon frequently referenced the power dynamic, saying things like, "Knowing your husband works for me makes this even better." I also found that Isabel had been keeping detailed records of payments in a hidden app on her phone, documenting dates, amounts, and services provided. This was essentially a business ledger of her sugar baby work, including entries like dinner and hotel, $2,500, and weekend trip, $6,000. With comprehensive evidence compiled, I filed for divorce immediately. The evidence of Isabel's affair, particularly the financial transaction nature of it, would work strongly in my favor for asset division. But I didn't stop there. I wanted Gordon destroyed professionally and personally for his role in this degrading situation. First, I reported Gordon to our company's HR department and CEO. I provided comprehensive evidence that Gordon had been paying his direct report's spouse for sexual services over 14 months, that Gordon had explicitly enjoyed the power imbalance of this arrangement, and that Gordon had potentially created massive liability for the company. The company's investigation was swift and damning. Gordon had used company funds for some of the dates with Isabel, claiming business dinners and entertainment expenses that were actually his sugar baby payments. He'd been essentially embezzling company money to pay for sex with his employee's wife. Gordon was fired within 2 weeks for ethics violations, misuse of company funds, and creating an intolerable work environment. His partnership stake in the firm was bought out at minimum value. His 20-year career with the company ended in disgrace. Second, I sent detailed documentation of Gordon's affair and sugar baby arrangement to his wife. I provided text messages, payment records, and hotel receipts showing Gordon's 14-month relationship with Isabel. Gordon's wife filed for divorce immediately, seeking maximum financial consequences. Third, I exposed everything publicly. I posted a detailed account on LinkedIn and social media explaining how my boss had been paying my wife as his sugar baby for over a year, how he'd enjoyed the power dynamic of paying his subordinate spouse for sex, and how he'd been using company funds to finance the arrangement. The post went viral in our professional community. Gordon's reputation was destroyed completely. He became known as the executive who'd paid his employee's wife for sex while embezzling company funds. Professional contacts distanced themselves from him, and his career in our industry was essentially over. For Isabel, the consequences extended beyond our divorce. I sent documentation of her sugar baby work to her employer, explaining she'd been misrepresenting her availability and schedule for over a year while moonlighting as an escort. Her tech company, which prided itself on ethical culture, fired her for dishonesty about her schedule and activities. I also made sure Isabel's family and friends knew exactly what she'd been doing. I sent her parents, siblings, and close friends the evidence showing she'd been working as a paid sugar baby while married. The social consequences were severe. Many of Isabel's relationships were damaged or destroyed by the revelation. The comprehensive destruction of both their lives happened within about 6 weeks. Gordon lost his marriage, his career, his professional reputation, and faced significant financial consequences from both his divorce and the company investigation. He went from successful executive to professionally unemployable pariah. Isabel lost her marriage, her job, her social standing, and most of her relationships. The $70,000 she'd earned as a sugar baby went toward legal fees and settling the divorce, leaving her with almost nothing. Her family was ashamed of her, and friends distanced themselves. But then Gordon's wife, already dealing with divorce proceedings, had a nervous breakdown requiring hospitalization. Gordon and his wife's adult children blamed me for destroying their mother through the public revelation of their father's infidelity. They argued I'd unnecessarily traumatized an innocent woman by exposing the affair so publicly. Similarly, Isabel's mother reached out begging me to have mercy and stop the public campaign. She said Isabel had made terrible mistakes, but that the comprehensive destruction of her daughter's life was disproportionate. She said Isabel was dealing with severe depression and suicidal thoughts. Some people support my actions completely. They argue that Gordon abused his position of power over me, that the arrangement was deliberately humiliating, and that both he and Isabel deserved maximum consequences for their calculated betrayal. Others think I went too far. They acknowledge the affair was terrible, but argue that making it public on LinkedIn, sending evidence to all of Isabel's family and friends, and ensuring Gordon's complete professional destruction crossed lines that revenge shouldn't cross. They point out that Gordon's wife and children were collateral damage, who suffered greatly from my public exposure. My own therapist has suggested that while my anger was justified, the comprehensive nature of my revenge, particularly the public exposure that affected innocent family members, may have crossed from accountability into vindictiveness. The question I struggle with constantly is whether Gordon's wife and children deserved the trauma my public exposure caused them. Yes, they would have eventually learned about Gordon's affair through divorce proceedings, but did they need the public humiliation of my LinkedIn post and detailed evidence sent to their social circle? Did Isabel's parents need detailed documentation of their daughter's sugar baby work? Would informing them privately have achieved the same result without the extended humiliation? I also question whether destroying Gordon's entire career was proportionate. Yes, he abused his power over me and engaged in deeply unethical behavior. But did that warrant ensuring he'd never work in our industry again? Did it warrant the professional blacklisting that followed my public exposure? The honest answer is, I wanted both of them completely destroyed. I wanted Gordon to lose everything for the humiliation he'd deliberately inflicted. I wanted Isabel to face comprehensive consequences for betraying me while selling herself for money. I wanted everyone to know exactly what they'd done. But achieving that goal meant traumatizing Gordon's innocent family and ensuring Isabel's complete social and professional destruction in ways that may have been vindictive beyond what their actions warranted. 14 months later, I've rebuilt my professional life at a new company. I've processed the betrayal in therapy and am dating again. But I still think about Gordon's wife's breakdown and Isabel's depression, wondering whether my revenge was justice or cruelty, whether I was right to expose everything publicly, or if I should have pursued consequences more privately. So I ask, did I do the right thing by publicly exposing Gordon and Isabel's sugar baby arrangement and ensuring they faced maximum professional, social, and personal consequences? Or did I go too far by making everything public in ways that traumatized innocent family members and destroyed lives beyond what their betrayal warranted? They degraded and humiliated me for over a year, but was my response, which affected Gordon's wife, their children, and Isabel's family, proportionate? Or did I prioritize revenge over considering the collateral damage to innocent people? My wife's late-night dog walking business was her escorting service for clients. Late-night dog walking business. Those 5 entrepreneurial words concealed the most degrading betrayal imaginable. My wife, Monica, 33 female, wasn't building a pet care side business as she told me for 19 months, but was actually working as a high-end escort meeting clients through a companion services platform. And I, 35 male, discovered the truth when I found $94,000 in cash hidden in our attic and traced it back to the online profiles she'd been maintaining. The humiliating revelation that my wife had been selling intimacy, while I believed she was caring for animals. The merciless revenge I executed, and my ongoing shame about whether I destroyed an entire escort platform and endangered vulnerable women, continue to plague me 5 months later. Monica and I had been married for 8 years, together for 11. We have no children. We'd discussed starting a family but kept postponing for financial reasons. I worked as an accountant at a regional firm, while Monica worked part-time as an administrative assistant at a medical office. Our combined income was comfortable but not extravagant, and we lived modestly in a small house with manageable expenses. About 20 months ago, Monica announced she wanted to start a side business, late-night dog walking for busy professionals who worked long hours. She'd researched the market and found significant demand for evening and overnight pet care services in our urban area. Dog owners who worked late or traveled frequently needed reliable overnight care, and Monica could fill that niche while earning extra income. I was supportive of Monica's entrepreneurial ambition. Pet care seemed like a legitimate business opportunity, and the extra income would help us save for the house down payment and family planning we'd been discussing. Monica was organized and reliable, and dog walking seemed suited to her skills. Monica registered her business as Midnight Paws Pet Care and created professional marketing materials, a website, business cards, and social media profiles. She explained her target market was affluent professionals in the downtown corridor who had demanding careers and needed premium pet care services during unconventional hours. Her business model was evening and overnight appointments. She'd leave our house around 8 or 9 p.m., visit clients' homes to walk their dogs or provide overnight pet sitting, and return home between midnight and 2 a.m. She'd work 4 or 5 nights per week, charging premium rates, $80 to $120 per visit, for the late-night service. Monica's business seemed to take off quickly. Within a few months, she had multiple regular clients and was earning significant money. She'd come home late at night talking about the dogs she'd cared for, describing breeds, personalities, funny incidents during walks. She'd show me photos of cute dogs she'd snapped during visits. Everything seemed legitimate. The money Monica earned was substantial. She'd bring home $400 to $600 per week in cash. Clients preferred paying cash for convenience, she explained. Over 19 months, Monica's pet care business generated approximately $40,000 in declared income that she reported on our taxes. The business seemed genuinely successful. Monica was protective of her client relationships in ways that seemed professional at the time. When I'd offer to help with overnight visits or to meet her clients, She'd explained that high-end pet care clients valued discretion and consistency. They'd hired her specifically and expected her personally to provide services. This seemed reasonable for a service business built on trust and personal relationships. I noticed Monica was spending more on her appearance than usual. Professional clothing, regular salon visits, manicures, expensive perfume. She explained that working with affluent clients required maintaining a polished, professional image. Pet care providers who worked with wealthy clients needed to project success and reliability, she said. Our sex life had diminished somewhat over the time period of Monica's business, but I attributed this to her exhausting schedule. Working late nights 4 or 5 times weekly was physically demanding, and Monica would often come home tired and wanting to shower and sleep immediately. This seemed understandable, given her work schedule. Then 3 weeks ago, I was in our attic looking for holiday decorations when I noticed a cardboard box I'd never seen before pushed into a corner behind old suitcases. The box was taped shut and unlabeled. Curious, I opened it and found stacks of cash, hundreds of $100 bills bundled with rubber bands. I counted the money in shock. $94,000 in cash, nearly $100,000 hidden in our attic that I'd known nothing about. Monica's declared pet care income over 19 months was approximately $40,000. Where had this additional $94,000 come from? Why was it hidden rather than deposited in our bank accounts? What was Monica actually doing during those late-night dog-walking appointments that generated this much unreported cash? I photographed the cash, put everything back exactly as I'd found it, and started investigating. I accessed Monica's laptop while she was at her daytime job and searched her files and browsing history. What I found was devastating. Monica had profiles on multiple companion services and sugar baby websites. The profiles featured professional photos of Monica, revealing but not explicit, with descriptions offering discreet companionship for generous gentlemen. Her rates were listed: $500 for 2 hours, $800 for 4 hours, $1,500 for overnight. Monica's profiles had dozens of positive reviews from clients, praising her attractiveness, discretion, and attentiveness to needs. The reviews made clear these were escort services, not pet care. Clients discussed Monica's physical appearance, her willingness to meet specific requests, and her professionalism in providing intimate services. I found Monica's calendar tracking her actual appointments. The dog-walking clients were actually escort appointments, wealthy men paying Monica for companionship and sexual services. An appointment listed as overnight sitting for Mr. Johnson's golden retriever was actually an overnight escort booking at a luxury hotel for $1,500. I discovered Monica had been systematically lying about every aspect of her business for 19 months. There was no dog walking. There were no pets. Monica had been working as an escort, selling sexual services to clients who paid premium rates for discretion and attractive companionship. The financial records showed Monica had earned approximately $134,000 total over 19 months. $40,000 she'd declared as pet care income, and $94,000 in unreported cash from escort work. She'd hidden the majority of her earnings to avoid questions about income inconsistent with pet care business volume. I felt humiliated beyond the betrayal. My wife had been sleeping with other men for money while I believed she was building a pet care business. She'd been selling intimacy that should have been reserved for our marriage. She'd turned our relationship into a facade while conducting sex work that she knew I'd never have accepted. When Monica came home from her daytime job, I confronted her immediately. I told her I'd found the $94,000, that I'd seen her escort profiles, and that I knew the truth about her dog-walking business. I demanded explanation. Monica initially tried to claim the money was from her pet care business, that she'd been saving cash to surprise me with a down payment on a bigger house. But when I showed her screenshots of her escort profiles, her reviews, and her appointment calendar, the lie collapsed. Monica admitted she'd been working as an escort for 19 months. She'd started with One Companion Services website out of curiosity and financial motivation. The money had been substantial, far more than she could earn in legitimate part-time work, and she'd found the work less difficult than expected. She claimed most appointments were just dinner and conversation, with intimate services being optional add-ons that clients paid extra for. Monica's justifications were insulting. She said she'd been trying to build savings for our future, that the money would help us buy a house and start a family sooner than we could have otherwise. She claimed she'd compartmentalized the escort work as just business, separate from our marriage. She said she'd always used protection and had maintained professional boundaries with clients. None of her explanations made the betrayal acceptable. Monica had been systematically lying to me for 19 months, had been sleeping with dozens of men for money, had hidden $94,000 in unreported income, and had turned our marriage into a cover story for sex work. I told Monica to leave our house immediately. She moved out that night, and I filed for divorce the next day. But I faced decisions about what else to do. Should I report Monica's unreported income to tax authorities? Should I report the escort platforms she'd used? Should I expose her sex work to her employer and social network? I chose comprehensive destruction, and I'm still questioning whether I endangered vulnerable women and destroyed lives beyond proportion to Monica's betrayal. My revenge plan was systematic and designed to destroy Monica financially, professionally, and socially, while also targeting the escort platforms that had facilitated her work. First, I reported Monica to the IRS for tax evasion. I documented that she'd earned approximately $134,000 over 19 months, but had only declared $40,000 as business income. She'd hidden $94,000 in cash to avoid taxes on escort earnings. This represented substantial tax fraud, likely over $20,000 in unpaid federal and state income taxes. The IRS investigation was thorough and resulted in Monica owing $28,000 in back taxes, penalties, and interest. She also faced potential criminal charges for tax evasion, though prosecutors ultimately declined to pursue criminal action, given her cooperation and agreement to repay. Second, I reported Monica to her employer, the medical office where she worked part-time as an administrative assistant. I explained that Monica had been working as an escort, that this created potential liability issues for the practice if patients learned about it, and that her judgment and ethics were questionable, given 19 months of systematic lying. The medical practice fired Monica immediately. Healthcare settings maintain strict professional standards, and Monica's sex work, particularly the deception involved, was deemed incompatible with their workplace values. Third, I exposed Monica's escort work to her family, friends, and our social network. I sent detailed information to her parents, her siblings, our mutual friends, and our neighbors. I wanted everyone in Monica's life to know what she'd been doing while pretending to run a pet care business. The social consequences were severe. Monica's family was humiliated and ashamed. Her conservative parents essentially disowned her, unable to reconcile their daughter's sex work with their values. Friends distanced themselves. Neighbors gossiped extensively, making Monica's living situation in our community untenable. But I didn't stop with just targeting Monica personally. I also reported the escort platforms she'd been using to law enforcement and regulatory authorities. I contacted federal authorities about the websites Monica had used, providing detailed information about how the platforms facilitated prostitution through thinly veiled companion services language. I documented how the sites functioned as escort marketplaces, how payment was processed, and how the platforms enabled sex work while claiming to be legitimate dating or companionship services. Federal investigators took my report seriously. They launched investigations into multiple platforms, examining whether the sites violated federal laws against facilitating prostitution. The investigations resulted in several platforms being shut down, operators facing criminal charges, and significant disruption to the online escort industry in our region. The platform shutdowns had massive consequences beyond just Monica. Hundreds of women, many of whom relied on escort work for survival income, some supporting children or escaping abusive situations, suddenly lost their primary income source. The platforms, whatever their ethical issues, had provided relatively safer environments for sex work than street-based prostitution. Shutting them down pushed many women toward more dangerous work situations. Several women from the platforms contacted me after the shutdowns, begging me to understand the harm I'd caused. They explained that escort work, while stigmatized, had been their best option for supporting themselves and their families. The platforms I'd helped shut down had provided screening systems, client reviews, and safety measures that protected them. My reporting had eliminated those safeguards and had pushed vulnerable women toward more dangerous circumstances. One woman in particular, a single mother of 3 who'd been working through the platform to pay for her kids' food and rent, sent me a desperate message explaining she'd lost her primary income source because of my report. She'd had no other job options that could support her children, and my actions had directly jeopardized her family's survival. The weight of these messages has been crushing. My intent had been to punish Monica and the platforms that facilitated her betrayal, but I hadn't considered, or frankly hadn't cared about, the hundreds of women who'd also used those platforms and whose livelihoods I'd destroyed. Monica's destruction was comprehensive. She lost her marriage, both her jobs, her income, her savings, which went to tax repayment, her family relationships, and her social standing. She faced potential criminal prosecution and owed tens of thousands in back taxes. Her life was fundamentally ruined. But hundreds of women who'd worked through the escort platforms I helped shut down also suffered. Some lost their primary income with no alternative options. Some were pushed toward more dangerous work situations without the screening protections the platforms had provided. Some faced housing instability and couldn't support their children. The question that torments me constantly is whether my revenge was proportionate and whether I considered innocent victims before acting. Yes, Monica committed serious betrayal through her 19-month deception and sex work. Yes, the escort platforms facilitated prostitution. But did the hundreds of women who relied on those platforms for survival deserve to lose their income source? The honest answer is, I didn't care about those women when I reported the platforms. I was focused entirely on punishing Monica and destroying anything connected to her betrayal. I saw the platforms as complicit in Monica's lies and wanted them eliminated. I didn't consider that those platforms served hundreds of women, many in desperate circumstances, for whom escort work was the best available option. 5 months later, I'm divorced and trying to rebuild. Monica is working minimum wage retail trying to repay tax debt. But I receive occasional messages from women whose lives were devastated by the platform shutdowns I facilitated. Women who lost income, who face housing instability, whose children are suffering because I eliminated their mother's survival income in my quest for revenge against my wife. So I ask, was I right to report Monica's tax evasion and expose her escort work to people in her life? Probably. She'd committed fraud and systematic deception. But was I monstrously wrong to report the escort platforms, knowing it would devastate hundreds of women beyond Monica? Women in desperate circumstances who'd relied on those platforms for relatively safer sex work? Did I prioritize revenge over considering that my actions would harm vulnerable women and potentially endanger them by eliminating safety mechanisms? Should I have limited my revenge to Monica personally, without attacking platforms that, however ethically questionable, provided survival income for desperate women? These questions torment me daily, and I fear I caused catastrophic harm to innocent, vulnerable women because I was consumed with rage at my wife and didn't care who else I destroyed in pursuing revenge. My wife's online degree program was actually her affair with her professor. Online degree program. Those 3 ambitious words masked the most calculating betrayal imaginable. My wife, Diana, 34-year-old female, wasn't earning her master's degree through legitimate online coursework as she told me for 16 months, but was instead having an affair with a married professor who was giving her grades in exchange for intimacy. And I, 36-year-old male, only discovered the truth when I decided to surprise her at her online program's in-person graduation ceremony. The humiliating revelation that destroyed my marriage, the devastating revenge I orchestrated against both of them, and my lingering shame about whether I destroyed an entire university department in my rage continue to haunt me 8 months later. Diana and I have been married for 9 years, together for 12. We have a daughter, Harper, 7-year-old female. Our marriage had always been strong and supportive. We communicated well, shared household responsibilities, and had built a comfortable life together. I work as a commercial pilot while Diana worked as an executive assistant at a law firm. About 18 months ago, Diana announced she wanted to pursue her master's degree in business administration. She said an MBA would open career advancement opportunities and increase her earning potential. She'd researched programs and found a highly ranked online MBA program at a prestigious state university, about 150 miles from where we live. I was completely supportive. Online programs offer flexibility for working adults, and an MBA from a respected university would definitely benefit Diana's career. The program was expensive, about $45,000 total tuition, but we agreed it was a worthwhile investment in our family's future. We'd use savings and take out modest student loans to cover the cost. Diana threw herself into her studies with impressive dedication. She'd spend 3 or 4 evenings per week after Harper went to bed working on coursework, reading textbooks, writing papers, participating in online discussion forums. She'd take video calls with study groups and would occasionally have one-on-one video sessions with professors for help with difficult concepts. The program was structured as a 2-year accelerated MBA, with Diana taking 2 or 3 courses each semester. She'd talk about her classes, managerial accounting, organizational behavior, strategic marketing, with genuine engagement, and would share interesting concepts she was learning. Her work involved significant interaction with one professor in particular, Dr. Nathan Caldwell, 42M, who taught several of Diana's core courses and served as her faculty advisor. Diana would frequently mention Dr. Caldwell in conversations about school. Dr. Caldwell explained this concept really clearly, or Dr. Caldwell suggested I focus my final project on this topic. I thought nothing of it. Having a good faculty advisor is important for graduate students. Diana's dedication to her studies meant our time together decreased somewhat. 3 or 4 evenings per week, she'd be working on assignments after Harper's bedtime, and weekends, she'd sometimes need several hours for major projects or exam preparation. I supported this fully, handling more of the household and parenting responsibilities so Diana could focus on school. The program also required occasional in-person components. Diana explained that, while the MBA was primarily online, students needed to attend 3 in-person residency weekends over the 2-year program, intensive weekend sessions on campus for networking and hands-on learning. Each residency was Friday through Sunday, and Diana would drive to the university campus, stay in university housing, and return home Sunday evening. I encouraged Diana to attend these residencies, viewing them as important networking opportunities. She'd attended 2 residencies over the previous year, one about 10 months ago and another 6 months ago. Both times she'd been gone Friday through Sunday, had come home, enthusiastic about what she'd learned, and had shared photos of campus and fellow students. The program was scheduled to conclude with a May graduation. Diana would complete her final courses in April, then attend the university's in-person commencement ceremony in May to receive her MBA diploma. She was excited about this milestone and the career opportunities it would create. As graduation approached, Diana talked about the ceremony logistics. She said the MBA program had a separate ceremony for graduate students, scheduled for a Saturday morning in mid-May. She'd invited me and Harper to attend, saying it would be meaningful to have us there when she received her diploma after 2 years of hard work. But 2 weeks before graduation, Diana suddenly said she'd prefer to attend the ceremony alone. She claimed the graduate ceremony would be long and boring for a 7-year-old, and that having Harper there would be stressful. She suggested I stay home with Harper, and she'd celebrate with us afterward with a nice dinner. I was disappointed, but accepted her reasoning. Then I had another idea. What if I surprised Diana at graduation? I could arrange for my mother to watch Harper, drive to the university Saturday morning without telling Diana, and surprise her at the ceremony. She'd be thrilled to see me there supporting her achievement. I planned the surprise carefully. I told Diana I'd be taking Harper to my mother's house Saturday morning for a fun grandmother-granddaughter day. I'd actually drop Harper there, then drive the 150 miles to the university to attend Diana's graduation ceremony. I looked up the MBA graduation ceremony details on the university website. The ceremony was scheduled for 10 a.m. in the campus auditorium. I planned to arrive around 9:30 a.m., find a seat in the back, and surprise Diana when she walked across the stage. Saturday morning, I dropped Harper at my mother's house, then drove to the university. I arrived on campus around 9:40 a.m. and headed toward the auditorium building listed for the MBA ceremony. But when I arrived, the building was locked and dark. No graduation ceremony was happening. I was confused and checked the website again on my phone. The MBA graduation ceremony was definitely listed for today at 10 a.m. at this location, but the building was clearly closed with no activity. I called the university's main information line and explained I was trying to attend the MBA graduation ceremony. The operator checked their system and said, "I'm sorry, but the MBA commencement ceremony was last weekend. Graduate ceremonies were held May 6th through 7th, and today is May 13th. My heart started pounding. I said my wife was supposed to be graduating today. Could there be multiple ceremonies? The operator checked thoroughly and said definitively that all spring graduate ceremonies had been completed the previous weekend. No MBA ceremony was scheduled for today. I felt panic rising. Diana had left our house this morning, saying she was heading to campus for her 10 a.m. graduation ceremony. But no ceremony was happening today. Where was she actually? I used our family location sharing app to check Diana's phone location. She was at a hotel about 2 miles from campus, an upscale boutique hotel, definitely not university student housing. I drove to the hotel, my hands shaking, my mind racing through possible explanations that didn't involve betrayal. Maybe there was administrative confusion. Maybe Diana had gotten dates wrong, but the knot in my stomach told me something terrible was happening. I parked at the hotel and sat for a moment trying to decide what to do. Then I saw Diana and a man I didn't recognize come out of the hotel entrance together. They were dressed casually, laughing together, and the man had his arm around Diana's waist in a way that was unmistakably intimate. I got out of my car and approached them. Diana saw me, and her face went white with shock. She stammered, What are you doing here? You're supposed to be with Harper." I said, "I came to surprise you at your graduation ceremony. But there's no ceremony today, so I'm very interested in what you're actually doing at this hotel with this man." The man looked between Diana and me, confused and increasingly alarmed. I said to him, "I'm Diana's husband. Who are you?" He said quietly, "I'm Nathan Caldwell. I'm Diana's. I teach at the university." Dr. Caldwell, Diana's advisor and professor, the man whose name had been mentioned constantly throughout her MBA program. And they were together at a hotel, intimately, on a day Diana had told me was her graduation ceremony. The confrontation that followed was devastating. Diana tried to claim they were just having coffee, but the intimate body language and the hotel location made that absurd. Dr. Caldwell looked mortified and started apologizing, saying he needed to leave. I demanded the truth. Diana finally admitted she and Dr. Caldwell had been having an affair for over a year. But what she said next was even worse than I'd imagined. Diana wasn't actually enrolled in an MBA program. She'd never been taking classes. The entire degree program was fabricated. Diana had applied to the MBA program 18 months ago, but had been rejected. Her undergraduate GPA and test scores weren't competitive. Rather than tell me about the rejection, she'd invented a fictional enrollment and had been conducting an affair with Dr. Caldwell while pretending to be earning a degree. The study sessions, several evenings per week, had been Diana at Dr. Caldwell's house, while his wife worked night shifts as a nurse. The residency weekends had been weekend getaways with Nathan. The thousands of dollars in tuition we'd spent had actually gone to luxury hotels, expensive dinners, and gifts Diana bought for herself and Nathan. I'd spent $45,000 in 2 years supporting what I thought was Diana's MBA program, but I'd actually been funding her affair, while she systematically lied to me hundreds of times. Nathan Caldwell's involvement was particularly disturbing. He was a married professor at the university. He'd met Diana at an academic conference where she'd been attending as her law firm's representative. When Diana had mentioned wanting to pursue an MBA at his university, Nathan had encouraged her to apply. When she was rejected, he'd suggested she pretend to be enrolled while actually spending time with him. He'd provide her with real course materials and syllabi, so her coursework would seem legitimate. Nathan had essentially coached Diana in maintaining this elaborate fraud while conducting their affair. He'd given her actual assignments from his courses to complete at home. He'd provided her with textbooks. He'd even helped her fake grades and transcripts to show me when I'd asked about her progress. I left the hotel parking lot in shock. I drove home in a daze, trying to process that my entire understanding of the past 18 months had been fiction. Diana hadn't been earning a degree. She'd been having an affair. The dedication I'd admired had been lies. The career advancement we'd been investing in didn't exist. Over the next week, I verified everything. I called the university's registrar and confirmed Diana had never been enrolled in their MBA program. I checked our bank statements and credit cards and found the tuition payments had actually been cash withdrawals and transfers to Diana's personal accounts. I found hotel charges, expensive restaurant bills, and evidence of a lavish affair funded by money I thought was paying for education. I had to decide how to respond. I could divorce Diana quietly and try to recover financially. Or I could ensure both Diana and Nathan Caldwell faced maximum consequences for what they'd done. I chose scorched earth, and I'm still questioning whether I destroyed innocent lives and an entire academic department in my rage. First, I filed for divorce with an aggressive attorney. The evidence of Diana's affair, combined with the $45,000 financial fraud, would work strongly in my favor for custody and asset division. Second, I reported Nathan Caldwell to the university with comprehensive documentation. I explained that a married professor had conducted an affair with a community member, had helped her fabricate enrollment in the MBA program, had provided university materials fraudulently, and had created fake grades and transcripts. The university investigated immediately. What they discovered went beyond just Nathan's affair with Diana. The investigation revealed Nathan had been involved in multiple inappropriate relationships with actual MBA students over several years. He'd been using his position as faculty advisor to pursue vulnerable students, had given inappropriate gifts and special treatment, and had compromised the integrity of the program. The university fired Nathan immediately and reported him to academic ethics boards. His termination and the investigation findings were public, destroying his academic career. He would never work at a university again. But the consequences extended beyond Nathan. The university's investigation into the MBA program revealed systemic problems with faculty oversight and student protection. The scandal resulted in the entire MBA program being suspended pending review, affecting hundreds of legitimate students. The program's accreditation was threatened. Several other faculty members were investigated and reprimanded. I'd set out to punish Nathan Caldwell for his role in deceiving me, but my report triggered an investigation that damaged an entire academic program and affected innocent students who had nothing to do with Nathan's affair. Third, I contacted Nathan's wife with all the evidence of his affair with Diana. She filed for divorce immediately and was awarded significant assets and custody of their 2 teenage children given Nathan's misconduct. Fourth, I reported Diana to her employer. I explained she'd been using work time and resources for personal affairs, had lied about pursuing education, and had demonstrated extensive dishonesty. Her law firm fired her for ethical violations and misrepresentation. Fifth, I exposed everything publicly on social media. I posted a detailed account of how Diana had faked 18 months of MBA coursework to cover her affair with a married professor, and how we'd spent $45,000 funding the deception. The post went viral and became a cautionary tale about academic fraud and infidelity. The destruction of both their lives was total. Diana lost her marriage. Her daughter, I was awarded primary custody. Her job, her social reputation, and faced potential legal action for the $45,000 fraud. Nathan lost his career, his marriage, his children's respect, and his professional reputation. But hundreds of innocent MBA students also suffered. The program suspension meant students couldn't complete coursework, graduates faced questions about their degree's value, and the program's reputation was damaged. Students who'd invested years and significant money in legitimate study were affected by the scandal I'd triggered. Nathan's 2 teenage children also suffered tremendously. They lost their family stability, their father's income, and faced social stigma from their father's public disgrace. They'd done nothing wrong, but were devastated by consequences my exposure had caused. The question that torments me is whether my revenge was proportionate. Yes, Diana and Nathan deserved severe consequences for their calculated fraud and affair. But did hundreds of innocent MBA students deserve their program suspended? Did Nathan's teenage children deserve their family destroyed? Did I consider these collateral damages before reporting? Or did I prioritize revenge over protecting innocent people? The honest answer is, I wanted Diana and Nathan destroyed and didn't fully consider the broader impact. I focused on making them suffer and didn't think carefully about who else would be hurt. 8 months later, I'm rebuilding my life with Harper. Diana is struggling with employment and depression. Nathan is unemployable in academia. But hundreds of MBA students had their education disrupted, and Nathan's children are in therapy processing their family's destruction. These innocent people suffered because I pursued maximum revenge without considering proportionality. So I ask, was I right to expose Diana's fake MBA affair and report Nathan to his university? The affair and fraud deserved consequences. But did innocent students deserve their program destroyed? Did Nathan's children deserve their family shattered? Should I have pursued more targeted revenge that protected innocent people? Or was my comprehensive destruction, regardless of collateral damage, justified by the calculated nature of Diana and Nathan's betrayal? I don't know if I'll ever have peace with these questions. My husband's fantasy football league was actually his swingers group membership. Fantasy Football League. Those 3 harmless words concealed the most shocking betrayal imaginable. My husband, Derek, 39-year-old, wasn't participating in a recreational sports league with work friends, as he told me for 14 months, but was actually a member of an exclusive swingers club where he'd been attending parties and engaging in group sexual activities. And I, 37-year-old female, discovered the truth when I found what I thought was league membership documentation, but was actually his swingers club contract. The mind-bending revelation that destroyed my understanding of our marriage, the calculated revenge I executed, and my ongoing confusion about whether I destroyed innocent people's privacy and relationships in my quest for justice continue to haunt me 3 months later. Derek and I had been married for 12 years, together for 15. We have twin daughters, Aria and Sage, 10-year-old female. Our marriage had always seemed stable and loving. We communicated well, had a healthy sex life, and were actively involved in our daughters' lives. Derek worked as a marketing director while I worked as a nurse at a children's hospital. About 16 months ago, Derek announced he joined a fantasy football league with colleagues from work. He explained it was a way to build relationships with his team and clients, that many business deals were facilitated through these social connections, and that participating would be good for his career advancement. The league required a $300 entry fee and would meet every other Sunday during football season for draft parties, viewing parties, and league events. I was supportive, despite Derek never having shown much interest in football previously. Building professional relationships was important, and if fantasy football was how his industry socialized, it made sense for Derek to participate. The $300 seemed reasonable for networking opportunities that might benefit his career. Derek's fantasy football involvement expanded beyond just Sundays. He'd attend midweek strategy sessions with league members on Wednesday evenings from 7 to 10 p.m. He'd go to draft preparation meetings on Saturday afternoons. During football season, he'd attend Sunday viewing parties that would last from noon until 10 p.m. or later. Derek became enthusiastically engaged with his league. He'd come home talking about players, trades, and league standings. He'd reference league members by name: Mike, Tom, Jennifer, Sarah, as if I knew who they were. He'd discuss league rules, commissioner decisions, and playoff brackets with genuine investment. The time commitment was substantial. During the 4-month football season, Derek was gone for league activities 10 to 15 hours per week, 2 or 3 evenings and most of Sunday. Our family time decreased significantly, but I accepted it as temporary seasonal commitment that was building Derek's professional network. Even after football season ended, Derek continued attending league events. He explained they'd formed a year-round sports league that transitioned from football to basketball to baseball, maintaining their social group across multiple sports seasons. The Sunday gatherings and Wednesday meetings continued month after month, year-round, rather than just during football season. I met some of Derek's league members occasionally at work holiday parties or company events. They seemed like normal professional colleagues, friendly, appropriate, and unremarkable. When I'd mention Derek's fantasy league, they'd nod and make generic sports comments that seemed to confirm his involvement. Derek was protective of his league activities in ways that seemed slightly unusual. When I'd suggest attending a Sunday viewing party to meet his league friends, he'd say the events were guys only, or that partners weren't invited to maintain the group's comfortable dynamic. This seemed plausible for a male-dominated sports league. Our sex life actually improved during Derek's league involvement. He was more adventurous, more interested in trying new things, and more focused on my pleasure. I attributed this to Derek feeling more confident and relaxed from his social outlet, not questioning why recreational sports would specifically improve our sexual connection. Then 3 weeks ago, I was organizing paperwork in Derek's home office when I found a folder labeled League Docs. I opened it, expecting to find fantasy football rules or draft sheets. Instead, I found a professionally printed contract from an organization called Elite Social Circle. The contract was surprisingly formal for a fantasy sports league. It outlined membership terms, required confidentiality agreements, health screening requirements, and rules about conduct at club events. There were references to lifestyle activities, guest protocols, and safe practices that seemed bizarre for a sports league. Most confusing was a health testing requirement. Members were required to submit quarterly STD testing results to maintain active membership status. Why would a fantasy football league require STD testing? I kept reading the contract with growing confusion and horror. The document discussed boundary negotiations, consent protocols for physical activities, and discretion expectations regarding member identities and activities. It mentioned themed events, couples nights, and singles mixers. This wasn't fantasy football documentation. This was a contract for a swingers club, an organized group that facilitated consensual non-monogamy and group sexual activities among members. I searched Elite Social Circle online and found a private membership website. The public-facing site was vague, describing itself as a lifestyle social organization for open-minded adults. But forums and reviews made clear this was a well-established swingers club in our city. Members attended regular parties at private venues where they engaged in partner swapping, group activities, and various sexual encounters with other members. I checked Derek's credit card statements and found regular charges to Elite Social Circle. $300 monthly membership dues, not a one-time league entry fee. I found charges to luxury hotels on Sunday afternoons and Wednesday evenings, the times Derek claimed to be at league viewing parties and strategy sessions. I found that Derek's phone had a messaging app I didn't recognize. When I accessed it using his laptop, we'd always shared passwords for household management. I found group chats with Elite Social Circle members discussing upcoming events, sharing photos from previous parties, and coordinating couple matches for future activities. The messages were explicit. Members discussed their sexual preferences, shared photos in various states of undress, and made arrangements for encounters. Derek had been active in these discussions, describing what he was interested in trying, sharing photos of himself, and coordinating meetings with specific members. I also found messages between Derek and individual women, and some men from the club. These were more personal exchanges, discussing their connections, future plans to meet, and explicit content about sexual encounters they'd shared. Derek had been regularly meeting with multiple club members for individual encounters, beyond just the group events. The Fantasy Football League was entirely fabricated. Derek had never participated in any sports league. Mike, Tom, Jennifer, and Sarah weren't work colleagues. They were swingers club members Derek was having sexual encounters with. The Sunday viewing parties were actually club sex parties. The Wednesday strategy sessions were smaller group encounters or individual hookups. Derek had been a member of an active swingers community for 14 months, attending multiple events per week, having sexual encounters with dozens of people, while telling me he was participating in recreational fantasy sports with work friends. I felt physically ill. My husband had been living a complete double life. He'd been having sex with multiple people regularly, violating our marriage vows and potentially exposing me to STDs, while maintaining the appearance of a faithful husband involved in innocent professional networking. The health testing requirement suddenly made horrifying sense. Derek had been getting quarterly STD screenings as required for club membership. I'd noticed appointments with an unfamiliar doctor on his calendar and had assumed they were work-related physicals. He'd actually been getting tested so he could continue having sex with numerous people at the swingers club. When Derek came home from work that evening, I confronted him immediately. I showed him the Elite Social Circle contract, the credit card statements, the messaging app, and the explicit photos and messages. I demanded the truth about his fantasy football league. Derek's face went pale. He tried briefly to claim I was misunderstanding the documents, but faced with comprehensive evidence, the lie collapsed quickly. He admitted he'd been a member of Elite Social Circle for 14 months, that he'd been attending swingers parties and having sexual encounters with multiple people regularly, and that he'd fabricated the fantasy football story as cover. Derek tried to minimize and justify his behavior. He claimed he'd been curious about the lifestyle and had wanted to explore non-monogamy, but had been afraid to discuss it with me. He said the swingers community was safe and consensual, and that all activities involved protection and regular health testing. He claimed he'd kept it secret not to hurt me, but because he knew I wouldn't understand. His justifications were insulting and manipulative. Derek hadn't discussed opening our marriage or exploring non-monogamy. He'd unilaterally decided to join a swingers club and conduct numerous sexual encounters while lying to me for over a year. He'd violated every boundary of our monogamous marriage while pretending to participate in innocent recreational sports. I told Derek to leave our house immediately. He moved out that night, and I filed for divorce the next morning. But I faced decisions about what else to do. Should I expose Derek's swingers club membership to his employer? Should I contact other club members' spouses who might not know about their partner's activities? Should I report the club itself to authorities? I chose scorched earth, and I'm still questioning whether I destroyed innocent people's privacy, relationships, and reputations beyond what Derek's betrayal warranted. My revenge plan was methodical and designed to destroy Derek's life while also exposing the swingers club that had facilitated his betrayal. First, I documented everything comprehensively. I copied Derek's elite social circle contract, membership communications, explicit messages with members, photos from club events, and all evidence of his 14-month involvement. I compiled a complete record of his double life. Second, I reported Derek to his employer. His company had strict ethics policies about employee conduct that could affect the company's reputation. I explained that Derek had been misrepresenting his activities to colleagues, had been using networking and professional development as cover for swingers club participation, and had potentially created liability issues by involving work relationships in his fabricated cover story. Derek's company investigated and found that he'd occasionally invited work colleagues to join his fantasy football league, not realizing Derek was actually attempting to recruit them into a swingers club. HR deemed this sexual harassment through deceptive recruiting. Derek was fired for ethics violations and creating a hostile work environment. Third, I identified other elite social circle members from Derek's messages and social media connections. Many appeared to be married or in committed relationships. I researched their social media profiles, identified their partners, and sent anonymous messages to those partners providing information about the swingers club and their partners' membership. I sent dozens of these anonymous messages, explaining that Elite Social Circle was a swingers organization and that their partner had been attending sex parties and engaging in encounters with multiple people. I included enough detail to be credible, without revealing my identity. These messages devastated numerous relationships. Several couples divorced after receiving my information. Partners who hadn't known about or consented to open relationships learned their spouses had been secretly participating in a swingers community. Families were destroyed by revelations of infidelity and secret sexual activities. Fourth, I reported Elite Social Circle to local authorities and media outlets. I framed the organization as facilitating infidelity and potentially unsafe sexual practices, providing documentation of the club's operations, membership structure, and event schedules. Local media ran exposés about the secret swingers club operating in our community. The coverage was sensationalized and stigmatizing, portraying club members as morally corrupt and their activities as dangerous and deviant. The club's private venue was identified, and the business owner faced harassment and threats. Law enforcement investigated the club for potential violations of laws regarding sexual businesses, though ultimately found no illegal activity. Consensual adult activities in private venues are legal. However, The investigation and publicity destroyed the club. The venue owner terminated their lease rather than face ongoing negative attention. Elite Social Circle disbanded, unable to find new venues willing to host them after the negative media coverage. The destruction was comprehensive and extended far beyond just Derek. Derek lost his job, his marriage, his reputation, and faced a contentious custody battle for our daughters. But dozens of other people also suffered. Approximately 15 to 20 relationships ended after I sent anonymous messages to unsuspecting partners. Some of these might have been couples in consensually open relationships, where one partner simply didn't know the other's specific activities. Not all club members were cheating. But my messages treated all club participation as infidelity and destroyed relationships that might have been ethically non-monogamous. Several club members faced professional consequences when their membership became public through the media coverage. People lost jobs, faced social ostracism, and dealt with family estrangement because their private sexual activities were exposed publicly. One club member, a woman working as a high school teacher, lost her job after parents learned about her club membership through the media coverage. Her participation in legal, consensual adult activities in her private life was deemed incompatible with working with children. Her career was destroyed. The club's disbandment also eliminated what had apparently been a relatively safe space for people exploring non-monogamy. Members who'd been practicing safe, consensual activities lost their community. Some who'd been in genuinely open relationships lost their social network. The club, despite facilitating Derek's betrayal, had also served people in ethical non-monogamous arrangements. The question that torments me constantly is whether my revenge was proportionate and whether I adequately considered innocent victims before acting. Yes, Derek committed serious betrayal by secretly joining a swingers club and violating our monogamous marriage. He deserved consequences for his systematic lying and infidelity. Exposing him to his employer and divorcing him were proportionate responses to his behavior. But did dozens of other people, some of whom might have been in consensually non-monogamous relationships, deserve to have their private sexual activities exposed? Did people deserve to lose jobs and face social destruction for participating in legal, consensual activities, just because Derek had also participated while cheating? Did the teacher deserve to lose her career for private activities that harmed no one? Did couples in ethical non-monogamy deserve relationship destruction because I assumed all club members were cheating like Derek? The honest answer is, I didn't distinguish between Derek's unethical participation, cheating on his spouse, and others' potentially ethical participation, consensual non-monogamy. I was so enraged by Derek's betrayal that I wanted to destroy everything connected to it. The club, the members, anyone involved in the lifestyle that had facilitated his lies. I didn't consider that swingers clubs serve diverse people with diverse relationship structures. Some members were cheaters like Derek, but others were in open marriages, polyamorous relationships, or other ethical non-monogamous arrangements where all partners consented to their activities. Those people didn't deserve exposure and destruction. 3 months later, Derek is unemployed and struggling with supervised visitation for our daughters. But approximately 20 relationships ended because of my anonymous messages. Some were unhealthy relationships with cheating that needed to end, but others might have been ethical arrangements I destroyed through my indiscriminate exposure. The teacher who lost her job is facing financial hardship and professional blacklisting. Elite Social Circle members who'd been practicing safe, consensual, ethical non-monogamy lost their community and support network. And I'm left questioning whether my quest for revenge against Derek justified collateral destruction of innocent people's lives, careers, and relationships. So I ask, was I right to expose Derek's secret swingers club membership and report him to his employer? Absolutely, he was cheating and deserved consequences. But was I monstrously wrong to indiscriminately expose dozens of other club members, some of whom might have been in ethical, non-monogamous relationships, destroying careers and relationships of people who'd done nothing unethical? Did I cross moral lines by treating all non-monogamy as equally worthy of destruction without distinguishing between Derek's cheating and others' potentially consensual arrangements? Should I have limited my revenge to Derek personally, without destroying an entire community that, despite facilitating his betrayal, also served people in ethical relationship structures? These questions haunt me daily, and I fear I became vindictive beyond reason, punishing innocent people for Derek's crimes because I was consumed with rage and didn't care who else I destroyed.